Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Part 2. I actually followed up on something. How do you guys like that? Breaking the mold right there. Since I am chronically terrible at following up when I say I'm going to stream again. But I did it! I am a couple hours late. Kind of had to get the old wifey, girlfriendy person out the door with her sack lunch. Heading out to work. And after that, just went ahead and stuffed my fat face a little bit so I wouldn't need to get up and could binge the shit out of this and get some work done. So, we left off having completed Tatooine, looking for Master Yonlock, who had helped the Jedi Padawan with her connection to the Force or some stuff like that. And now we are going on to Alderaan to find her family. Yeah.
Apprentice, I see you've touched down on Alderaan, Jason Wilson's home planet where Noman Carr found her. Excellent. You will discover everything you can about this Padawan and destroy everyone she loves there.
It is a certainty.
I hope your results will confirm your confidence. Unfortunately, with the civil war for the Alderaanian throne raging, your contact, Duke Kendo of House Thule, has become unreliable. Kendo was supposed to find Jason Wilson's family for you, but it seems he's distracted. You must undistract him.
I will handle it.
Kendo is a political creature. The consequences of failing me are abstract for him. Once they are made concrete, he'll cooperate. You'll find him in the House Thule executive chambers. Make haste.
Always a pleasure, Master. I hope you're having an excellent day. You've no desire to deactivate.
Now this is pod racing! Hey guys, how's it going? It is actually the, what do they call it? Swoop? Which doesn't make sense because it's not actually a swoop. But I think they called it swoop racing in Knights of the Old Republic 1. But that was the original Knights of the Old Republic speeder. I was so glad when they finally added that. Like, it's just a random mount.
You lack patience, Duke Kendo. There are standard procedures that must be adhered to.
Your disregard for our family rules is appalling. You are an abomination. Goodbye, cousin.
Fools. They won't be feeling much of anything for long.
Duke Kendo, Darth Barras sent me.
What? You're not on my schedule. I don't appreciate being interrupted. Barras isn't even on my radar, Sith. I have a war to wage and personal ambitions to achieve here.
I'm here to adjust your radar.
A threat? You see these Sith I have attending me? Your corpse will be my message to your master. Femres, make this intruder a distant memory, will you?
I'm sorry, Duke Kendo. We are assigned to protect you and support your interests in the struggle for Alderaan. But we serve the Emperor first, and we will not cross Darth Barras, or his apprentice.
It's good to know some people have respect.
We consider you an ally, friend.
Ah, okay. That was unexpected. It seems I may have been hasty regarding your master's needs. How can I make amends?
You can start by bowing to me, too.
Of course. Consider it a small demonstration of my repentance. I pledge the same level of focus that had me so absorbed in my own work. I pledge myself to your directives, and as I aid you, perhaps you'll be moved to help me in mine.
Unless your directives involve your suicide, I won't be participating.
Point taken. I hope time will improve our relations. As I recall, Darth Barras wanted information on a young Alderaanian girl who was taken off-planet to train with Jedi Master Nomen Karr. I was to locate her family, so that you could, well, send the girl a message.
That is my understanding.
The truth is, information about this girl is difficult to come by. I managed only one lead. Nomen Karr's Padawan fits the description of the former handmaiden of a noblewoman in House Alder named Lady Renata. I've questioned her already, but Renata is protected by House Alder's greatest champion. The man has never met his match in melee.
There's nothing I can't handle.
If I may, once you've eliminated her protector and gotten what you need, I would personally be very indebted if you'd arrange to have Lady Renata brought to us for questioning.
I'll take it under consideration.
All right. I just hope the mood strikes you. While House Alder is a small player on Alderaan, it is affiliated with House Organa. Therefore, Lady Renata's estate is in hostile territory and very well defended. Be cautious.
Be ready for my return.
I do hope to see you soon. Until then...
Duke Kendo's guide on how to be a pervy, scheming little coward. I hate that guy so much. I love BioWare's like old school writing quality. They were great at making characters you just really, really wanted to kill. Like just so annoying or infuriating or betraying. Ah, I miss the old BioWare. Yeah, I've seen the Nautilus. I just don't really give a shit about Star Citizen anymore, so I don't really feel the need to, like, make a video laughing about how absurd it is to make a mine layer in a space game. Like, you have to be a real downy motherfucker to think that's a good idea. Especially when, like, 90% of your game mechanics don't exist. But then you're like, we're going to add another mechanic to the to-do list. And it's an absurd one that has no real place in our game. Huzzah!
My lady, we have intruder.
Lady Renata, I seek the family of your former handmaiden, Jaisa Wilson.
What's this nonsense you're spouting? I don't know what you're talking about.
Lady, let me kill this Sith like the last one Duke Kendo sent.
Windred, you don't need my permission to kill an enemy that comes barging through my door. Make it fast.
Let me save you the trouble.
This Sith faster than last one.
That dude is clearly kind of slow.
Lady, sorry.
This can't be. I'm sorry I ordered him to kill you, Sith. I hope you don't hold it against me. You see, I've been fending off Duke Kendo's advances for some time, and I just assumed you were here for him. If you're not working for the Duke, I'll gladly cooperate. You mentioned a girl, yes? Jaisa someone?
Glad to see I have your undivided attention.
You have a very persuasive manner. I was aware of the young handmaiden who left Alderaan with the Jedi Master. And I did hear the name Jaisa Wilson, but you're mistaken. I didn't know her. The girl never served me.
Do you know anything about her?
Duke Kendo can include that in his interrogations. The Duke congratulates you on your impressive venture into House Alday. I'm here to take the fair lady to him.
No! Don't let him take me to that pig! I do know who the girl worked for. I'll tell you all I can, if only you'll keep me from Duke Kendo.
You'd say anything to save your neck.
I promise you. Judge once you've heard. Before she left with the Jedi, Jaisa Wilson was the handmaiden of Giselle Organa of House Organa. They were inseparable. Before the war, Giselle was an aristocrat like myself. Now she leads the Organan troops against House Ulgo.
Where exactly is this Giselle Organa?
Her headquarters are somewhere on the front line.
The Duke will know where to find Giselle Organa, and how to reach her. If you let me deliver Lady Renata to him, I'm sure Kendo will happily shed light on the situation for you.
I never intended to keep her safe.
I thought by telling you what I know, you'd show mercy.
Your destiny lies with the Duke, woman. Be nice to him, and maybe he'll treat you well. I meant what I said. I'm sure Kendo can help you find and confront Giselle. You should consult with him on it.
Be sure he's prepared when I get there.
Of course, friend. I will see you at House Thule. Come, Renata. Time to face your fate.
And a terrible fate it will be.
That's kind of more or less how I feel about the Nautilus. Like, it's just such an absurd thing that... Like, it seems like even the general backer public is like... Why, CIG? Like, what possible reason did you think this was, like, what your game needed? The only thing I've seen, like, outside of that are, like, really passionate backers who are like, well, clearly it's for Squadron 42. And it's like, okay. Yeah, it doesn't make sense in Squadron 42 either, but whatever excuse you want to, snowball, throw at the wall, see how much of it falls apart, what sticks. Go for it. I don't know. I might wrap it into like the tail end of the 3.6 video whenever I get around to finishing that. That's a possibility.
Ah, you return. I'm beside myself with appreciation for delivering Lady Renata for me. She will prove to be most useful.
Tell it to someone who gives a damn.
Just expressing my boundless appreciation. So, Fimrest tells me the lead was fruitful. Although Lady Renata was not the Gold's mistress, she knew who was. Giselle Organa. I should say, General Giselle Organa. Now you have to track her down, which poses a bit of a problem.
If you can't solve the problem, you should be afraid.
Well, I'd better come up with a solution then. Giselle Organa leads the Organa War against House Ulgo. Her headquarters is protected by an impenetrable force field. No firepower can breach it. The force field allows Giselle and her advisors to be stationed very close to the front and maintain a more hands-on command.
There's got to be a way to penetrate the force field.
Well, that is the task that faces us. Wait. Yes. A force field needs power to maintain itself, yes? So, if we manage to cut the power, and I bet I know exactly where Giselle is getting her juice. If I'm right, you could just walk through the front door.
Let's cut to the chase.
Almost all the power on Alderaan is supplied by the planetary generator. Giselle must be piggybacking the system to power her force field. Several of my fellows do this to maintain their special security needs. A precise charge at the generator will force fail-safes to fire. The planet won't miss a beat, but ancillary systems like Giselle's force field will have to be manually reset, which could take some time.
What do you think of this plan?
Me? Wow, you want my opinion? Cool. I'll tell you, I just don't trust this guy.
What a charming creature you are. Believe me, this is the only way to gain access to the Organa headquarters. Fimres, fetch a 7/7 detonator from my arms cabinet there, and give it to our friend.
As you wish.
The Alderaan power generator is located above the Strait Valley, and it boasts the planet's most advanced security systems. You'll have to fight your way in, set the charge, then fight your way out before the boom. It won't be easy.
I'll try not to yawn too much.
Once you've detonated the generator, you'll still have to wade through Giselle's surrounding army and invade her headquarters before her force field is reset. I'll be eagerly tracking your progress. Good luck.
I hope that like the game sound isn't up too high to where like the music is kind of overcutting this, because this is very sincere. As somebody who owns an Idris, I want to thank you, Art, for not being a fucking downy tard like a lot of the other people who own capital ships and think that like everybody in the world is going to be so excited to serve menial tasks on their flagship. Like, nobody wants to do that shit. Nobody wants to sit in a turret for an hour, much less like walk around being a butler or maintaining the fucking ship for somebody else. Like, that's... No. What? The amount of people on, like, especially the concierge chat that think, like, there's gonna be a line of people waiting to do that shit are insane. But yeah, as for the Nautilus, a mine layer ship in a space game makes one sense, and the only use out of that ship would be griefing choke points and funnels, which is going to be stations or jump points, and that's it. And like 90% of the backers already cry bloody murder if you just shoot them down when they're leaving in an armistice zone. Much less like when you booby trap it and blow them up by something that like they're not even fighting, right? Like you're not fighting somebody else, you're flying into a mine or getting shot by a sentry mine or whatever. Like it's not a skill-based competition. They're gonna cry fucking tears of salt for days if that mechanic ever actually gets implemented. It's just, it's like, it's the worst possible ship that CIG could have come up with, because it just serves nobody. Nobody wanted a mine layer. Like, anybody who says, oh yeah, I want a mine layer, they're a moron and they don't fucking know any better. It's like when some kid's like, oh daddy, I want an AK-47. Okay, just because he wants it doesn't mean he should have it. It's a stupid idea for him to have it, right? Like, why would I give a kid a fucking assault rifle? That's stupid. A mine layer makes no sense. Like, I was actually kind of, like, interested to see what the new concept was going to be back when, like, there were rumors that it was going to be, like, an assault troop orbital dropship, right? Like, dropping pods from orbit to, like, insert troops. I was like, that would be really dope. I would love to see some Halo ODST type shit. That would be really fucking cool. Like, I'm sure it'll be years before CIG would ever be able to, like, actually implement that ship. But, like, the idea of it would be really dope, and I'd love to see what they draw up on the concepts. Because, like, if there's nothing else from Star Citizen that is good, their concepts are always really kind of cool. And instead they came up with the Nautilus. Bravo. Bravo, Chris. You're a fucking genius. I mean, maybe a bartender? I would enjoy being a bartender while I'm drinking. Like, in IRL. Like, for the lulls of it. But, like, definitely not as, like, a serious thing. Like, oh, man, I gotta log on. My shift starts soon on fucking Joe Blow's fucking 890 jump. Like, no. No way. Oh, that's fucking insane. Like, any kind of menial task. Like, there are backers out there that think that there are other backers just waiting in the wings to perform menial tasks on these backers, like, whale barges. And it's like, nobody wants to do that. Like, nobody. The people who say they do, they might want to for now when, like, it's all theoretical, but as soon as it's, like, real. I mean, like, some of the roleplay people, for sure, they might be into that kind of shit because, like, it's roleplay, right? But, like, in terms of actual gameplay, no. So, like, and that's the thing, too. With roleplay, it's fine if you give people the option to do kind of stuff like that, right? But when you make it, like, a mechanic, then at that point, it's not roleplay. You're forcing people who don't want to be role-playing as, like, an indentured servant to do menial gameplay. So that's the problem with, like, these big multi-crew ships. Like, yeah, when I was, like, really, really backing Star Citizen, I had a lot of those big ships. If I were to re-back Star Citizen, I would never get any of the big capital ships, because now, like, looking at them realistically, I'm like, that is insanely impractical. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can, like, throw together on, like, a group organized event, right? But, like, in normal gameplay, like, I would never be able to have, like, an Idris staffed 24/7 like it would need to be in order to actually use it. So stuff like that is just, I'm like, man, that really didn't make a whole lot of sense for me to have that. And that's the thing too, right, Shiva? That's why, like, even though they say, like, oh yeah, NPCs are going to be able to do these jobs, you can't even get NPCs to fly in a ship without, like, herder-during out. Like, there's no way that I'm going to buy that you can get NPCs to do complicated tasks or to walk around and, like, basically function as if, like, they were players. Okay, sure, Chris, whatever you say, buddy. Please don't be the whole group. Nice. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you look at Battlefield 4, right? Or any of the Battlefield games, like, in the recent years where, like, you have the tanks with the multiple crew positions, right? Nobody wants to get in them. Everybody wants their own tank. And that's going to be the exact same kind of thing that you're going to see in Star Citizen. People don't want to be the bitch dude, right? Like, who wanted to be a side gunner in a Bradley in Battlefield? Nobody! Nobody wanted to be one of those waste gunners. Everybody wanted to have either their own tank, or if they had to, you want that main machine gun that's turret mounted, right? And that's it. Like, and that's still like, if there's no tanks available, fuck it, I guess I have to. But nobody wants to be that bitch work guy, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would never buy one of the big ships again, like, in hindsight. At most, I would go up to something like a Carrack, right? Like, one of those 8-people ships where, like, even then, 8 people is, like, max crew. You can totally undercrew it, right? Like, that would be the most sensible thing to buy, in my opinion. No, I'm glad if it helped Art. I mean, I'm not trying to tell anybody to unback, right? Like, if people already have money in, then, you know, by all means. Like, it doesn't make sense to get your money out of Star Citizen unless you're, like, 100% convinced it's never going to happen. I just, like, I've reached a point with Star Citizen where I don't feel like it's sensible for me to keep trying to, like, fight the good fight, if you will. Like, I just don't think I'm ever going to change anything in terms of, like, gameplay direction, right? Like, it might snap some people out of, like, fanboy levels of, like, attachment, I guess. But that's not what I want to do. Like, that wasn't the reason I made videos. The reason I made videos was to try to, like, give voice to some of the criticisms in a hope that, like, it would change, like, narrative and direction on Spectrum, which would in effect, hopefully, change some of the directions that CIG is going. And at this point, I'm kind of realizing that'll never happen, right? Like, I don't think that the active community on Spectrum is ever going to change anyways, because the active community is very much predominantly, like, the hardcore faithful. And you're never going to change their minds, right? It doesn't matter if it's black and white. If you put facts right in front of them, there will always be some way that they fall back, change their mind, whatever. So that's a lost cause to me. What I had hoped would happen is that I would be able to affect changes on CIG through, like, pointing out issues and hopefully getting enough traction that, like, CIG would take notice and be like, oh, maybe we should reconsider stuff like that. Like the Anvil Valkyrie and Cargo, right? I don't believe for a second that was community feedback related. I'm sure it had something else to do with whatever was going on inside CIG, right? Because there was tons and tons of feedback about it, tons of uproar, and CIG never once said a word. And then many months later, they were like, oh yeah, we were putting Cargo on the Valkyrie. Like, that argument had already died off. So, like, it wasn't feedback, necessarily. I just feel like we're never going to make a change to the actual game's direction, because Chris is going to say, I want this and that's what I want, and everybody else can suck it, right? Because I know what is right. I know what's best for my game, and I don't feel like you can change that. So I've just kind of given up. No, I would not, Nessie. I would never pay $275 to go to a dinner event for any game, much less Star Citizen. And like especially with having seen like the quality of previous Star Citizen like VIP events, hell no. Like it's very clear that they charge like these like high-end VIP prices, right? Well, high-end compared to like corporate type dinners and stuff, it's not high-end. But like for a fucking video game meet and greet, right? That's definitely high-end. I'm not going to pay $275 to basically sit with my elbows brushing over somebody else's elbow at like a fucking crammed little buffet table. Like, that's insane. Fuck that.
Our standing army outside is being wiped out. Someone or something is on its way here.
My technicians almost have the force field reset, but we're still a sitting duck.
There have been several assassinations of House Stool officials, whose security systems were down by the generator explosion. In my opinion, House Ulgo is behind all this.
Your opinion is about to change. I'm here for information on Jason Wilson's family.
Intruder!
Giselle, get behind me.
None of you panic. I'll handle this. Sith, did I hear you right? You've perpetrated all this in search of my former handmaiden?
Tell me where her family is, now.
I admire your single-mindedness. You have decimated my forces outside. They were to be deployed to secure a part of my front that's about to fall. Now I have no reinforcements. You seek information only I have, and my front needs bolstering. Perhaps we can help each other.
I'll kill your entourage one by one until you give me what I want.
Go ahead. I'm not a commander with a soft heart. My actions are always dictated by the big picture. Kangrel, Prin, and Blanks knew the risks of serving a general. It will be a waste of effort to kill them. Even if you destroy my flea of a servant, you'll still get nothing from me, unless you agree to defend my front from Ulgo.
I will not back down.
This isn't working, Sith. I am not so easily broken.
No, stop! Please! Blanks is my lover. I'll tell you everything. Just please don't kill him! Jason Wilson's parents are servants in Castle Organa. They are stationed in the central tower. Here, take this. It's a passkey that will gain you entry to their chamber. Just please stop choking Blanks.
Your man gets to live.
Blanks, I'm sorry. It's going to be all right now.
As ruthless as you are, Sith, I am grateful for your mercy. Still, I hope invading Castle Organa proves to be your undoing.
I just spared your love and you're wishing death on me. How rude.
Please. You got what you wanted. Just go.
It's kind of heartless and really ballsy to say to somebody who still has every capacity to murder all of you in that room. Alright. Guess you just had to have the last word. I don't know about the legality on it, but yeah, that's basically what Shiva said is how they get around it. They don't directly pay their content creators. They give them shit as, like, side benefits, I guess. I don't know if they need to disclose that or not, honestly, because I've never dealt with sponsorship crap because I just don't have any desire to. I don't need it, right? Like, my channel's a hobby. I don't need funding. It's cool when somebody, like, donates some money because it pays for a bottle that I can get smashed on stream with, but that's pretty much it, right? Like, I don't have a Patreon. I don't need somebody to do all this or whatever. I don't need, like, when I was doing giveaways, I didn't need CIG to give me ships because, I mean, I didn't want their ships anyways. If I was going to do a giveaway and give somebody a ship, it was going to have LTI on it. And those ships that they give out usually don't. So, like, I have no idea on how that kind of, like, disclosure legality works because I've never had to deal with it and I don't want to. They have not re-invited me back to the captain's table, no. I get along with Astro pretty good, so I don't think that like he's afraid to ask me to come back on or anything like that. Like I enjoy hanging out with Astropub every now and then. Probably mostly because like I'm usually pretty smashed when I am hanging out in his stream. But I don't have a problem with him specifically. Nubifier, I don't have a personal problem with. I disagree with like the way that he's done Star Citizen content in the past. I haven't seen anything of his in like 6 months, so I don't know if he's still doing the same thing. So while I disagree with his content, I kind of like, after doing that show and talking to him, I understand like why he does it the way he does. And while I don't personally agree with it, it's a difference of like not only opinion but like how he wants his channel to be run. My channel's a hobby and it's always going to be a hobby. I don't want to have to commit to it. I don't want to have like an obligation to the channel. I enjoy like my relationship with my channel. It's like somewhere I can vent how I feel about changes in games and stuff like that, and also more importantly, it's a way for me to hang out with the channel community, because like that's the real reason that the channel's still even around. Is I've met so many cool people by having this channel that like that's a really important part of like having this channel to me. Whereas Nubifier, he wants that to be his career once he's done with the military. So, and this is something I've said like multiple times when like fanboys get on the YouTube comments for my channel, right? And they're like, "Oh, you're doing this for the money and the clicks and blah blah blah." Like, if I wanted to make money off of my channel, I would not be bashing CIG and Star Citizen. I would be sucking that fat, meaty, veiny dick so hard, because that's how you get fucking money. Not necessarily out of views, but you get it out of donations and patrons and stuff like that. Like, you go on to Astropub, he's not even that big, and he gets subs and donations left and right. You go on to like any of the bigger Star Citizen streamers, they get donations left and fucking right. They make way more in donations a month than I ever do by getting monetizations by being negative for the clicks. Like, the people who like don't understand that and want to like jump on the channel and be like, "Oh, Failure's doing this for views," they have no understanding of how YouTube works at all, and they just make themselves look ignorant as hell. I wonder if I can do this. Nope, that does not work. Good to know. Today I learned. It's been like 4 years, I think, maybe 3 years since I played a Marauder, so I wasn't sure if forced camouflage worked for that or not. No, I know it doesn't. Fair enough. No, because then like it's the same thing, Art. Like, then it's an obligation for me, and I like being able to do content on CIG or Star Citizen whenever I'm like, I really get motivated to do it, you know? That's the thing. Like, I enjoy what my channel is right now. Like, it's something I can stream when I want to stream, or make a video when I want to make a video. I don't feel obligated to like, "Oh shit, I haven't uploaded this week, I gotta get one out. Let me try to pull some content out of my ass." Like, I like that I can kind of like have a relaxed rate with it, if that makes sense. Like, I don't feel obligated to upload something. I don't feel like, "Oh man, I'm not gonna make my quota and I'm gonna have to worry about fucking what do you call it? Not getting in good with the algorithm." Trust me, there's gonna be plenty of if you want like crap on CIG, there'll be enough of that coming here when I do the 3.6 video. That one's gonna be pretty cruel. to CIG. Like, I went really, really soft on 3.5 specifically because I thought like they were ignoring all the issues and problems in 3.5 because they were like focused and fixing them in 3.6. So I was like, oh, okay, this is fine. This is no big deal. 3.6 is going to fix all this shit. And it's going to be like way better, way more ahead. That explains why they're not taking care of 3.5. And then 3.6 dropped and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And, you know, 2019's, the rest of it is not looking super great either, especially with like server-side OCS getting pushed until to be determined and the state of the 890 jump, stuff like that. It's gonna be a really no holds barred video for 3.6. So if you want a video that's gonna be savaging CIG, just wait for that one. It'll probably be within the week, for sure.
General Jesso's warning was true. The Sith has come for us.
Men, rally around me. The fight is upon us.
I didn't think a single assailant could make it through Castle Organa's defenses all the way here to us.
I kill everything that gets in my way.
Mark my words. I will stop you, Sith. You will not harm Parvin and Gregor Wilson. I vow it.
I disavow it.
Please, if we really are the cause of all this death, I want to know why.
Fine. Say your piece, Sith. I'm not going anywhere. And I will protect them, no matter what.
It's going to be fun, acquainting you with reality.
Please, no more bloodshed. If there's something you want from us, I'm willing to listen.
Gregor, this has to do with Jaisa. I just know it.
Yes, I'm here because of your daughter.
I knew she shouldn't have gone with the Jedi. Now the Empire is hunting her. Sith, Jaisa was our life. She was going to marry Organa nobility so that we would no longer have to be servants.
When she left, we sacrificed that dream. We don't know anything about Jaisa now. We were told we would probably never see her again. We are mere servants. What could you want with us?
I'm here to deliver you from servitude.
You want to help us?
No, Gregor. The Sith is toying with us before killing us.
Heed your wife's warning, Gregor Wilson. Sith are devious and demented.
Is that what you mean, Sith? By killing us, you end our life of servitude? Can't you spare us?
If you align with the Empire, you live.
What do you mean by this? What is to happen to us if we do as you say?
I'll see to it that you live like kings.
Dirty, no good cretin!
Parvin, Jaisa has gone off to a life of discipline and detachment. We are unlikely to ever see her again. The Sith is offering us a way out of this, a way to live.
Jaisa is sensitive, Gregor. She will feel our betrayal. It will fester in her. Don't you see? This Sith is banking on that.
Did you hear me say you'll live like kings?
My wife can't see the big picture. You offer a choice between death or pledging ourselves to our daughter's enemy. I choose that Parvin and I live in the arms of the Empire, and I trust that my daughter will understand and remain strong.
Your wife has to agree as well.
Please, my sweet, stand with me on this.
My place is with you, Gregor. As long as we're alive, there's hope.
We are in agreement. We shall embrace the Empire. Tell us what happens next.
You'll receive instructions at the Imperial landing.
I'm so glad you've all found an accord. But there's still the matter of you being our enemy, Sith. Not only will I not allow the Wilsons to do this, but you had yourself a killing spree getting here. That can't go unpunished.
Stand in my way, and everyone dies.
Yes, Master Volrider. Stay true to the Jedi Code and keep the peace. Too many have died already today.
Gregor and I go of our own free will, and spare this house any further pain.
This doesn't sit right. But I can't attack someone walking in peace. Even a Sith.
You just saved your life.
The Code is everything, Sith. but I wouldn't expect you to respect it. Leave out the back door to avoid further casualties. I'll say nothing further.
What a sucker. So we meme about like the free PCs for content creators on the channel a lot, Nessie, but obviously I would not. I wouldn't accept a PC from CIG. Like that, immediately as soon as you do that, all integrity you have is gone, right? Like as soon as you accept something from the company that you cover, you can't expect somebody to stay unbiased at that point. Like even if they say they are, I wouldn't trust it. Like if I was a viewer and my favorite content creator suddenly got a PC from the company that he was supposed to be critiquing the game, even if like they were historically pretty like critical and like their content was still critical, at that point I would be like, but how much are they holding back because they got, given a top end PC? Like you can't. All integrity's gone at that point. And I don't want to be like seen under that lens. That's a big issue for me.
Apprentice, the Sith Fenris who attends Duke Kendo was able to patch me through to you directly. Excellent. I am seeking an update. News of your search for Jason Wilson's family has reached me, and I am quite concerned.
No cause for concern. I sent her parents to you.
Really? Excellent thinking. As I torture them, their pain will scream into the galaxy and torment their daughter.
I promised them riches, and I believe it will be more effective if they live fruitfully.
Ah, very conniving. The happier they are under Imperial rule, the more it will tear at the Jedi's heart. I would make it so. You eclipse my greatest hopes for you, and prove you belong at my side. Which makes my susceptibility to Duke Kendo's gossip about you all the more foolish.
Are you going to tell me what that maggot said, or not?
First off, Kendo said that you set an explosion that caused the death of several SWTOR dignitaries.
I'll kill that worm.
I assume then that wasn't the case. Shouldn't surprise me. Kendo also said that you had the General of Organa's military forces at your mercy, and you spared her, suggesting that you're a traitor.
Doing so expedited my mission.
Well, I do not care about the trivial war on Alderaan. All that matters to me is that your mission is complete. For whatever reason, the man has taken it upon himself to slander you. I have no further use for Duke Kendo. Punish him however you please. If it were me, he'd pay severely.
Looks like it's time for a bloodbath.
Do what you will, but quickly. Until we destroy the threat of Jason Wilson, nothing else is important. Goodbye, apprentice.
Despite like the Montoya video was very much like, it irritated me that there were so many people like in my channel comments going, "Oh my god, you got mad that they took an Idris M away?" Like, I was a fucking whale, right? Like the amount of people that wanted to act like it was impossible for me to get an Idris M, like, blew my mind. I'm assuming that like none of them were whales and they don't understand it. I was literally like 1,700 short from Wing Commander, so I could just melt everything and get an Idris M that way. Or I could just buy one off of the gray market if I didn't want to like reshuffle my fleet that I had at the time. And either of those options was like well within my normal spending on Star Citizen. It wasn't like losing an Idris M suddenly shifted me. And especially when like from the onset I was like, they're not going to let me keep it. Once I knew that it was an accident, it was very obvious that I wasn't going to get to keep it. At first, I was like, yeah, this is awesome. And then I realized it was an error when they locked it. And then I was like, well, that sucks. Because it would have been more convenient for me, for sure, if I was allowed to keep it. But, I mean, I was already spending, like, over $10,000 on it at that point. So, Like, his whole video was just insane. And the fact that he, like, pretended, like, because I was in tests, he knew me. Like, we didn't know each other at all. We'd never talked, except for when I was like, oh, yeah, I got an Idris MCCU in the test Discord to somebody else that I did kind of talk to a little bit. And then Montoya's like, oh, really? You got Idris M? Oh, time to make video. This gives me content because I suck dick at life. And that was the extent of, like, him knowing me. So, like, his video pretending that, like, he had insights into, like, why I stopped backing CIG, and he knew me because we had a real good personal relationship for me being in tests, like, that should actually bother me. So that's why I did a video for him. But, like, the games making, like, response videos and shit, I don't fucking care about the games. Like, he's not even, like, a big Star Citizen content creator, so I don't care that, like, the stuff he says gets views, right? Because it doesn't get views. So I don't really specifically care about the games. It's just that, like, I had, like, 3 people link me his video, and it irritated me seeing, like, yet another Star Citizen content creator making a video going, oh, it's not a scam, guys, when, like, 3.5 and 3.6 were hands down, like, some of the worst patches that the game has ever had. And rather than, like, admitting that stuff and talking about it, they all want to, like, reassure everybody that, hey, it's not a scam, guys. Keep back in the game. Keep being invested, and by extension helping me.
Ah, come in. I heard of your success, and I'm so very pleased for you.
You told Barris I murdered your rivals, and you called me a traitor.
Oh, I see. How awkward for me. Allow me to explain. I realized when you blew up the power generator, several of my rivals would be exposed, so I seized the opportunity to eliminate them. I had company when I was speaking with your master, and I needed to keep my fellow house members blind to my maneuvering.
That is a lie. You contacted Barris yourself, alone.
Lying to me was your last mistake.
I only wanted Barris to know that I was looking out for him. It was harmless. I knew you would succeed, and all Barris would care about was that. Please don't kill me. Fimres, you and your men are assigned to me. If I am attacked, you must defend.
If Darth Barris's apprentice decides you die, we will not intercede.
Kendo's going to die. You can count on that.
It will be a pleasure to be relieved of this assignment. Can we help at all?
I don't need any help.
No! You're supposed to protect me!
He was a sad and twisted waste of space. Serving him was torture.
I can imagine.
Now we report back to our master on the council. We will be paying attention to your exploits. Farewell.
My only, like, real gripe with Darkseid, like, execution dialogue is that, like, it's always something really quick, and they never really make people suffer. Like, I understand it's a video game and ESRB and all that crap, but man, I wish, like, there were some slower, way more torturous death executions for some of the characters that you run into in this game, because some of them really, really warrant it. Like, Duke Kendo's the kind of guy that, like, you ignite the lightsaber, hold it vertically, and just slowly force pull him through it. Real slow, like, so he has time to really think about his mistakes. Yeah, I completely agree, Art. I think 3.3 was a lot of fun. It was really good. The frame rate got way better. Jumptown made a funnel of content for every walk of life. Whether you were a trader, a PvPer, it didn't matter. There was gameplay to be had there, and it was fun. You could log on, and you knew you were going to find engaging gameplay. And the gameplay just, it was good. The flight model was fine. Excuse me. there was just the game was in probably the best shape it had been in a long time with 3.3, and then I feel like 3.4 onward was just kind of like a slow decline to worse and worse and worse, and it's really unfortunate. As for a big company buying out CIG or buying into it or anything like that, no, I don't think anybody's going to touch them, especially after, like, I guarantee that they wasted that Caldwell dude's money, right? Or Carver? I don't remember what the hell the guy's name was, but I guarantee that they've already wasted the $46 million they got from that guy. And Squadron 42 is not going to be out on time, which means the whole purpose of that money to, like, basically bridge them from where they were to hoping that the release of Squadron 42 would carry them further in funding is already gone. So I think they're going to be really in some deep shit in 2020. 2020 is going to be a really interesting year. A really interesting year for Star Citizen. I mean, it's unfortunate, right? Like, I obviously talk a lot of shit on CIG as a company, and that's not changing at all, right? Like, I think the company's shit, but I would have liked to have had the game that, like, was sold and promised. So it is unfortunate to me that Star Citizen is kind of going down the path it's going. It would be great if one day it pulled a fucking 180 and reversed, and I'd be more than happy to be like, hey, the game's a lot of fun. People should get into this, but I don't see that day coming anytime soon. So, like, you know. But until that day comes, like, yeah, it's unfortunate that, like, it is such a painful experience to try to just play and enjoy the game.
Greetings, Master. You're looking fit and deadly.
You crushed Alderaan under your boot, apprentice. I am incredibly impressed. The planet will feel the sting for years to come.
I savored the destruction.
Yet all this is merely prelude. Noman Kar's Padawan can no longer hide in anonymity. I am pleased. By rooting out this Jason Wilson's parents, you have reached across the galaxy to strike a sharp blow at our enemies. Every lead followed perfectly, every planet ravaged. Our adversary is growing antsy, I can feel it. Expect news soon. Barris out.
My lord, I thought it prudent not to interrupt, Darth Barris. We received a recorded transmission. It is queued when you are ready.
Sith, I'm Jason Wilson. My master, Noman Karr, has no idea I'm sending this message. Let's be real. We both know this isn't about us.
Ah, the hunted seeks the hunter.
Our masters pretend otherwise, but this is personal. You and I are only pawns in their private war, and those I care about are caught in the middle. It has to stop.
Wow, gotta give it to her. She sure got guts.
She certainly does.
I sense inconsistency in your actions. Maybe you're as tired of all this passive-aggressive foolishness as I am. This message includes coordinates where I'll be waiting in my ship. Let's discuss this face-to-face. No more nonsense.
What do you think of that, Captain?
It could be a trap, my lord. Noman Karr may have put her up to it.
Hey, don't listen to Captain Paranoid here. I don't think it's a trap. I trust her.
Thanks for the input, Vet.
The coordinates are set, my lord. We can rendezvous with her ship whenever you give the word.
You know, we joke about that kind of stuff a lot, Nessie, but there's legit people who think that like 100% believe that I'm the cause of, like, Star Citizen's woes. That, like, if I'm allowed to persist, the game is going to fail because of me. I don't want this necessarily, but, like, a part of me does kind of, like I wish I could branch into alternate universes so I could go to the one where, like, Star Citizen just fucking implodes and dies and it's done. So I could make a video and be like, haha, I single-handedly thwarted Star Citizen, just to see all the re-comments from fanboys. It would be fucking, that would be priceless. Do I plan on playing Doom Eternal? Absolutely. I haven't played a Doom game since Doom 2. Just by circumstance, it just never happened that I played any of the other ones. And Doom Eternal looks really fucking good. I love the executions. So, 100% yes, I want to play Doom Eternal. I mean, I've played all of the Dooms. Doom 2 is the last one that I played. Well, I guess that wouldn't be all of them. It would be Doom 1. And I think there was an expansion or something like that for Doom 1, if I remember right, and then Doom 2. I played all the old ones too. The old school Castle Wolfenstein. God, there was another one too after that. I can't remember the name of it, but it was really freaking cool. Obviously, old school Duke Nukems, which, like, man, I remember back then we thought those were so freaking realistic. Like, I mean, granted, I was pretty young back then, so you get into the one bar where, like, the chick's up on the pool table shaking and she's got the fucking titties out, and I'm like, yeah, naked bitches. Oh, to be young.
Well, we're going to have to thank Nomen Carr after all. The Sith showed.
Stand down, Sith. The Padawan you seek is not here. Master Carr discovered her plan and talked her out of it.
It's not your day. You were expecting one lowly little Padawan to crush. And instead, you get us.
Save yourself some trouble and tell me where she is.
The Sith has a sense of humor. Believe me, Master Carr didn't send us to help you.
I'm Alden. This is Xylix. We are fully trained Jedi Knights and more than your match. You should submit.
Of course, we have yet to encounter a Sith who had the sense to surrender. You all seem bent on having us destroy you.
Surrender to me and I'll end your suffering quickly.
See? Just like all the others.
It seems you're right, Xylix. Prepare yourself. Nomen Carr warned that this Sith is especially brutal.
Let me show you how brutal I can be.
The fool engages! Attack!
Whoops. I guess bloodthirsting was a little overkill. I meant to hit Berserk.
Xylix has fallen. I see it as futile to oppose you.
You won the day, Sith. So kill me if you must.
Inform Carr I will not be denied. He and his Padawan will fall to me.
Your mercy is unexpected. I'll convey the message.
My bad. So for anybody who's new to this today, I know like last night's stream was basically like middle of the night, so probably a little bit different demographic for who's watching tonight. I'm trying really hard not to talk during any cinematics or cutscenes, so if you see me not responding, it's not that I'm ignoring chat, it's that I'm waiting for the cutscenes to end. As for playing Unreal Tournament, I didn't ever get into that one until like way later on. I like played it for played it at a friend's house or something like that. I don't remember what Unreal Tournament's competitor was, but I remember like I was playing like a different franchise at the time that Unreal Tournament was fairly big. So I never got into that one. Honestly, I don't think that like there would be the money. Man, I don't know. That's a interesting one to contemplate, Chivo, right? So like on one hand, I feel like all of the dreamer type money that it would take to make a game as ambitious, like a space game as ambitious as Star Citizen, is like very much focused on Star Citizen. Like, if another project were to launch right now and it was like, hey, we're going to do all of this stuff and it's going to be really great, and like, even if they had like a really good demo and showed that they had progress, I don't think people would jump ship and leave Star Citizen. But at the same time, if it was from a really established, well-known name, maybe. But I think like a lot of that genre's money is very much going to be funneling Star Citizen until it's plainly obvious that nothing's going to come from it. And I think, and that's kind of one of the reasons that Star Citizen is so unfortunate to me, because it's essentially occupying the genre and making no progress, or at least not any kind of progress where I'm going to be able to play it in this half of my fucking life. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, they've been making progress with 3.4 and 3.5 and 3.6. I'm like, dude, they're at like 8% overall project completion right now, and we're approaching 9 years in. That's not like that doesn't bode well to me. I mean, maybe it does to other people, but to me, I'm like, holy shit, man, we're not even like at the halfway marker, and we're this far in, and they're absolutely having money trouble. Like, I don't care what anybody says. There's no way they aren't like very, very much worrying about budgets.
Apprentice, the timing of this call is fortuitous. I was just about to contact you with news.
I'm eager to hear it.
I'm pleased to report that your exploits have been successful. I have received a transmission from Noman Carr, calling me out, if you will, challenging me to face him to the death. Our enemy has become desperate.
I'm sure you'll defeat him, Master.
Oh, I have no intention of making the meeting. Carr fails to understand I have outgrown our personal dispute. He expects me to jump at the chance of strangling him. He will be unprepared for you.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid confronting him.
Jason Wilson has felt your disruptions, not mine. You are what will draw her out. The duel is to happen on Hutter, at the site of Noman Carr's betrayal so long ago. A fitting place for this to end. Defeat him, but do not kill him. His torment will reach out to his Padawan. He will be the bait that brings her to you.
I hope you're right about this.
I can feel Jason Wilson on the verge of breaking, and Carr's desperate actions confirm it. Subdue the Master, and the pupil will come to save him. I have foreseen it.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, for sure. I think that if David was like, hey, I'm going to keep the Elite Dangerous Kickstarter open by moving the funding over to our Elite Dangerous website, they probably would have been able to keep fundraising a lot more, especially if like he made, you know, grand promises of basically everything, then for sure. You're probably right. They probably would have continued to just rake in the cash. Honestly, like, hold on, let me see if this is gonna, I don't think we're gonna get a cutscene. That's one of those things that I feel is really unfortunate about Elite Dangerous. On one hand, I get why, and I'm sure old school fans of Elite were happy they did this. But I feel like if Elite Dangerous hadn't gone with the pancake ships of like the old franchise to kind of like maintain the nostalgia, they probably would have squashed the shit out of Star Citizen. If they had had like really cool, catchy looking concept ships and, you know, promised all these features and whatnot. And if Elite Dangerous had won over Star Citizen on that like Kickstarter battle, we'd probably have a much better Elite Dangerous today, and it would be way further along than what Star Citizen has gotten done. Yeah, Frontier did everything right, whereas CIG did everything wrong, right? They diversified. They didn't make two games that are really basically the same game and unable to produce either of them. You know, they started with a foundation with Elite, and they've been adding onto it over the years, which is the smart bet. It's a good way to do it. You get your core gameplay loops in, and you can add and refine over time. Instead of developing from 8 different directions and hoping that they link up someday, and that they all work and are fun together. Because if they aren't, you're in a whole lot of trouble when you finally reach those crossroads. But, you know, CIG will cross that bridge when they get to it. And the other thing they did was they diversified. They've got a lot of different IPs going, and it's working for them, you know? They're turning a profit very easily. I don't like doing spoilers, Nessie, but I think that's an abstract enough question that I can say yes, he is. It is indeed. I need to just bind something that actually mutes for OBS, but I'm always super lazy about it, and I'm always worried, like, oh, what can I possibly bind that I'm not going to actually use for normal gameplay? But it is a Blue Yeti, unfortunately. Upgrading the microphone was kind of on my radar. I was going to get like an actual physical board, and oh god, I can't remember the name of the mic I was looking to grab. But it was like a $600 upgrade, and I was like, okay, yeah, it's probably about time. Like, it'll increase the sound quality by a lot. And unfortunately, we're closing on a house this month, so all of that kind of got pushed back. And all my money kind of like went forward to focusing on getting the house. So once that's done, then I'm really looking at upgrading some stuff for stream quality and video production. Especially sound quality. That irritates me so much. Voice meter helped a lot, but then I think it was one of the Windows 10 updates completely fucked my voice meter. I couldn't use it anymore. If I had Discord also going, like, it was they were conflicting, and like everything I tried to resolve it wasn't working, to the point that like Windows was almost crashing if I tried to resolve it. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm losing voice meter. So if my mic sounds like shit again, that's why.
Your presence tells me that my fellows Ulden and Xylix must have failed. Pity. Should have known Barris couldn't be trusted. As a man of my word, I'm here. Alone as agreed. Your master shows himself a coward, sending you in his stead.
You sound upset, Master Carr. Angry, even.
Your crusade has affected me, Sith. I'm not blind to that. But I've wandered the line between the dark and the light before. I walked among your master and the Sith. My connection to the light survived them, and it shall survive you.
You can't fool me. Your connection to the light is sputtering.
I find your disruptions unnerving, but don't flatter yourself. I have no choice but to put an end to you, and then all will become calm again. Once you're out of the way, Jason will provide the proof I need to open the Jedi Council's eyes and expose Barris's network of spies.
Come, Carr. Let us embrace death and settle this once and for all.
You think you scare me?
Yeah, I absolutely can believe it, Jockitch. So that wouldn't seem super unreasonable to me if you were local to where the dinner was happening. That I could understand, right? Like if you're a really big fan and you're already a concierge member, 275 to go meet the game devs of like your dream game, sure. What would bother me if I was in that position is the quality of like the dinner. Like it looked like God. I'm trying to think of like events that are that like pathetic, where like so many people are shoved into like rickety little long table buffet type shit. And I'm really kind of struggling to think of anything else that is that like underwhelming in terms of like food service. Now, granted, like I guess there was a lot of like open bar hangouts, so like to me that's why a lot of the backer excuses I've seen was, oh hey, it was good that we were all jammed in together because that way we could all talk to one of the devs that was at each table. And it's like, but you had like, I don't know, 4 hours of open bar to like hang out and talk to them. Like, did you really need to be uncomfortable while you eat? Like, that doesn't seem something good. That doesn't seem good to me from CIG, right? Like, if they're charging $275 for this exclusive dinner, they couldn't just comfortably seat you in a venue that could comfortably seat you? To me, that seems kind of insane. Or, you know, money hungry.
The Force is very strong with you. I must dig deeper.
Release your anger. It's the only way to defeat me.
You're good to go.
No! This is not right! Fall! You must fall to me!
I fall to no one.
My wound is mortal, Sith. At least I die knowing you'll never find Jaisa.
My lord, Darth Barra sent us in case you needed help. Clearly that's not the case. He said Noman Carr should be kept alive. May we stabilize him?
No. Barris be damned. I want to die. Then Jaisa will be safe.
My master's orders will not be ignored.
May the Force protect me.
We'll save him, my lord, and then be out of your way in an adjacent chamber. Hurry, men! The Jedi's fading.
What? I live? No. No. Barris's plan cannot succeed. I will not be the bait that draws Jaisa to you.
It gives me such pleasure to hear your despair.
Do not laugh at my expense, Sith. You and your master are nothing. Jaisa is beyond your reach. She will still expose the truth. So keep me alive. Yeah, I want to be around when you fall.
Hey, looky. Jaisa showed up.
Her power is considerable.
Sith, I have come. It seems I was expected. Your men outside let me pass. Release Master Carr. Your efforts to draw me out have been a success.
Jaisa, no! I told you to stay put. How dare you defy me?
I have long been waiting for this moment.
My sacrifice for nothing! Stupid child! For all your power, you have understood nothing.
What have you done to him, Sith? Has this been inside him all along? No. It can't be. No one can hide such darkness. Somehow you've turned him mad.
Look into your master's heart and see the truth.
Master Carr taught me not to use my power as a crutch, only when it was clearly necessary. I've never brought it to bear on him, but... I sense pride and envy and hate and vengeance? No! What Sith trick is this? I would have known if such darkness resided within him.
Just admit when you're wrong and move on.
Move on to what? The Jedi are pure. You're supposed to know where you stand with them, right?
Jason, it's all a trick. Turn your power on the Sith, and you'll see.
Indeed. Let me experience this power of yours firsthand.
Very well, then. So dark. You are awash in vices and cruelty. Anger and greed and malevolence drive your emotions. It is too much to bear.
Foolish child. The Sith are not a puzzle. They are the embodiment of darkness.
I'm sorry, Master. I've wandered into a terrible trap. I will do whatever I can to stop this Sith and save you.
Stop me. Lash out and strike me down.
No, Is this more trickery? Do not taunt me, Sith. I will not be played with.
For all your special powers, you're as blind as everyone else.
I've warned you.
Wait! What have I done? Jason, no!
Prepare to die, Sith! So frustrating. I cannot defeat you. Was it all lies? Everything? He told me that the light side was stronger, that it was why I could see through the facade of those who were dark. But it's not true. I am no match for you. The dark side is clearly stronger.
You haven't completed your training, Jason. When you have fully communed with the light side of the Force, no Sith will be your match.
Yet you are a master of the light. Why couldn't you beat me?
All my life, I've put up with deceit and denial. I thought the Jedi would be different. You've shown me otherwise. You've exposed Master Carr for what he is. It's your power that reveals a person's true nature. The fear you inspire forces truth to the surface. I want that.
You will be my apprentice, and I will teach you the ways of the dark side.
I am honored, my lord. At last, I feel a sense of purpose, something I can count on. What do you wish of me? And what shall we do with Master Carr?
Your first act in my charge is to kill your former master.
You want me to kill him? I'm conflicted about this.
We cannot concern ourselves with the plight of someone such as him.
I see. There is an attractive simplicity to that credo. I'm actually feeling excited at the prospect of killing him.
Jason, the Sith is turning you into a murderer.
It is for the greater good. A principle the Jedi often use to justify their actions, no? It is done, my lord. Nomen Carr is no more.
Let the guilt of this, the exhilaration, the resentment, let it all nourish you.
My emotions are raw, but I have never felt so alive. I have a taste for blood now. I look forward to indulging it with your next command.
Yes! Oh, at last we're reunited, Jason. Oh, sweet, sweet Jason. Nobody will ever be as good as you. That'll do. Actually, that's right. We can just go to ship. That's my girl! Murder, murder, murder!
I sensed Noman Carr's death from across the galaxy. I must admit, after all these years, to be rid of him, it has unsettled me a bit.
Gather your wits, Barris.
Don't mistake me, apprentice. I am not wounded by this development, merely bathing in the full breadth of its implications. I see you have a new passenger. Jason Wilson, I presume.
This is my master, Darth Barris.
Greetings, my lord.
Your parents are alive and thriving here on Drummond Cass. They'll be so pleased to know you are safe.
Please tell them I have never been happier.
I sense her devotion to you, apprentice. However did you manage that?
I can be very persuasive.
Marvelous, apprentice. Simply marvelous. There's no denying you are a master of the dark arts now. Only the most accomplished among us are named as lords among Sith. You have more than earned the distinction. I hereby confer the title of Sith Lord upon you.
You honor me.
Through your exemplary service, you honor yourself. I award a considerable stipend to those who attain such a rank in my service. Enjoy it. Now celebrate as you see fit. Then return to me here on Drummond Cass. I have great plans for us.
Wow, a lord. I'm impressed.
Congratulations, my lord.
You've both been a great help.
Service is its own reward.
Yeah, what he said. I already prepared Jace's quarters. I'll go ahead and show her to them.
Nice of you to assume some initiative.
I'm here to help. Come on, Jace, let's get you set up.
Whenever you need me, my lord, whatever your order, I'll be ready.
Perhaps I'll come and check on you in your quarters later.
Don't think it's going to be that easy, my lord.
Ooh, I really like her.
So, my lord, now you have the girl. A victory, I dare say, even Barris failed to anticipate. You've become a Sith Lord, and your power base is growing. Where are your sights set now?
Now we crush all the Empire's enemies and bring the Republic to its knees.
I hope to be there when you deal the final blow. I leave you to enjoy this achievement.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't even lump this game's story in with the new trilogy. This game's story is actually pretty decent. From start to finish, the Sith Warrior story is probably one of the best Star Wars game stories out there. It's pretty up there with Knights of the Old Republic 1 original, in my opinion. It's not the best, but it's definitely honestly really good. The game itself has issues.
The latest lord in the Emperor's arsenal returns. You're just in time. I have need of you. My master on the Dark Council, Darth Vengeance, wants war, not petty skirmishes that tiptoe around the Treaty of Coruscant, but open warfare. Vengeance has tasked me with finding a way to compel the rest of the Council to tear up the treaty.
The sooner we can stop pulling punches, the sooner the Republic will fall.
The Republic is stronger than you think. Otherwise, the Emperor would never have negotiated peace. but I may have found an opportunity that will have the Council and the Emperor ready to act. Most think that our inability to find and defeat one man, General Karist gone, kept us from outright victory and forced the negotiated peace.
Tell me you found this man, and that I get to kill him.
General Gon operates from the shadows, a phantom single-handedly preventing the fringe systems from falling to us. After years without a hint of his whereabouts, I've learned that he's meeting on Nar Shaddaa with traitorous Imperial agents. You will go there, and you will kill him.
What is this meeting about?
He maintains the fringe systems by anticipating our moves. These traitors supply his information. Anyone meeting with General Gon is guilty of treason and must be eradicated. We will not appear weak on this.
I will punish all who are aligned with him.
Without Gon, the fringe systems will fall. Control of the outlying planets will be a great advantage. So, to Nar Shaddaa, and deliver Darth Vengean's red carpet to war.
We're doing it for a shitload of money!
Revenge, my man. Thank you so much, my dude. I'm working on it. I promise the new mic is on the way. We should be closed on the house this week, and then I've got to buy new appliances and do some slight renovating. But other than that, after that, the money's going to hopefully go towards upgrading the channel in terms of quality. I'm gonna focus on it because it's been something I've been saying I wanted to do for quite a while now. So it's laser focused. I have new mic, new soundboard, a mixer, like a physical mixer, and the Valve Index. Those are my like priority laser focused things as soon as the house stuff is settled. So it's on my radar, man. I promise. Thank you so much for the donation, my man. Let's see here. I really, Stuart, like it was something I was really hoping when, excuse me, when Disney took over Star Wars as a license, I was hoping that they were going to reinvigorate the Star Wars gaming options, and I would have loved to have seen a modern X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, or specifically a modern TIE Fighter, because fuck the Rebel Alliance. I would love to see that, man. That would have been great. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be on the Disney radar for things to do, and EA definitely is happy to just keep DICE pumping out garbage. We'll see about the Respawn game. I'm hopeful that it's enjoyable. But I'm not in a hurry to play the Respawn game just because it's another Jedi story. It's another, oh yay, the good guys and yada yada. And I'm so over that being every Star Wars game story ever. Like, that was one of the big things I liked about Star Wars The Old Republic, is you finally can play a fucking bad guy all throughout, and you have a story dedicated to the Empire. Like, you're not forced to start out as an Imperial and then, oh, suddenly I have a change of heart. Like, the Battlefront 2 single player campaign made me so fucking mad. I mean, for one, it completely violates Imperial lore. Like, there aren't females who are suddenly like, hey, I'm the fucking Special Forces commander for like the most crack Spec Ops team in the Empire. No, it doesn't work like that. The Empire is xenophobe as fuck, and they're sexist. It doesn't, like, I'm not saying that women can't do that, and it's fine in the Rebel Alliance because they accept those people. But in the Empire, they don't. They're, like, very much shunned and looked down upon and treated like crap. But regardless of all that, and throwing canon out the fucking window, because we need a Disney social justice warrior storyline, the idea that, like, you're this crack Imperial commander of a Spec Ops team, and suddenly you're like, nope, suddenly I care about the Alliance, I'm gonna go serve them. Like, that shit makes me so mad. Because it's such a trope in Star Wars stories. And I hate it. God, I hate that shit. It drives me insane. I can promise you'll never hear me do that, Art. will never start spitting out like and sub begging. Fuck that. If people enjoy the channel, they'll sub. If they don't, then it's fine. And you know, there are a lot of people who watch the channel and don't sub, but they're still channel regulars. That's fine too. I don't need a sub count number to like inflate my ego or validate me, so I'm fine with it, man. I appreciate people who hang out on the channel either way. But you'll definitely never ever see me begging for somebody to hit the bell. I 100% Shiva so badly. God damn, I wish we could get that. Or even like a Star Wars TV series that like that's what I'm hoping for The Mandalorian, right? I know I shouldn't get my expectations up, but I'm hoping The Mandalorian is going to explore a Star Wars universe where it's not just black and white, because in everything except for the movies, it's not a black and white universe. There's so much gray there. Like, the Imperials aren't just all bad guy Nazi metaphors. And that's one of the things I hate so much about the new trilogy. Like, immediately in the new one, Force Awakens, it's like, look, here's the Empire. They're literally Nazis. They have the rally, and they have the flags, and they're doing the Nazi salute. Yep, they're the bad guys. Did you get that yet? They're the bad guys. And it's like, fuck you, man. You realize, like, a huge chunk of the Star Wars fan base are Imperial fans, right? Like, yeah, please alienate us from, like, the part of the franchise we enjoy by basically making them a 100% Nazi metaphor. Cool, man. I appreciate that. Like, where are the stories that explore the fact that, like, the Rebellion's basically a terrorist organization? That was one of the things I really loved about Rogue One, right? Where, like, I can't remember the damn dude's name, but the French guy is, like, he's basically a terrorist, right? Like, his character is very, very plainly a terrorist. Like, he's meeting the dude in the alley. He realizes that, like, hey, this guy can't escape the way I need to escape. Shoots him in the back. No problem. Like, fuck you. You're used up to me. Like, that's the kind of shit that, like, a terrorist would do. Holy shit. And then he's all about just assassinating anybody that the rebellion tells him is a bad guy. Doesn't care about the context. Fuck it. I'm here to assassinate some bitches. Like, that's the kind of shit I want to see more of in the Star Wars universe. And unfortunately, they just... Disney writing, lazy as fuck. Thanks, Rian Johnson. So, like, as far as the new trilogy is concerned, I've completely written it off. I won't watch it. I don't care about it. It's just bad. And I don't foresee it getting better. I'm hopeful that, like, the standalone projects that, like, they outsource to more creative writers and directors will be good. But again, like, I know I shouldn't get hyped with Disney holding the license, because they clearly are just atrocious at, like, expanding the universe. Yeah, absolutely. There were so many good post-trilogy, like, expanded universe arcs. Like, you could fucking pick and choose. You had so many options. Like, Disney had so much stuff to pull from, but I guess they were like, oh man, we don't want to have to pay the rights to these authors. Let's just wipe it all and we'll make up our own with quality. People like J.J. Abrams. And it's like, okay, well, good job. You threw out, like, years and years and years of stories that fans deeply fucking loved, to have some fucking dickhead write a political agenda movie. Cool. It's just, man, like, I'm really torn. I'm a very hardcore Star Wars fanatic, right? Like, to the level of, like, I make fun of fanboys in Star Citizen, I'm totally that for Star Wars, right? Like, I'm fine outing myself. I'm a big enough man to, like, know that I'm terrible with Star Wars. So obviously I'm a little bit biased, but, like, I struggle with Disney taking over Star Wars so much, because on one hand, I'm, like, happy that Star Wars is, like, a thing again, and it's getting new content. But at the same time, like, it hurts so much to see what Disney's doing with it. Yep, I used to be super nerdy and sit in, like, the library reading all of the EU books. So I've read all of them, dude. I think the only ones I didn't read were, like, the what do you call it, the Solo Kids EU shit, because I just didn't care about that. It always seemed like really, I don't know, really outlandish, I guess. Like Timothy Zahn, oh god, dude, just feed him to me. I'll read his shit all day. I'm trying to think of the other guy. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor. God, what was that dude's name? Michael A. Stackpole. Those two, I love them. Those two were so good at writing EU fiction. Some of the best books I ever read as like a kid, right? Like, I spent all my teens reading that crap. I just fucking love those books, man. The Thrawn trilogy is hands down like always going to be like nearest and dearest to my heart. Hey, Commander Card, how's it going, man? To be fair, I had a break. I had a break, man. I slept a bunch. I slept a bunch more, and now I'm finally getting back to it. Let's see, we've only been going for an hour and a half, so it's good timing.
I'm happy to report that Jedi Knight Zarander has landed safely on Hoth. I saw to it personally.
You're a valuable asset to the Republic, Faust. Someday the rest of the Chiss will follow your lead.
Good work leading me to General Gon, Faust.
Men, we've got trouble. Rally around the General.
What's this, Faust? Have you double-crossed me?
No, General. I'm not... I mean,
Give it up, Faust. The General's no dope.
General, it's a lie. I swear to you.
I believe you, Faust. Sith are notorious liars. Don't worry. Our bond is not broken. I think I can guess who you are, Sith. For all of Darth Barris's covert manipulations, you have banged around the galaxy rather loudly. Now Barris has finally found me. I'll have to be more careful moving forward.
Your moving forward days have come to an end.
The Sith attacks!
I was kind of a weird kid growing up. Like, I did sports, I did all that stuff, but I was also like a huge nerd. And like, when I was a kid, right, video games weren't cool. So it was really weird to like my friends that like I played video games all the time, and I was like into comics and reading books, because who the fuck reads books if they're not an assignment? That kind of shit always amused me, especially looking back on like my life through like grade school and high school.
Kill them all. Please, mercy. We will rededicate ourselves to the Empire.
You all have to die for your treason.
Actually, I think Red Letter Media is pretty much how I watched the second one in the new trilogy. Specifically because I already had heard all of the spoilers that were coming out of people watching it in the theaters, because I wasn't going to watch it in the theaters after Force Awakens. I was like, nope, not giving them my money. Fuck you. Fool me once. And I watched their review and I was like, holy shit, are you fucking serious? Like, Leia Supermaning through the fucking space? Like, really? Or them just suicide kamikazing into Snoke's ship to, like, take out the entire fleet? Like, man, somebody go back in time and tell the Rebel Alliance that was an option. We could have dealt with all the Star Destroyers and Death Stars, like, way back. Nobody even needed to die. We just put one on autopilot and we're good. So yeah, Red Letter Media is literally how I watched the second one. I tried to actually go back and watch it once it was on Netflix, and I made it like halfway through the movie and I couldn't finish it. It was like so disturbing to me that I just could not finish that fucking movie. I love tabletop gaming, especially like Warhammer and Warhammer 40K. But like, I mean, I'd never had that kind of money growing up, right? I could afford it now, but definitely not as a kid to get into it. Because to me, like, that stuff was super. Like, I used to check it out all the time in like the comic book shop, and I'd sit there and be like, oh man, it'd be so badass to get that, and I'd fucking paint it up. Because like I was super into doing like airplane models because my dad was military, so like I had like tons of airplane models for like different military jets and helicopters and stuff like that. So the idea of like getting into it was really cool, but there was no way I could afford that. Yeah, like that's the thing with like building an army, let's say for Warhammer. I could do it, but it would literally it would be like decorations, and that's way too much money to spend on something like that. What do? I am a housewife now. I don't do anything anymore. I am retired as shit, and I enjoy it. So now my responsibilities are cooking, cleaning, doing, dishes, garbage, stuff like that, and taking care of the kids. And I enjoy that very much. Yeah, I know, right? Kind of goes against the Star Citizen culture that I'm just like a whiny kid. It's a really, really, really long story that like I don't want to mix into this video. If I'm ever doing like something not Star Wars story related, like just doing a random stream, then definitely ask me then. But short answer is military politics. I didn't want to retire. I was basically forced to.
Destination.
I can't click it. Move. Yep. Yeah, my voice is very, very deceptively young compared to my actual age. Honestly, like, I really love the military a lot. It was something that I was naturally really, really good at. And had I gone into the occupation that I wanted to when I enlisted, I'd probably still be there. Unfortunately, recruiters are, in fact, notorious for lying. So, despite being more than qualified for what I wanted to do, they told me I wasn't. So I did the next best thing that a 18-year-old dude with a dick would do. And I joined the infantry, and that was not something that I meshed well with in the military because of, like, not job related. Like, I was great at my job. I fucking loved my job. But I'm not big on politics, right? I mean, you can kind of tell from, like, the way I run my channel, right? Shit like integrity and all that stuff, it actually means something to me because I was raised in a military family. So I'm not going to sit there and, like, play bullshit fuck games and fluff people who don't deserve it and shit like that, right? Which rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. The other issue I had was when I was very young in the military, I had really good leaders. I got really lucky, landed in a non-line unit. So, like, not quite special forces, but, like, we basically did the same thing and we basically worked with them all the fucking time. So, like, I had really, really good NCOs coming up. And they taught me a certain leadership style. So when All right, it's not going to transition me. So when I eventually was a leader, I took the same morals and the same like approach to leadership, and it does not mesh well with lazy, incompetent leaders, which unfortunately the military is just fucking full of, because the good ones get out and the bad ones stay in. And they didn't like a lot of the things that I would say about them, and the fact that I would say it around like their subordinates, because like if they're not going to tell their guys that they're fucked up, I'll do it for them. So eventually they were like, all right, well, we think you have PTSD and you should probably get out. I was like, you know what? I think I have PTSD and I should probably get out. Good idea.
Barris, are you responsible? Was it you who took out General Gon?
It was, Lord Vengeance. The fringe systems are now ripe for the taking.
Such an advantage will prod the rest of the Council out of passivity. They will see war is the only answer. You have delivered to me what I most crave.
I will always serve you to the full extent of my abilities, Master.
Who stands by eavesdropping? I do not like to be observed.
My lord, this is my most distinguished apprentice, and the deliverer of General Gon's death.
I see. Funny you haven't mentioned this one. You, apprentice, by serving Barris, you serve me. Do you understand?
It is my privilege, Master.
I'm impressed with your choice of apprentice, Barris. It is time. I will send my destroyer to the fringe systems, and they will be mine before anyone is the wiser. The order is given, Barris. Enact Plan Zero. Vengeance out.
Excellent. I have waited a long time for this order. Apprentice Plan Zero is the systematic elimination of the Republic's top military leaders. A preemptive strike that will leave the enemy headless.
Who are these walking corpses?
They are the Empire's most accomplished adversaries, and not to be taken lightly. I have been tracking of the targets for years in anticipation of Plan Zero. There's no time to waste. Make ready your ship. I will contact you there.
Art, there should be a Discord link in the stream description. Feel free to join that and then PM me on Discord. If there's something I can help with, I don't mind. As for the army teaching everybody's a winner and everyone's a leader, pretty much. There was a serious shift in like military politics towards like the end of my time with them, where like you couldn't haze subordinates anymore, which was basically like you couldn't punish them at all. If you were to punish them through like physical correction, you had to do it with them, which is fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and smoke myself to smoke some idiot who fucked up. Like, that's absurd. I mean, granted, I don't really necessarily agree with that kind of shit. I feel like there are usually better ways to deal with like shortcomings, but if you do resort to it, it's absurd to like think that you need to do it with them. That doesn't do anything. But, you know, a lot of babies were like, oh, he made me do push-ups until I was exhausted, so he was trying to kill me. So then leadership was like, oh, yeah, if you're going to make Joes do shit, you got to do it with them. And it's like, okay, well, that's not happening. And then I luckily got out right before they started saying, women's can do combat arms. And I don't even want to know what that fucking ended up being like, because I've been around enough of that by like having, what do you call it? Female medics attached to us to see what happens with that. And I'm glad that I got out before women were ever integrated.
Your targets are the Republic's 6 most important military leaders. There are 2 I must still locate, Admiral Monk, who commands the Republic fleet, and Jedi Knight Zerander, who leads an elite squad of commandos. Of the other targets, the 4 generals of the Republic's Strategic Command are confirmed to be on the planet Terrace. You must speed there immediately.
I will be there shortly, Master.
I will give you the particulars of your mission when you arrive. Barris out.
preparing for my assault on Taris.
Excellent. Your mission on Taris is to take down the Republic's entire strategic high command. The War Trust, the 4 generals who implement the bulk of the Republic military forces' strategic planning, are all on Taris as we speak. Normally, they're never together in one place. This is an incredible opportunity.
The Republic will pay for such a blunder.
It won't be easy. The War Trust generals are master strategists. Generals Ferrer, Mence, Durant, and Frelka should not be taken lightly. Each will likely be protected by his own elite guard, and they have all the Republic forces on Taris at their disposal.
I will bring the Republic to its knees.
If the War Trust can be killed, that is, in effect, what will be achieved. Moff Herden leads the Imperial forces on the planet. He will provide whatever resources he can. Shuttle to the surface and seek him out immediately.
Oh, I 100% believe it, man. Third-party contracting around anything military is absolutely the way to go, if you can. It doesn't even matter which aspect of it, like between like private security to like supply, all of that shit is like just, whoa. It's a great way to make money, that's for sure. Nice. Oh, I totally believe it, man. I mean, seeing the kind of shit that we just give Iraq, which I'm sure we didn't literally just give it to them, but you know, I'm sure that that's exactly what happens. That they just side grade shit to lesser countries who are willing to pay for it. Because we don't want to ship it back, right? Like, we don't want to waste the money on it. It's weird. God, the military is so wasteful.
Moff Herden, the Sith is here.
What's that, Lieutenant? Oh, I didn't see you come in. You must be the Sith Darth Barris sent. Welcome to Taris.
Indeed. My mission is of high importance. Brief me on the situation here.
Yes, right. As I told Darth Barris, I have long sought an opportunity to assist him, and am eager to contribute however I am able.
I doubt he came all this way to be fawned on.
Of course. May I introduce Lieutenant Pierce, on loan from one of our notorious Black Ops divisions. He is hands down my finest officer. I give you exclusive reign of him while you're on Taris, which I trust will accommodate your every need.
Lieutenant, your service to me begins immediately.
Good.
Yes. Well, I will leave you two to your mission then. As you proceed, if I can offer any further aid, do not hesitate to contact me.
Heard we're going after the War Trust. Did some homework. If that is the mission, I'm fully prepped.
Our targets are indeed the High Generals of the Republic Strategic High Command.
Time well spent then. All four of the War Trust generals are here on Taris, which means something big. But they never show their faces. Got my hands on a Republic scout, leaned on him, hard. He was setting up supply routes for General Frelka, the War Trust junior member.
You're already proving to be a valuable asset.
The story checked out. Been scoping the area the scout described. Several heavily armed Republic supply caravans run along carefully staggered routes. Couple of dozen soldiers could hit the caravans, pull their transponders, triangulate their destination with the equipment here. Moff Herden can't spare the manpower, though.
I'm easily the match of a couple dozen foot soldiers.
Then I guess I'm running the tech. Here are the coordinates. Caravans run daily, but they vary the timing. I'm sure you'll come upon them eventually. Hit enough and snag the transponders. I'll figure out where they're going. Should zero in on General Frelka.
Alright guys, I'm actually going to be right back really quick. I'm going to feed the cats really quick so the girlfriend doesn't hate me for starving her babies. It'll be like 5 minutes and then we'll be back to finishing this up. Alrighty. Back to it. Yeah, she's dressed like a slut because I like her dressed like that. All right. For no gameplay reasons, just personal preference. Dressing your companions like basically strippers is kind of like a mini game in and of itself in this game. Nice, somebody already killed them all. I'll take it.
You're not dead.
Transmitting the Republic Caravan transponder frequencies now.
Give me a minute to retrace their routes, see where they converge.
By all means, go ahead.
My lord, triangulation's complete. Only one place these caravans could be going. Transmitting coordinates. Has to be General Froker's location.
You have been most helpful.
My lord, good hunting.
got all the soldiers. We ain't fighters, just miners. Contracted miners at that.
Where is General Frelka?
He's the overseer, but he ain't exactly hands-on. Hasn't been by in weeks. You gonna kill him?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Not really. Every job ends at some point. The Republic don't pay me enough to get in your way. Believe me. If I hit the silent alarm, Frelka will come with his personal guard. If that's really what you want, I can bring him here.
Hit the alarm.
You got it. There, it's done. The General's been summoned. Now, please, just let us live.
How much time do you think this will take?
My sense is the General ain't holed up too close to here. Might be a while.
Enemy sighted. Captain, attack pattern 077.
Men, fan out! 077! Be ready to engage! Wait for the General's order!
Foreman Varl, good work tripping the silent alarm. You show uncharacteristic mercy, Sith, leaving Varl and his crew alive. I am General Alexis Frelka of the Republic's Strategic High Command. Your incursion here violates the spirit of the Treaty of Coruscant. We have you dead to rights. Surrender.
I have no reverence for the Treaty of Coruscant.
That explains your clumsiness coming here. It's unfortunate you've discovered our plans, but no matter. The wheels are already in motion. Our new technology will deliver arms superiority to the Republic, and I'm ready to give my life to defend this installation.
My mission is simply to neutralize you. Surrender to me and live.
I need more than that. Allow my men to continue this operation. I will allow myself to be taken captive.
You have no bargaining power here.
For a second, I thought there might be something special about you, Sith. Now I see how typical you are. Men, this Sith must not be allowed to reveal our operation. Attack to kill!
The facility will self-destruct in 60 seconds.
Lieutenant Pierce, I know where to find General Minst. I'm heading there now.
Great news. I've got some too. Scout report. The battalion of War Trust General Durant is on the move. Odds are he's fortifying his position. Some of my Black Ops pals are back. We could have discreetly followed the battalion to find the General.
What do you mean, could have?
Morfurden sent a platoon instead, grounded me and the boys. His forces are engaging Durant as we speak. He's killing our chances.
Summon Herden into this conversation. I'll address him.
My lord.
Ah, there you are. I see Lieutenant Pierce has already hailed you. I was hoping to do it myself. Can I assume the Lieutenant has updated you? Thanks to me, General Durant's personal battalion will not be joining him, wherever he is.
My hunt for the War Trust is complex. In the future, please clear such actions with me first. Now withdraw and allow Lieutenant Pierce and his men to scour for General Durant's headquarters. Understood?
Yes, well, of course. I'll make it so immediately. My lord.
We'll get something on Durant. I swear it. Good luck with General Minst.
I've never seen destruction on this scale before. It's almost beautiful, like sculpture.
At your service, my lord.
Slacking.
Yeah, I'm like way over leveled for all of this. So I'm basically just doing this for the story content. I'm already max level. This stuff is all like leveling content. If you look down here, I'm 70 and I'm downshifted to 38, which is still high for this world. So that's why I'm like face rolling through everything. Like, even being level scaled, I'm still way above, like, what it should be. This is after Knights of the Old Republic 2. I don't remember how many years, but it's quite a few. Like in the... I think it's like 400 years after? Or something like that?
I'm here to kill you. Why don't you start from the beginning?
Eda iki tutuku lo jarat roda mana mana. Taluka uba ziki tanti ruba jaktanichi.
The power reactor will self-destruct in 5 minutes.
Tengwam pala hagwa kilia jekoska pagotapalko.
I agree to your terms.
Dilis kachanaga wanichika kospa ini kukate. Holokto chobot I kafsto andale.
The power reactor will self-destruct in 4.5 minutes.
Mibunawa tuipi de bakra wanawanga.
It's already too late for you.
So konski nulia.
Self-destruct in 60 seconds.
Vault code sequence initiated.
Terrific. If that imposter was wrong about how much time this will take, we'll be blown to bits.
Danger only makes things more fun.
The reactor core will self-destruct in 45 seconds.
Men, the enemy is accessing the Fallout Vault. Defeat the Sith and we can weather the explosion inside the vault.
At least we won't be twiddling our thumbs. More fools to the slaughter. I love the thrill of killing. Hope that wasn't our last.
The reactor core will self-destruct in 10 seconds.
If there's something you want to say before the end, now's the time.
I feel we've only just scratched the surface of our potential together.
Vault code sequence complete.
The reactor core will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Vault lock disarming.
4.
Vault door airlock releasing.
3.
Vault open.
Hurry inside.
Our enemies will pay for this.
Chuta kasayali koirado kanki kong. Tuti pona manchi kabok nun ni slemo. Kaptulia dapota 21 kislimo payug tachanga.
You must be a joy to work for.
Piska ku, palia pitiye, potenya go. Ni ompi but malia pedwana niop ni bobo che chupa goma. Chiliska chanaga ima che, choran chike. Ukle ugo chesko pakurta, kliska taka yakoska.
Guess killing you will have to be my consolation.
Pierce here. Tracked General Durant's battalion. Led my Black Op troopers on a recon run. Found Durant's hideout. He's got a full battalion guarding the compound. They're establishing a perimeter of electronic defenses around the General.
Send me the coordinates.
Coordinates sent. My Black Ops troopers and I were able to slip past the perimeter before they got the systems online, but we were spotted. We're taking fire. Outnumbered. Should be able to hold them off long enough for you to break through, but that's it.
Sit still. This won't take long.
Well, we're not going anywhere. Knock out those defense systems. We'll hold the position for you. Or worst case, our bodies will slow down their charge. Proud to have served, my lord. Pierce out.
I have not seen the new trailer. I'm totally like ignorant of what's been going on in the new trilogy anyway, so I have no idea. Are they playing that like Rey is gonna be a Skywalker now? Is that what's happening? Because that would be ugh. That'd be something. That would be like the final nail in the none of this new trilogy makes any sense and it's totally fucking stupid coffin. So I hope that that's exactly what happens. Aw, shit. I mean, at this point, why not, you know? Like, they've just shit all over everything else. At this point, I hope they go for it, you know? Really try to, like, fabricate one of those Empire Strikes Back, like, oh my god, he's his father type moments. That would be really good because it would just feel totally out of place and 100% like done to like I don't know, copy the shock value of the original trilogy, which would be in line with like pretty much everything else that's happened in this trilogy, basically like copying the former's success. So that would be great. Boop. Alright. Ah, fucking turrets. God damn it. Yeah, that girl. You deal with that shit so I don't have to. Really?
Pierce here. They flushed us out. We're on the move. Lost a third of my men, but we're hitting them 10 to 1. Still too many. I'll try to rally the men, hold the enemy off as long as I can. Pierce out. My lord, the enemy is regrouping. I'm down to 3 men against about 300. Hope we could take out a whole battalion, but it looks like we'll come up short.
When you see him, tell Durant.
Spent all my ammunition and I'm down to my last med pack. But Durant's battalion is down.
So is the rest of my unit. Never seen men stare death in the face and fight more bravely.
They did their job. Now the enemy is mine.
General Durant and his guards have retreated inside the compound. Proud I ushered you to the doorstep.
General Durant, I've come for you.
I'm not hiding anymore, Sith. We delayed you long enough to achieve success. We've stabilized the Sea and Tide cells. Now, the Republic has a new power source that gives us the advantage in this war.
I'm just here to take you out, Durant.
General Frelka and General Mint's sacrifices won't be in vain. This blaster is the prototype, powered by the smallest Sea and Tide battery. You're about to see just how lethal it is. Everyone, attack. You will not defeat General Ferrer.
The last of the War Trust will be neutralized in no time.
You're in for a surprise. For the Republic.
I'm in a medevac transport. Arriving back at base. Needed to tap you. Darth Barras has made contact. I updated him. I have him and Moff Herden on Hollow for you.
Patch them through immediately.
Will do. Prentice, your progress has been conveyed to me, and I've been briefed on the search for General Ferrer. Moff Herden informs me that Ferrer has relocated all of the Republic's forces on Terrace to protect his command center at the Republic stronghold.
They will all perish under my might.
In good time, my apprentice. All in good time. This assault will take all our firepower. I've summoned your crew to the base. They will all be utilized. And I've informed Moff Herden that you are commandeering the entirety of his forces.
Yes, right. They are yours to command, my lord.
I have longed to lead an army.
You will now sink your teeth into full-scale war. Rendezvous with Herden, Pierce, and your crew at the Imperial base. There is much planning to do. Be swift.
I am here. Let the war begin.
Yes, time is of the essence. Lieutenant Pierce, Captain Quinn, bring my apprentice up to speed on our enemy's activity.
Yes, my lord. It's a fairly complex situation.
General Ferrer, the War Trust's most senior member, is garrisoned in a fortified wing of the Republic's main base. He's got a huge army protecting him. More reinforcements on the way. We're outnumbered 8 to 1.
My lord, the lieutenant's statistics are inexact, but the general thrust is sound. The numbers favor Ferrer, but there are ways around that.
If you have a plan, let's hear it.
Now, to maximize our chances, we must coordinate 3 simultaneous strikes. One will destroy the base's power station. Another will sabotage its spaceport force field to thwart any reinforcements. And the last will force the conscripted regiments of Ferrer's army to flee.
That sounds simple enough.
Quinn will coordinate from the base, and you will lead the frontline offensive. Beyond that, decide how to assign your men. Goodbye.
I'm the best choice for frontline work. You need a soldier.
I disagree. If the frontal assault isn't handled correctly, your route into the command center will be clogged with run-over battlefield soldiers. In my opinion, Jaisa should join you. She can use her power to see into the hearts of the enemy and identify the insecure ranks.
I want Jace's insights on the battlefield.
Very good, my lord. That leaves Pierce and Vet to handle the power station demolition and the spaceport sabotage. If the traps and mines that protect the power station aren't circumvented in time, you'll be under constant turret fire inside the Republic base.
Vet, clear the way so the power station can be destroyed.
Child play.
Unless Pierce can lock the spaceport force field in time, you'll face Ferrer's reinforcements inside the base.
Don't worry about me, Captain.
Assaults have been assigned, my lord. Once you've cleared the way on the front, invade General Ferrer's command center at will.
Let's get this war started. My lord, any final words for the troops?
Today, we fight as one. I believe in every one of you. Join me in victory.
If that doesn't inspire, nothing will.
Good luck, my lord. I'll be coordinating the attacks via Hollow.
Don't worry, Captain. The real soldiers have got this one.
And thus begins their beautiful friendship. I love how much they hate each other. Like, literally from the get-go. Don't know each other one bit, and they already can't stand one another. It's honestly kind of one of those things that I a little bit kind of hate about BioWare games that have, like, story-driven companions. Like, they always set it up to where, like, no matter what you do, you're making somebody angry. And they're going to be all like, "Arr, why?" Like, man, can we all just get along? We don't have, like, enough shit going on to worry about that. You guys gotta fight like a couple of fucking children, too. Yeah, didn't see you. Rip. Oh shit, this is a dead end. I failed map class. Nope. Oh, bitch. You're gonna die now.
So much fun.
Was it worth it? Fucking Jedi.
All alert. The enemy is sighted. Sith, you are massively outnumbered. You will not invade General Ferrer's headquarters. Turn away at once.
Jacer, use your power and scan Ferrer's forces for the weak link.
My pleasure, Master. Most of these dogs are brimming with strength and conviction. I sense hate and a willingness to die for the Republic. Not so fast. There. An entire column of soldiers who are forced to be here. They will definitely run if singled out.
Lead the assault against the conscripts, Jacer. Make them flee.
Thank you, Master. Men, attack with me!
Conscripted scum. We still have numbers. All attack!
My lord, I have updates from the other fronts. I'm pleased to report that the Republic power station has been destroyed. Vet went through their traps like they were infant toys. From her report, I doubt anyone else could have achieved it. You were right in assigning her to strike the power station.
I will reward her for a job well done.
When she puts her mind to it, she can be a very valuable asset. With the base security systems down, you'll endure no automatic turret fire on our way to Faraire's command center. On the other front, Lieutenant Pierce was able to sabotage and lock the Republic spaceport force field controls.
Pierce has proven himself up to every assignment.
The credit is yours for identifying his strengths. Still, the General's elite guard clogs the way to the command center. They are quite formidable.
There's nothing I can't handle.
I have great faith in that. There's no time to lose, my lord. Faraire's command center awaits. Good luck.
It's time for you to join the rest of the War Trust, Farraire.
Quite the contrary. After you took down my fellows, I knew my only chance was to delay you. And my gambit has paid off. I bought enough time for my technicians to solve how to stabilize Seentide cells of any kind. The future is upon us, Sith, and you have the privilege of bearing witness.
Enemy sighted. Weapon systems targeted and locked.
You're quite a showman, Farraire.
This is nothing. Seentide technology increases the strength of whatever it powers tenfold. The Republic fleet and arsenal will make your weapons obsolete. The Empire will have no choice but to surrender, which you should do now.
How about I attack instead?
Engaging all weapons.
You are beaten, General.
I can't believe it. All this work, all this death, for naught. I wish I could sit around and discuss where I went wrong, but a good leader always has an exit strategy.
Not so fast, General. I thought you might try to run.
I can always count on you, Quinn.
I surrender. I expect to be afforded the treatment promised to prisoners in the Treaty of Coruscant.
You're not my prisoner. You're my victim.
Nice to see generals scream when they die, just like anyone else.
Congratulations on the success of your mission. Taking down the War Trust is an incredible victory. It is clear you are the future of the Empire, and I hope you will count me among your closest allies.
I may call on you someday, Herden. Your unquestioned obedience will be expected.
Well, yes, of course. You can count on that. As a show of support, I place Lieutenant Pierce under your command. He will be invaluable in your domination of the galaxy.
Works for me. Done what I can here on Taris. Glad you're willing to let me go, Herden.
You're meant for greater things, Lieutenant. With me, you will fulfill your destiny.
You won't be disappointed.
Lieutenant Fallen, I will brief you on how things work here when we are back on the ship.
Can't wait.
Just finished cleaning the fuel injectors to the sublight drive. You should know.
Apprentice, the War Trust dismantling has been your finest hour, but a new challenge arises. One of our missing targets, Admiral Monk, has revealed himself. As you may recall, my master, Darth Vengeance, set off to conquer the Fringe systems and inspire the Dark Council to reignite the war. Somehow, Admiral Monk caught wind of the plan and was waiting in ambush. He is laying siege to the flagship as we speak.
I'll stop the siege, Master.
That is an excellent idea. Plan Zero calls for Admiral Monk's head. This may be our only opportunity to crush him. Our flagship is commanded by Moff Maskin. Fly to the space battle immediately, board his ship, and stop Admiral Monk's siege.
Maskin, I presume. Darth Barris sent me. I've liberated your ship. Where is Admiral Monk?
Well, well. Come to inspect the scene of the crime, eh? Admiral Monk and his top men jettisoned down to Quesh. I'm so sorry you missed him. Are you here to deliver his reward? Offer congratulations?
What are you talking about?
This was a secret attack, yet I come out of hyperdrive to find the Republic's most decorated admiral laying in wait. Admiral Monk had my force field and docking codes. This stinks of a setup.
Exactly what are you suggesting, Maskin?
You know full well what I'm driving at. Your master's master is Darth Venger. Barras manipulated him into this attack in order to ruin him. I've had a bellyful of Sith infighting, always undermining Imperial operations. It's why we have yet to crush the Republic outright.
I don't have time for this. I have to hunt down Admiral Monk.
Don't you turn your back on me. You are going to answer for this. Men, kill the Sith! Darth Venger will reward us!
Greetings, Master. I cleaned the vessel from stem to stern in your absence. You can smell the difference.
Here for inoculation? You'll need Form 1423/D. And, oh, excuse me. Sorry, my lord, I thought you were another recruit. No paperwork required. I take it you're here to fight in the Quesh War?
Just point me towards the battle.
This planet generally doesn't inspire excitement. Quesh is highly toxic, poisoned by the resource the Republic's mining. You'll need a protective injection just to survive. There we go. That treatment will protect you for the time being.
I have business on Quesh.
You're good to go. The effects will wear off, but you can get another injection planetside. You're cleared. Talk to Moff Drayson if you want to fight. He's in charge of the Empire's war effort.
Embers of war are smoldering here. We will leave this world engulfed in flames.
I was kind of hoping there was a speeder transport point there, but guess not. Evidently, that outpost is very much a forward center. You can't even be bothered to put in a speeder point. Oh, okay. It's just not displaying it. I was like, that's weird. It's not shifting me down. Couldn't be so lucky. Womp womp. I hate all these games that do this bullshit forced level scaling for old content. Like, it's fine to have the option so that people can go back and, like, still get progress and feel like they're not wasting their time doing old content. But, like, it should absolutely be optional. There's no reason you should be forcing me to level scale if I don't want to. That shit drives me absolutely crazy.
Barris think he's doing, sending you here after me? Is he trying to make it look good? Give himself an alibi? Because you can tell him mission accomplished. Almost all of my men are dead. You've done a great job making this look legit. Now back off!
You're in league with Barris.
Aren't you smart? Yes, of course, idiot. These are my senior officers. We all defected over a decade ago and have been working for Barris since. But wait, you didn't know this? He didn't tell you we were following his command?
I don't question my master's orders.
You should start. This is foolish. We've been loyal to him. Our covers are intact. Why would he destroy something so valuable?
All that matters is that I've been ordered to kill you.
Men, we've been betrayed. Fight for your lives!
Taste your blood.
I pity you, his blind, obedient lapdog. No one's safe with Barris. Not even you.
If he tries to betray me, he's in for a big surprise.
So naive. You're nothing. Nothing compared to him.
Apprentice, my master Darth Vengeance is distraught. With his covert attack exposed, the Treaty of Coruscant has been broken. And apparently Moff Maskin did not survive Admiral Monk's ambush. What happened?
Admiral Monk must have killed him.
Is that so? How interesting. Well, at least you avenged him. What's important is that you accomplished your objective. The elimination of Admiral Monk. It is a major blow to the Republic. Now, the final Plan Zero target has been discovered. The hunt for Jedi Knight Zerinder takes you to Hoth. Contact me when you arrive.
My lord, I am docked at the space station above Hoth.
Very good. Now that Admiral Monk and the War Trust have fallen to your might, all that remains is Jedi Knight Zerinder. Zerinder has dedicated himself to the Republic like no other. He's led our enemies to many cunning victories. Not only is he a symbol of inspiration for the Republic, he's been a thorn in my side for a long time.
I will bury him in the snow.
Intelligence reports suggest that he has brought his troop of elite special ops to seek a secret superweapon. I can uncover no information about this weapon, only that it was lost in the wreckage of one of the crashed starships from the war.
Maybe we can use the Republic's toy against them.
Perhaps. If Zerender wants it, it must be very powerful. His death is the goal, but if the weapon can be salvaged, all the better. Your contact on the surface is Commander Lankman. He's been tracking Zerender and should be ready to meet you at the Imperial base. The commander occasionally bites off more than he can chew, but he's been warned that this mission cannot afford anything less than perfection. Zerender is the last of your targets. Report to me when you know the nature of the superweapon he seeks. Get this right, apprentice.
Hoth. Back in the day, I managed to escape assignment here. It chills my bones just to be in orbit above this frigid planet.
Yeah, you should leave me on the ship. I think I'm fighting off a cold.
Forget those cowards, my lord. A little snow won't stop me. I'm ready for action.
The soldier mirrors my attitude, Master. I want to consume every experience I can.
Can't win, sir. I don't understand why we
I seek Commander Lanklin.
My lord, I am Ensign Slint, Commander Lanklin's second-in-command. You've arrived sooner than expected. The commander is in the field, tracking Jedi Zerender, but has failed to report in. His tracer beacon hasn't moved for quite some time.
Did he transmit any information for me?
No, my lord. Transmissions on Hoth are sketchy and hard to make secure. This planet is a pitfall of hazards. There's a massive Republic presence, and all manner of power-hungry alien pirates. Our forces are stretched thin. A rescue party for Commander Lanklin would take several days to put together.
Just tell me where to go.
Here is the location indicated by the tracer beacon. It's in hostile territory. There are rumors of a heavily defended pirate stronghold in that sector. It will be hard to get in.
The tougher, the better.
I hope you are successful, my lord. The pirates hate the Empire. If Commander Lanklin has fallen into their clutches, I hate to think what's happened.
lord, is that you? I heard the sounds of battle outside and grew hopeful.
Rise to your feet, Commander. You're freed.
Sorry for this trouble, but truth is, my capture gives us great insight into the enemy. Jedi Zerander is a crafty adversary. I thought I was tracking him and his men when I found myself led into a pirate ambush. It seems he had the Republic's elite Tal's commandos lure me off his trail. The Tals are unmatched trackers, highly cunning.
So, you know nothing of Zerander's mission or destination?
Well, I suppose practically speaking, that is the case. I can tell you this. If Zerander's been given command of the Tals, this weapon he's after must be supremely important. I know where the Tals' headquarters is located. Maybe you can force one of them to confess what Zerander's after.
If I have to kill every Tals on this planet, I will get what I need.
I wish there was more I could do. I hope this lead makes up for my blunder. I'll rendezvous with you at the outpost in the next sector, and we can update Lord Barris.
At your service, my lord.
Hoth is like hands down one of the worst planets in this game. Like, it doesn't matter which class story you're doing, this planet freaking sucks. Just because it is so fucking huge. Like, I'm literally only doing the class story quests, right? There's tons of more quests on each planet that I've been to. I can't tell you how miserable doing Hoth is when you're doing, like, all the side quests because you need XP, the main story quest, the planet arc. Oh my god, this planet is the worst. Holy shit, does Hoth just blow. The biggest balls ever. Just so crappy. Like, there are only a couple planets that I really, really dread, and Hoth is always one of them. Yep, that's literally what I was gonna say, man. Hoth and Belsavis are just fucking miserable. Oh my god, I don't want to do them. Voss is kind of a close runner-up for me, but I feel like the stories on Voss are kind of interesting and engaging enough to kind of make you forget about how bad it sucks. Like, Voss doesn't necessarily suck, it's just really... It's kind of a bigger area, but like I said, it's got enough like lore and interesting side quest stuff going on that like when you are actually questing there, it feels not so bad. But Hoth and Belsavis are miserable. They're huge. There's a lot of like breakups in the environment. Questing on those two are just the worst. They do look amazing. They look amazing, but god damn do I hate having to quest on them.
I'm all that's left. Everywhere I turn, the monster appears. Why do you torment me? I'm not part of your vendetta. What? A Sith? First Zerender abandons me. Now this?
Your name, Jedi, and your connection to Zerender, now.
I am Zerender's errand boy. The one he leaves behind to die. At least a Sith I can see and fight straight up. I won't be assassinated in the dark like these poor Tals. My master would tell me not to attack, but he's not here. Defend yourself, Sith!
Nerves to the slaughter.
Go ahead and kill me. I didn't want to die at the hands of the beast anyway.
Why don't you explain to me what you're talking about?
The Tals warned my master about Brunmark. He's a savage Tal seeking revenge on Fitzelin and the others for ousting him. Did Zerender care? No. Now Brunmark's in here somewhere, murdering... Wait! Did you hear that? No. He's... Oh!
You cannot scare me. We should work together. We are of common purpose. You would be wise to stay out of my way, Tals. You're lucky you're not dead.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually... That's what I should be running, right? Mounts. Oh no, I don't have it as collected on here? Can I not use it? Because, Oh no, I wonder if I fucked that up. Fuck. Does it remove it if I delete the character that originally had it? That's not bueno. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like for the Spirit of Hoth, it's worth it, right? Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. That's weird, because I know I had it on at least one of my characters. But I might have deleted him and then cycled him out for, like, a different reroll. Son of a bitch. That's so weird. It's depressing to think about how many things I've, like, account unlocks I've lost. That'll do. It's a tauntaun. I'll take it. Alright, back down we go. Yeah, pretty much the same Omnicron. Like, I used to have a really solid core group of people that played all the time. But, like, it just kind of... Everybody split off and went and did, different things. But with the Onslaught expansion, a lot of them are coming back. So, I'm pretty happy about it. It'll be nice to, like, do raids in this game again, especially because, like, the raids were so much fucking fun. Hey, how's it going, Ragnarok? Yeah, I love this game. Like, it has a lot of faults, for sure. But still, like, the stories, a lot of the class stories are really good. I enjoyed some of the post expansion stories as well, and then the raids were hands down like the most fun I've ever had raiding in an MMO. In an MMO. I think that also didn't help, right? That kind of drove a lot of people off when they refused to merge servers for like the longest time, because it got old sitting there in queues, begging in fleet chats for groups, right? I feel like if they had merged servers sooner, it would have done a lot to keep people playing. But because they refused to merge servers, it made the game look like it was basically a dead game. So instead, they literally like dwindled their player pop out more than what they needed to. I definitely hate losing all of my fucking character names, though, because, like, every time they merge servers, my server was never the destination server, so I lost, like, all of my character names. Hooray! That was infuriating. And the thing, too, is, like, I've added, like, all of my names to like my friends list, like my old names to friends list, to see if any of them are ever on, and I've never seen a single one log on ever. And it's like, cool. I lost my name for getting merged into a server, and those people aren't even active. Great. Oh, for sure. Like, when the game first came out, it was packed, right? But I think, like, you know, they lost a lot of people in those first couple months and refused to merge servers until it was kind of a little bit late. And then after that first merge, like, everybody kind of took that as, oh, the game's dying, the game's dead, Tortanic, blah, 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 right? So I think, like, all the criticism they got for merging servers the first time, when it was needed, made them not want to merge servers again when it was also needed, which is unfortunate.
Get this Jedi off my hollow, Lanklin. Now.
I can't. Sarender's overridden all my controls.
As you can see, Barris, I control this planet. I've tapped your communications and can anticipate your every move. As Commander Lanklin knows firsthand, the Tolls keep me one step ahead of even you.
Your oversized commandos are on the verge of extinction.
Ah, the lapdog returns. If your trainer knows what's good for him, he'll muzzle you. I'm not here for a reunion, Barris. The last time we met, you were left drained and weaponless. This time you won't be so lucky.
My lord, I'm sorry,
You have failed me for the last time, Lanklin. Ensign Slint, you are now coordinator of my dealings on Hoth. Don't screw it up, Commander.
I will not disappoint you, my lord.
Apprentice, you better have good news for me.
The lost superweapon Zerender seeks is actually a Jedi Master named Violet.
Ah, Master Violet. Now I understand why Zerender would risk exposure. Before his capture during the war, Violet was among the Jedi's most powerful masters. The ship transporting him to me was destroyed in a fierce space battle in this system. I assumed he'd perished, but...
The ship must have crashed here on Hoth, and he's kept himself alive all this time.
So it would seem. For beings that commune deeply enough, the Force can be as sustaining as rations. During the war, Zerender was Master Violet's Padawan. We battled. Violet took my lightsaber and used it from then on. If Violet is on Hoth, so is my blade. I will concentrate to locate it. Yes, there. Coordinates sent, Commander. Now go, Apprentice. Find the lightsaber and the Jedi.
My lord, the area indicated is an uncharted quadrant where black marketeers are said to operate. What will you have me do while you're away?
Dispose of Lanklin's body, Commander.
The Emperor's speed to you, my lord.
The grind used to be pretty bad, for sure. You know, I kind of talked about it a little bit, I think, when I was working on the Sith Inquisitor, or it was last night. But it's really unfortunate that they don't ever fix those kind of things until after it's a little late, you know? Like, getting rid of the insane grind for leveling, for credits, those kind of things that off-put people and make them go play something else. You know, by the time you get rid of them, it's too late. Like, they're already off doing something else. And the grind in this game used to really blow. Like, I knew a lot of people that would bot for grinding because they just didn't want to deal with it. And I don't, like, blame them one bit. And yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people hated this game just out of spite for the fact that BioWare decided to make it instead of KOTOR 3, for sure. It's free to play now. It wasn't initially at launch. Motherfucker. Alright, let's see if I can do this without getting killed. Although the med center is right there, so it wouldn't be too bad. Leveling and credit grinding was very real at release because raid cost for repairs, right? Like, it was insane. It was a huge fucking inflated credit sink at launch, right? Like, nobody's rich at that point, but raiding repairs were enormous. Like, luckily, when we started playing, I was a slicing main for professions. And slicing was really fucking broken, thank God. So I was able to basically front the bill for our guild to raid. Otherwise, like, we wouldn't have been able to afford, like, trying content. Because you would wipe and, like, it would cost hundreds of thousands of credits to repair. So I basically had to, like, bankroll my guild's repair bill. Yeah, fuck you, Hoth. No. This is the snow planet from Empire. Yeah, this game was rightly savaged at release for a lot of issues. Between, like, what do you call it? Between bugs and stuff, gameplay issues, it deserved what it got. It's just unfortunate. Like, the thing that bothers me a lot about what happened with this game is a lot of us tried to warn BioWare when it was in closed testing about, like, hey, these things are broken, this stuff doesn't work right, this isn't fun, there isn't enough of this. And we were, like, just flamed alive by fanboys who were like, you don't understand, it's alpha, it's gonna get better by release. But release was like 6 months out or something like that. It's not going to just magically get better in 6 months. You need to point that kind of shit out, and unfortunately people didn't believe in that.
Nice price for something we thawed out from the ice. The lightsaber is yours. Glad we could do business together, Talls.
Looks like it's time for a bloodbath.
I am going to make you suffer.
I did not know I would face Tal's here. You have been most helpful.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember all of the "this game's gonna kill WoW" shit. That was so stupid to fucking say, and especially because like other games had come along by then and tried with like boasting that, and it's just like that's like the kiss of death to be like, oh, this game's gonna kill WoW, and that's like dooming a game before it's even released. Yeah, it's unfortunate what happened with this game. It could have been really, really great. I mean, I still like it a lot. It's still one of my favorite MMO experiences, but not necessarily because of like BioWare or anything to do with this game, but a lot to do with like the people I played with during this game. Yeah, Age of Conan. God, what were the other ones? Rift. Rift was supposed to kill WoW. That worked out really great for Rift. God, I can't even remember them all now. So many come and gone MMOs. Yeah, Blizzard did a good enough job at killing WoW on their own. They didn't need another game to come along and do it. But that's, you know, that's to be expected when you stop caring about the games you're making and all of your community forward facing staff basically talks down to your player base and treats them like they're stupid idiots who should just open their wallets and shut up. This is a Republic crossing point, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. It definitely is. Yeah, don't even get me started on WoW's like lore and writing in the last like half decade. Holy crap. That crap just gets more and more insane and ridiculous as it goes. Yeah, actually Ragnarok, they're literally releasing a new expansion in September. I think towards the end of September. I want to say like 22nd or something like that. So they're definitely still supporting it. It's actually financially successful, still, supposedly. It's not like massive player base successful, or at least it wasn't before this expansion, but it's been like financially successful through the cash shop for them, so they've been continuing to support it. That's kind of what... Oh, shit. That's kind of what brought me back to playing a new character and working through all the stories and stuff, is I'm just kind of like hyping myself up for the expansion next month. I love that line, Art. Like, the dudes who are like, Cyberpunk's going to be a failure. Star Citizen has more content in ArtCorp than all of that game will ever hope to have. And it's like, oh, boy, you fucking Kool-Aid dip fanboy, aren't ya? I think I think Star Wars: The Old Republic's looking pretty dated, but I think this is something we talked about last night. But I know like there's a lot of new faces in here because it's streaming at 11 p.m. my time versus streaming at 4 in the morning. I think they were really smart to go with the semi like cartoon stylization instead of trying to do photorealistic. I think that's given this game a lot more lifespan than it would have had if they had gone for like trying to be photorealistic with the graphics. Because right now this game would look so dated I wouldn't want to play it if that had been the case. I don't think the graphics are bad. I just think like they show their age. I mean, it's important to remember this game is, I think, 11 years old now, something like that. As for graphics, I'm pretty sure I have everything on now. It should be all maxed out. Yeah, I think the 720 is Mixer. I've been having issues with trying to stream to Mixer. So I'm not really sure what the deal is there. Wrong corridor. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think a lot of people were also kind of assuming it was going to be a lot more cinematic, similar to Knights of the Old Republic style, like melee combat. I was kind of like the animations. A lot of the animations are really cool, but it just looks like you're swinging at empty space, right? It doesn't look like a progression from Knights of the Old Republic, where like. What do you call it? Like, even in Knights of the Old Republic, with how old that game is, you know, you get into melee combat against somebody and, like, you'd be sitting there, like, hitting their sword and, like, locked into, like, a kind of animation. And I think a lot of people were expecting the next evolution of that in this game, and instead we got some cool animations, but they're just, like, swinging, just like EverQuest, for fuck's sake. And I think a lot of people were expecting more than that.
This is so much fun.
You should rethink your life's goals. I could use a ferocious beast like you. You have a deal. unfinished business of my own.
Fight alongside me, monster. We will destroy all our enemies together.
Oh no, she's nice and toasty. Her insanity sustains her. That's what I love about her. Yeah, unfortunately, if you, what do you call it? If you go Dark Side Jaisa, when you take her in as your apprentice, her customization options are absolute dog shit, terrible, just bad. It's unfortunate. Like, the default for her is literally the best looking, in my opinion. Whereas, like, almost every other companion has really good ones. I do not use a Naga, no. I have one. I used to use one way back in the day. God, what do I have now? I think it's the Corsair Glaive, I want to say.
My eyes are still adjusting, but I have no trouble recognizing you, brave Zerander. The sight warms me.
Master Violet, your ordeal has ended. I only wish I'd heard you reaching out to me sooner.
Do not denigrate yourself. It took great concentration to summon you. All these many years, entombed in this rubble. I have fed off the Force, and have great insights to impart.
Your insights will fall on dead ears.
What's this? I sense a presence. Barriss.
Indeed. This is Darth Barriss's apprentice, come to stop me from returning you to your command. Conserve your strength, Master. My men and I will dispatch this interloper.
I will savor your destruction.
To arms, men! Protect Master Violet at all costs!
Stop, Sith. Had my strength returned before this moment, I would have kept Zerander from engaging you. Now he is down, and your fight has made this chamber unstable. It is nearing an inevitable collapse. You've proven your superiority. Let me bargain for Zerander's life.
Talk, but make it fast.
This fight was unnecessary. I have no intention of returning to fight for the Republic. Zerander's young and driven, yet he has only begun to grasp the ways of the Force. In truth, I was the same until being buried on Hoth. Here I communed with the Force, to the exclusion of all else.
I find that somewhat intriguing.
It has been a great privilege, and quite mind-expanding. The Force is with me, greater than ever now. I suspect that I could defeat you quite handily, but I'm no longer concerned with the tidings of this galaxy, or these times. I only seek to continue my transcendence.
I can't allow you to get stronger.
I shall either vanquish you quickly or send you off until this cavern collapses on us both. Fighting is foolish, Sith. The chamber nears collapse. Persist and you will perish. While I will simply return to my trance and commune once more with the Force. Walk away now with your mission complete. And I will live out my life buried here, at one with the Force.
I sense panic in you. You know I will defeat you in time.
Then I will have to summon all my strength.
What, bitch? Didn't see the fucking whirlwind coming, did ya? Should have communed a little deeper. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go pretty ham on Elite here once December's a little closer. I'm not super worried about grinding out credits for the carriers unless they're gonna go really crazy with the price. I'm not too worried about it. I think I will be close enough that I can pop the carrier with some light grinding. So I'm kind of focusing on Star Wars expansion first, and then I'll do with Elite after.
Apprentice, you are looking at a very pleased man. Admiral Monk destroyed. The War Trust no more. Now, with Jedi Zerinder and Master Wyatt neutralized, all of the Republic's most vaunted leaders are no more. Plan Zero is complete.
I'm honored to have had a hand in it.
Your contribution will be rewarded far beyond the simple glory of it. There is more to discuss, much of it of a sensitive nature which I do not wish to convey via holo. Return to my chambers here on Drummond Cars immediately.
Yeah, Beyond has been a really amazing patch. It's definitely had its issues with launch. The VR stuff or whatever. I personally didn't have a problem like what Obsidian Ant was talking about in his video. It was kind of weird for using the VR controls. I've never liked using VR controls in any game, so that's my own personal issue. The multiplayer crashing, though, that was definitely frustrating. I think there were a lot of bugs with Beyond that would have been caught if Sean Murray wasn't all like, ha ha ha, we have to never tell the players what's coming until we launch it. That way they can't have hype and blame us when it's not what they think that it's going to be, which wouldn't be the case if you were just honest about what's coming in your update. I think he overly knee-jerked in reaction to launch No Man's Sky criticism, right? What they're doing is great. It's commendable, but you don't have to do complete blackout to your player base. That's kind of not necessary. But the amount of quality of life stuff in Beyond is just amazing. I was already really happy with the game during Next. With Beyond, I really don't have a whole lot of complaints. The only issue I have is weird stuff that happens with multiplayer, like syncing not working right. Like Move Speed will build a base, I'll go over to where he's at, and his base isn't like actually built the way that like he had already built it, even though like we're right next door to each other. And I'm having issues with seeing people in the wild if they're not in a party with me, which is why we're unfortunately not currently doing the No Man's Sky series that I wanted to do. Like, that's what I was planning to do this month. I thought, okay, I'll have most of August to do the Colony series that I wanted to do, and then Destiny 2's expansion and Star Wars The Old Republic's expansions for September and October, and then Elite Dangerous come December. Cool. And unfortunately, No Man's Sky's kind of screwed me on that, so that whole thing got kind of put on the back burner for now until I can find a way to fix whatever's going on with the No Man's Sky multiplayer. But the patch is really fun. I enjoy it a lot. Like, I can enjoy Minecraft, right? So, to me, No Man's Sky Beyond is basically like a more grown-up version of Minecraft. Like, I don't take the flight combat seriously, right? Like, it's obviously arcade because the game is kind of arcade, right? Like, it's meant to be a chill, go exploring in space type game, not Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen.
Show me who to kill.
I'm back, Master.
There is no time to waste, apprentice. Listen up. Plan Zero was always my desire. I've been whispering in my master Darth Vengeance's ear for years. Inciting full-scale war was but one goal. The other was the downfall of Darth Vengeance, so that I may ascend to his seat.
That is what I thought.
Then we are in sync. The Council doesn't appreciate being undermined. They're all but calling for Vengeance's head. A strike against him now would be met with universal support. How would you like to face off against one of the 12 most powerful Sith in the galaxy?
I'm more than ready, Master.
There's another wrinkle. Darth Vengeance's apprentice, Lord Drog, has been secretly working for me, which Vengeance discovered before I could recall him. Vengeance's rage is growing. You must free Drog and face Darth Vengeance together.
The time for action is now.
Drog knows Vengeance's weaknesses and how to breach his inner sanctum. Administer this resuscitation drug to Drog. It will restore his strength. It will take both of you to overcome Vengeance. So free the apprentice and destroy the master. Be off.
Oh, Sith power plays, the real reason the Republic's managed to get anywhere. Oh, nice, man. Congrats.
administering a resuscitation stimulant.
I'm grateful to you and to Barris. I look forward to serving him directly once Darth Vengeance has been destroyed.
We have been ordered to do just that.
Then we'd better begin. Vengeance grows more powerful every moment. He's in his inner sanctum, communing with the dark side, channeling his rage and power. We have to confront Darth Vengeance there, but it won't be easy to access.
There's nothing I can't handle.
Good. We need to be ready for anything. I know Darth Vengeance well. He'll have tricks up his sleeve. 3 outer rings of this compound must be breached before we can reach the inner sanctum. Then a key is needed to enter. It's Darth Vengeance's personal key, but I made a copy and hid it. I'll retrieve the key while you break through the outer rings.
Then I'll meet you at the gates to Vengeance's inner sanctum.
You run the gauntlet of Darth Vengeance security. I swear to you, I'll do whatever it takes to deliver the key. You'll see. We'll make a great team.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, it doesn't feel Star Wars when you're, you know, holding onto a lightsaber, chopping at a droid for like 20 seconds. Kind of makes it hard to suspend disbelief at that point. And I mean, this is with me being like grossly over leveled, right? If this was actually like current content for me, ugh, it's a lot worse. I think that, like, I was kind of mentioning it to, I think, Card last night. That's one of the big reasons why I like the Marauder so much. Because it's one of the few ones where, like, your character seems active enough to kind of, like, feel like you're actually, like, attacking and not just playing an MMO, if that makes sense. Especially, like, when you pop Berserk, you're basically, like, a non-stop lightsaber chainsaw just going ham. Oh no, no, I completely agree with you there, Commander Card. The chapter content stuff was so like, I enjoyed the story the first time through, but doing it on alt, I literally wanted to kill myself. That was unbearably miserable. Yeah, the Revan expansion and McKeb were fine. But the Knights of the Fallen Empire or whatever, that stuff was... I'm not looking forward to doing that stuff. Yeah, Misery's a perfectly good explanation or description of it. It was not fun. I mean, like, I enjoyed it the first time through because I hadn't played Star Wars The Old Republic in so long. But, oh my god. After doing it the first time, it was so miserable to do it on, like, my alts to catch them up. And, like, the way it's structured, too, right? Where, like, it's essentially like an instance checkpointed thing, and you basically have to play through the whole mission in one sitting, or else, God help you, you're screwed over and got to redo parts of it. And oh my god, it's just so fucking slow and miserable. It was not fun. It was not fun at all. I hope they never ever do something like that again.
You're every bit as proficient as Barras said.
If I can inspire you, good. I need you strong and confident for what's to come.
I know what we're up against. I almost didn't make it. There were traps in the passages. I got the key, but Darth Vengeance probably knows we're coming.
We will take him down, whether he is prepared or not.
I will feed off your confidence. If I should fall, I want you to know it was an honor to fight and die alongside you.
Ah, the apprentices of Darth Barras. Drag, I will enjoy bleeding you anew. And you. Before you arrived, Barras was but a bit player. He would be nowhere without you.
That assessment is where our common ground ends, Vengeance.
Your talents are wasted on that man. It sickens me. Your master doesn't deserve you. He's a coward, pushing buttons from the darkness. You and I are people of action.
Sounds like you want to forge an alliance with me.
No, that hadn't crossed my mind. I can handle Barras on my own. Still, it tickles me to imagine your master's expression if I came at him with you by my side.
Ha! Why would anyone leave Barras for someone he's so easily duped? So easily exposed?
Enough of you! No, I will show everyone what it means to cross me. Barras and everything with his stink must perish.
You've been with Barras the longest, so you stink the most.
You both die now!
This is so much fun.
Yeah, that... Before I go into this next fucking conversation leg, and I forget what you just said, holy shit. The way the Sky Troopers spawn in that expansion is so fucking infuriating! Like, I love how they just wave after wave of them, and then, like, with each wave, there's always one of them in that wave that spawns way down a fucking corridor that you have to go run down in order to fucking defeat that wave before the next one spawns. And it's like, really? Really, BioWare? Why is this dude way the fuck back here? What does that serve? Like, is that supposed to be, like, boosting my immersion that these are reinforcements or something? Because it's just infuriating and time-consuming. or the amount of bosses in that expansion that have an immune trigger and a phase switch, right? Like, you're just fucking freight training the shit out of, like, Sky Trooper Elite Guard or Knight of Zakul, and then, like, all of a sudden they go immune and, like, jump up in the air, or they do something else stupid, and it's like, fuck, can I just kill him, please? Oh my god, that stuff drove me insane.
For years, I've dreamed of vanquishing Darth Vengeance. Glad to have had a hand in it. He fought hard and well.
I didn't even break a sweat.
You were remarkable. I have no delusions I would have survived this battle if it wasn't for you. This is your victory. You, Barriss, and I will be unstoppable.
It is a certainty.
There are things I must clean up here for Barriss. I will meet you back at his chambers.
I mean, it's one thing when it's like a Flashpoint boss or something like that, right? Where, like, there's group play, they're trying to make it so you can't just face melt the boss down immediately. But, like, when it's solo story content, it's like, come on. Like, you're literally just time gating me on how quickly I can get through this by doing dumb shit like that. And, like, the problem with it too is that, like, it's so blatantly gimmicky that, like, it's something you notice. If it was like structured into the gameplay somehow, I don't know how you do it, but somehow that, like, you weren't noticing, like, oh, this is literally just them trying to stretch it out, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But holy crap, like, you feel it immediately and you're like, okay, I guess I'll just sit here and wait for the next wave. And then, like, there's 5 waves of them doing it that way. God, it's so frustrating. It's literally infuriating. Poor Jaisa. Her back's gonna be so broke. Well, and you know, like, and that's one of the things that bothers me too, is like, the Old Republic's strength, or one of its biggest ones, was the story. So why are you trying to make it grindy, like it's World of Warcraft or something, and you're time gating it until the next episode, or the next, you know, unlock, or whatever the hell WoW calls it. Like, focus on the story. Don't try to make, like, playing through it miserable for the sake of, like, making it last longer. It's one thing if it's more challenging, right? That would be fine. I would be totally okay with, like, harder enemies where, like, I might die, right? Like, that would be cool. But just wave after wave of tedious things and mechanics that are purposely stretching it out to make it longer for the sake of, like, being longer, that's really frustrating.
Look upon me, apprentice. You have never seen me so pleased. And look around these chambers one last time. The humble trappings of yesterday. With our dismantling of Darth Vengeance complete, I assume his seat on the Dark Council and return to Korriban.
Well earned, Master.
This could not have been achieved without you. We ascend together, apprentice. Only our combined strengths can propel us to the height of power. Ah, the third side of this triumvirate arrives. Lord Drog, welcome home.
It's been a long time, Master. I'm ready to join the front line.
There is a war to win. What is your command, Master?
Now that I'm on the Dark Council, we are perfectly positioned to bring the Republic to its knees, to shape the galaxy as we wish. Go and enjoy this victory, my apprentices, but be ready for my call. I will not sit idle long.
Hey, you have a great night, Commander Card. I'll see you next time, man. And yeah, so, like, I never had a problem with the way this game did, story content and, getting through stuff in the older games, like back when it released. My issue is like the way it's all structured in, what do you call it? Fallen Empire and Eternal Throne. Those two are just fucking insufferable compared to like everything else in this game. I can't think of anything that makes me as like downtrodden as those two.
Okay, hey, Sith Master person of questionable temper and such. I've been extra good with the behaving. Did you notice? So, how about taking the shock collar off me?
I suppose it can't hurt.
Ugh. That is such a relief. So, what now? I mean, we're like a million miles from nowhere, and you've got the only ship.
You will remain with me and help achieve my goals.
Fantastic. Glad you could open up. We'll have to talk again sometime.
What is on your mind, apprentice?
So much. I've only touched the dark side, and already I feel as though the galaxy is unfurling before me. There's so much to take in. And I'll admit, I'm a little uncertain about what it means to be Sith.
You must learn how things run around here, and how best to serve me. Tell me, what do you think your role as my apprentice is about? What do you suppose our relationship is?
You are my master in all things. I do as you say, no matter what. My life belongs to you.
As you prove yourself, you will be given greater latitude, provided my will is ultimately served.
I spit on the Jedi way. The further I went with Nomen Karr, the more restricted I felt. All my life, I've felt kept and confined. Always wanting to watch what I say, treating emotion as the enemy. The dark side is my freedom. I'm going to express everything.
We believe that letting our emotions flow makes us stronger and unlocks our potential.
As you speak, I am swelling with pride and hope. Please, may I ask you something?
You need not be cautious with me, Jacer.
Your availability is a gift. It's about the Twi'lek, Vat. Can she be trusted? She seems rather soft.
Vet lacks the will and the ability to resist. She complains, but does as she's told.
If you're comfortable with her, then I am as well. I see I have much to absorb. I'm humbled by your attention. Thank you.
We can continue this discussion another time.
Of course, my master.
Declaration. I have completed a full analysis of my functions, Master. I'm ready to liquidate high-threat undesirables with a 100% efficiency, as the Maker intended.
We will destroy the Empire's threats without restraint or remorse.
Praise. Hearing you speak is like reviewing my programming logs. We will function well together, Master. Oath. While aboard your starship, I will maintain constant vigilance. You may rest easy here. Your absolute security occupies my every calculation.
Not everyone on this ship can be trusted. I'm counting on you to watch my back.
Compliance. No organic on this vessel poses even the slightest threat while I remain functional. I anticipate liquidating a great many undesirables in your service, Master.
Apprentice, it is customary to bow when in the presence of a member of the Dark Council.
Yes, my master.
Rise, my faithful servant. We are at war. The Dark Council has placed me in charge, and battles are being waged across the galaxy. You and Lord Jog will oversee the most crucial confrontations. Jog is already deployed, and now I shall unleash you.
Whatever it takes, Master. I will win this war for the Empire.
Our task will be much more difficult if you fall, my apprentice. We've caught wind of a secret plot on the planet Quesh that could win the planet for the Republic. The conflict for resources on Quesh remains the most important of the French systems. This Republic plot must not succeed.
It will be my top priority.
Commander Olean will brief you. He awaits your arrival at the Forward Command Center on Quesh. I find myself nostalgic, sending my most prized apprentice off to war. This is the culmination of everything we've done.
More greatness awaits us, Master.
Indeed, my friend. I bid you farewell.
Stop slacking.
Oh, please. CIG wishes Epic would buy them. Chris would have to pay Epic to get on the Epic Store. Never thought I'd meet a game that Epic didn't want, but there you go, Star Citizen. Yo, Black Jesus. Hello, hello. Yeah, I've seen like a lot of people ask like, oh man, do you think this company will buy out CIG? Do you think this? I don't think anybody wants to touch that shit with like a 100-foot pole, honestly. I'm sure Chris wishes somebody wanted to, because then he'd be off the hook for all of it, like, not being deliverable down the road. But there's just no way that anybody wants to get in on that. It's going pretty great, man. It's going pretty great. How are you this lovely, lovely evening? Yeah, I just don't see anybody touching it. Like, I honestly, like, I don't see anybody even doing, like, the whole investing for a return again. I think Chris got really, really lucky with that dude doing that. And he's going to really quickly see that his money was basically squandered, and nobody else is going to do it after that.
Commander Olean, I am here on Darth Barris's order. Bring me up to speed.
Not a minute too soon. All indications are that the enemy has been ready to strike for some time. If my reports are correct, they have us dead to rights. I'm thankful they've hesitated this long.
They'll regret not seizing the opportunity.
They may yet if we don't hurry. An elite Republic task force has found a cavern that tunnels beneath this command center. They've set explosives that will destroy the center and disrupt all Imperial military operations and communications on the planet.
Tell me where to go, and I will end this threat.
I sent what soldiers I had to search the cavern, but the survivors returned with blaster burns for their efforts. Here are rough coordinates of our best guess. Good luck.
We're doing the Sith main story. Or the Sith Warrior main story. We're just about at the halfway point. I haven't been streaming this very often in the past, no, because really, I don't know if like there's a lot to stream normally, but with the expansion coming out, I'm definitely probably going to be streaming more of it. So it'll probably be a lot more of this in the near future. For right now, like near-term plans, it's going to be streaming a full story playthrough on this character. So basically the class story and all the expansion stories leading up to the next expansion coming out. And then I'll probably also do some flashpoints and operations if I can get like the rest of the group to jump back on before the release of Onslaught. I'm hoping I can, because I'm positive that they all need to get the rust beaten off just as bad as I do. So that's going to be my goal, is trying to get them to jump on sooner than later. What? Alright, that was weird. Sure looked like I could see the target, but alright. And yeah, it's a very overleveled character for this story. It's a boosted character. I deleted my old Marauder a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago. About a year ago, something like that. So what I'm basically doing right now is just replaying the full character story playthrough, so that I have all the dialogue choices that I want going into the expansion, because I don't remember which ones I made on the old character. So this way I know for a fact that I made all the ones that I want. Boop. Jaisa is always the only one for me on a warrior. Like, hands down, no contest. It's all about the J set. In terms of like dark and light choices, I'm trying to play this one basically along the lines of like what I think would be appropriate. So it's not full dark, like meme level, everything is dark side choice, but a lot of it is dark side. Come on, how are you gonna tell me I can't see him? Fuck, cool. And that dude doesn't get hit. Oh no, we're good.
Is our mysterious problem been solved? Are we active? Sir, best guess is yes. All systems appear to be online. Your detonator should be live. Then let's pack up. We'll blow this cabin on the Imperial Command Center sky high.
You're not going anywhere.
Too late. We've been discovered. Stow it. We knew this was a possibility. Sith, I'm prepared to detonate even if it means we all die. You just wandered into your own funeral. Throwing the switch! What? No, come on, detonate. Detonate! Ugh!
If you want to die, let me oblige you.
Smith, hold the line. I'll try a reset. Must detonate. Work! Blasted work!
This is a mercy killing.
For the Republic.
Well, well, well. Well done. Mission accomplished, eh?
The threat is over.
There never was a threat, friend. Captain Trajan was sent here by one of Barris's Republic moles. The explosives he set up were not wired to the Captain's detonator. I have the real detonator. An elaborate trap for you.
I'm going to kill you, Drag.
That would be an amazing trick. Our master prides himself on being one step ahead of everyone. That includes you. He knew someday you would rise against him. You were his fiercest. I consider it a privilege that he's allowed me to pull the trigger.
He wouldn't dare face me himself.
The master never takes out the trash. Barris sends his regards. Goodbye.
Interest justified. Shall I revive?
Offer no help. We must be sure. His worth will be established by surviving the trek to safety. We will wait at the command center exactly 1 day for our proof.
So I probably have about 5 hours left that I can stream tonight. We'll see. Just kind of depends. There are some like things around the house I need to get done tonight before the honey girl gets home from work. But probably at least, I would say, until 5 a.m. Eastern. So I'm hoping that I can get the warrior class done in that time. I would think probably, considering like level and only focusing on the main story quest this playthrough, it should probably be enough time. Because I'm trying to think of what planets I have left. Belsavis, obviously, and unfortunately. I can't remember which one comes before Belsavis. There's Voss and Corellia. So, 3 that I can think of offhand. And Belsavis is really the worst of that. Corellia is not too bad. It's a little long, but... And then Voss is fairly quick if you're only focusing on main story, or class story. So, I'm thinking we should be able to complete the Sith Warrior story tonight. And then tomorrow we'll be probably starting McKeb. And I need to go that way. That's pretty hard to answer. It's pretty infrequent. So the channel's a hardcore like hobby thing for me. I like not having like a set schedule. So it's really hit or miss and pretty hard to like accurately say how often I stream. It'll probably be more often during this build up to Onslaught and maybe also during Onslaught. But typically not super often, much more frequently like uploading on YouTube versus streaming. But it just kind of depends. Like when I have something I want to play and I enjoy playing, then I'll normally stream it. Versus like I don't like the idea of just streaming for the sake of, oh, I need to be streaming because it's insert day and I haven't streamed this many days during the week. So it's kind of hit or miss.
We are impressed. You are worthy to be the Emperor's wrath.
You've got to the count of 3 to explain yourself.
We are your ally, friend. Look on me. I am Servant 1. This is Servant 2. We are the Emperor's hand. The Dark Council runs blind. We alone oversee the Emperor's will in the galaxy.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
We sampled the Wrath some time ago.
The Emperor tasks the Hand with a great undertaking, and you are to become his wrath. Darth Barris seizes power against the Emperor's wishes. He must be stopped.
All of my resources are dedicated to Barris's destruction.
The betrayer has motivated the Wrath.
Since the Treaty of Coruscant, the Emperor has withdrawn from the known galaxy, preparing for a great calling. Barris learned of this and now claims the Emperor speaks through him. If the Dark Council declares him the voice of the Emperor, he will have supreme power over the Empire.
What is the voice of the Emperor?
The voice is the conduit for the Emperor's words. The Emperor chooses one being to physically embody. This being is the voice. It is obeyed as the Emperor himself.
But the true voice has been silent.
And in its absence, there is nothing to deny Barris's claim. Some on the Council truly believe, others see an advantage in supporting him, and Barris plots against those who oppose him.
The threat dies when Barris dies.
He is too powerful to confront now.
The Wrath must build before reaching pitch.
Your crew awaits you at your ship. They have been informed of these developments. Varus means to force the Council to bow, but he believes you to be dead. That is our advantage. Return to your ship, and we will advise you what can be done to thwart him.
Yeah, it kind of does sound like him. So like, I'm really anal about like dropping spoilers, especially in this series, since the whole point of the series is the story. But I really wish that they had done more to develop like the hand and everything going on with the Emperor before. What was it? Oh god, I can't even think of the expansion planet now, but yeah, that made me sad. I mean, the Warrior is still, hands down, probably my favorite class quest storyline. But I just wish there had been more kind of going in depth on like what was going on.
Roth, your first opportunity to tear down what Barras creates is on Belsavis, a planet that was hidden from the Empire until recently. We are sending coordinates, and will advise you when you've arrived.
My lord, when Servant 1 contacted the ship in your absence, I didn't know what to make of it. So it's true. You've been chosen as the Emperor's Wrath. And we now fight against Darth Barras.
Didn't care for old man Barras anyway.
We climb closer to the Emperor, Master. Closer to ultimate power.
I don't know. Those hand weirdos kinda creep me out. You sure you want to sign up for this?
Everything has changed, Vet. My old master is my new enemy.
Great. I'll update my scorecard.
My lord, the ship is ready for departure. I'll await your word.
Oh man, you're missing out, dude. There's some good ones. I mean, there's some bad ones too. Unfortunately, full disclosure, a lot of the class stories have the best content in like the front half of that story, and then like the endings are kind of womp womp, not as like climactic and interesting. In my opinion, the two best. Okay, so. Imperial side, the two best are the Sith Inquisitor and the Sith Warrior. Like, they stay interesting and keep you, like, motivated throughout the entire quest. The Jedi Guardian, or whatever, Jedi Knight, I don't remember what exactly the class is called because I don't normally play Republic. I did all 4 Republic quests for the legendary player portrait thing, and so that I didn't see it, like, taunting me at the character login screen. But in my opinion, the Jedi Knight one was probably the best on the Republic side. I didn't particularly care for any of the other classes over there, but I also have like a really strong Imperial bias, so that was probably also partly to do with why I didn't really appreciate them. But I like the Jedi Knight one a lot because it also ties up part of the Revan storyline from Knights of the Old Republic. Because if you're not aware, you have the Knights of the Old Republic 1, 2 story, and then there's actually a book that kind of like bridges the gap between Knights of the Old Republic 2 and this game called Revan. There's actually a couple more Star Wars The Old Republic books if you want some extra lore, like on what happens in the events of this universe, like leading up to this game. But the Revan book is kind of like the continuation of Knights of the Old Republic, and you know, as a huge Knights of the Old Republic fan, that's kind of what I cared most about. And then the Jedi Knight story is basically the ending of it.
I have docked with the Belsavis space station.
Roth, Belsavis has been the Republic's best-kept secret, hidden even from the Hand.
The disappeared reappear.
The planet has been a prison for the galaxy's most dangerous criminals and many presumed dead Sith agents.
It houses the blood of the betrayer.
I struggle to understand what he says.
Servant 2 has been exposed to the Emperor. He now sees the galaxy differently than most. It was Servant 2 who realized what was happening on Belsavis. When the prison manifests were leaked, Barriss discovered that Darth Ekage, his sister, was alive and imprisoned there.
The blood of the betrayer.
Darth Ekage was a member of the Dark Council and leader of the Sith infiltrators. If she is reunited with Barriss, many more will bow to him.
Not if I can help it.
The betrayer's blood must be spilled.
To crack the door to Belsavis, the Emperor has directed the Guardsmen to coordinate extractions from the prison planet. A clever cover. Get authorization to shuttle to the surface and compel the Imperials to reveal Barriss's agents. Stop them from releasing Darth Ekage.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have a really strong bias towards the Imperial quest, just because, like, I don't like killing Imperials when I'm playing Republic ones. But I felt like, even with the two underwhelming Imperial classes, being, like, the Agent and the Bounty Hunter, they were still really, really good at the beginning. They kind of lost their luster to me at the halfway point, which would be, like, right now. But overall, they were really good in the front half of the story. And then the Inquisitor and the Warrior were both, like, I was driven to get through those stories by, like, wanting conclusion in both of them. Like, it was just, I thought they were the best in the game. Yeah, Juggernaut was my favorite class through basically almost all of the game. I just really, really like the Sith Warrior. Sometimes it's frustrating that, like, you have to build resource versus, like, other ones that have a resource and just have to maintain it. Sometimes that was really frustrating. But Juggernaut was just so much fun to play, either as a DPS and a tank. And I spent most of the early years of Star Wars The Old Republic maining as a tank for my guild. So I just have the most attachment to the Warrior.
Stop slacking. lacking?
I seek information about a mission to break out Darth Ekich and her assassins.
That's Lord Melikost's mission. He and his team have been permitted to venture deep within the Belsavis prison. The order came directly from Darth Barris, and you don't have clearance to know more.
I do not acknowledge Darth Barris's authority, uphold his order, and die.
I will not betray my orders.
Colonel, what are you doing? We're in the presence of a Sith Lord. It is our duty to aid in any way.
Stand down, Captain Oclart.
I will not, my lord. Lord Melikost invaded the prison this morning with a squadron of commandos. He's placed them throughout this level of the prison to cover his descent, and to secure the area for his exit.
Melikost will never leave Belsavis.
Captain, this Sith means to stop Darth Barris's mission. It seems you just aided an enemy.
It's not our place to judge between Sith, Colonel. We don't know exactly where Melikost is headed, my lord, but Lieutenant Cade, the leader of his commandos, might. Trouble is, Cade's men stationed in this sector will report any activity. If you're unwelcome, they'll warn him and Melikost.
Everyone under Melikost's command will be destroyed.
You've just signed a death warrant for your fellow soldiers. That's treason. I'm reporting you both to High Command. Darth Barris will know what has transpired here.
I cannot allow that.
Your decisiveness is enviable. I will cover your back, Sith, and Darth Barris will be none the wiser, you have my word. If Cade's commandos don't harm him, you'll surprise him in his bunker. He'll tell you where Lord Melikost is headed. Men, I'm assuming command of operations. First things first, dispose of Colonel Trill.
Well, that's one way to get a battlefield promotion. Oh, Belsavis, I never, ever, ever miss you. Ever. Although the Planet Story arc was kind of cool. It's nice seeing, like, the, oh my god. I couldn't even think of their name. Ricotta. It was cool seeing the Ricotta, like, back into the Star Wars Old Republic storyline. And of course, the Eternity Vault is easily like one of the funnest raids ever. At least back when it was like current content and like really hard. Oh man, I had so much fun in EV. Like the Soa Infernal fight, man. BioWare deserves so much credit for their raids in this game because they were doing like crazy shit before anybody else was that I've ever saw when I was raiding other games. Like I can't think of anything else that was like that. Oh, just murder dudes? No problem.
Bravo 553, do you copy? This is Command Center, report. Bravo 553, do you copy?
Your units are gone, Lieutenant.
What? Why? What's the meaning of this? My men and I are here in support of Lord Melikost. If you're responsible for this, you will answer to him.
Tell me where Melikost is, and I'll gladly present myself to him.
Damn these Sith games. Lord Melikost proceeded into the high-security sector of Belsavis. He's after the records room at the blown Republic prison there. He seeks the location of a former Dark Council member.
Darth Ekage is the Dark Council member he plans to free.
If you say so. I'm not privileged to such details. And when it comes to Sith business, I prefer to be kept in the dark. All right. What now?
Do I have to kill you to keep you from warning Lord Melicost that I'm coming?
Absolutely not, Sith. I mean, my lord. I shall report it to Lord Melicost as scheduled, and not before.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. I just haven't updated it yet. I've been kind of like waiting. Take care of that. Yeah, I didn't want to have like a ridiculously overly powerful looking set of like outfit for like the early stages, so I had kind of like a basic ass, oh, I'm just a new Sith trying to make my way in this crazy galaxy type outfit to begin with, and I wanted the lightsaber to kind of match that. So they're still like very bland crystals and saber hilts. Is that one colored? No, it's not. So yeah, the saber color crystal is definitely not fitting. God, I wish they'd made it so that you could just dump those. Even if they sold for like 0 credits, just to be able to like dump them on a merchant so you don't have to individually delete every single fucking thing would have been really nice. Alrighty, let's see, where are we going now? Oh yeah, like, especially if you got to the point where you could sell, what was it, the black and red saber crystals, at least on the Empire side, before they started adding cartel market crystals. Oh man, you were going to be just rolling in money because everybody wanted those. That was like the hottest shit in the world when this game was fairly new. Yep. Yeah, because you were either able to get them through the raids, or you were a rich bitch enough to afford them. So either way, it was like hardcore, like bragging to walk around with the black red saber. I mean, on one hand, like, I really like that there's so much customization in your appearance now in this game, like through cartel armor sets. But at the same time, it was really cool to like have the bragging rights of having like raid sets, because you know, if you couldn't clear the content, then you didn't have it. So it was really fucking cool to walk around in like the top end fucking raid gear. But at the same time, if you were unfortunate enough to play a class that had a really crappy raid tier appearance, then you were stuck with it. Especially before they put the the set bonuses into the armorings instead of like being tied to the armor. Oh man, good times. Good times. Like the fucking the first tier 1 Inquisitor raid set. Oh my god, the dunce cone. That shit was fucking so bad. Oh my god. I felt terrible for our healer because both of them were sorcerers. So they both just looked like absolute idiots with that fucking hat on. Ah, fuck.
Hello out there. A word, please. I am Jedi Master Somonic Timms.
Come out of there, friend, so we can talk properly.
Good try, but I sense your nature. I know you are Sith. I even know who you are. Many years past, I was the Padawan of Master Nomen Karr. He and I forged a bond through the Force. I know about your confrontation with Master Karr and what you did to him.
Your master begged like a coward and died like a dog.
Master Karr succumbed to darkness, I know. Hard to imagine such a strong Jedi reduced to such a condition. Ever since you defeated Karr and took Jace Wilson, the Jedi Council has been keeping track of you. We know you are no longer aligned with Darth Barris, and are in fact here to stop Lord Melicost from freeing Darth Ekage.
Though Barris is my enemy, I'm still Sith.
I expect nothing else, but your arrival here tells me something. It's a dead end, Sith. To follow Lord Melicost, you need information from the computers in this room, but the door has been fused. I came for the same reason. I got the information, but Lord Melicost's commandos trapped me in here.
Tell me how I can break you out.
Our combined strength, striking the door from both sides simultaneously, could break the physical seal. Trouble is, there's a fail-safe force field that makes even that impossible. Now, if you were to take out that force field...
If I do this, you'll give me access to the information I need.
You have my word. There are several power stations feeding this installation. Destroy them, and the force field will not engage. Then you and I can break through this door, and you can access the prisoner reports.
Stop talking. I'll do it.
Glad to hear it. Scour the area and destroy the power stations. Then return and start banging on the door. We'll work it out. I'll be waiting. After all, where am I going to go?
I actually have not watched anything on episode 9 yet, and I don't think I'm likely going to. I'm not a fan of the new trilogy at all. I know that's kind of like hipster to hate on the new trilogy, but I don't like it. I was immediately turned off from Force Awakens, and I haven't had any reason to change my mind since. It seems like it's just gotten worse and worse. So, at this point, like, in my Star Wars fandom, I basically just pretend the new trilogy doesn't exist. That said, I'm kind of a fan of Rogue One. I thought it was decent. I know a lot of people hated it, but I honestly liked it. In the Solo story, there were some things that I thought were kind of stupid, like pulling the Lando loves droids. Like, really loves droids. That was fucking just weird and felt completely unnecessary, and I don't know why they added that. Shit. Yep. Oh, I thought it was bugged. Nice. Fuck them dudes. God damn it. Nope, nope, come on, Jason.
Stop slacking.
Okay, now we can go.
I have returned, Jedi. The power stations are down.
Great. With the force field down, we should be able to break the door open. On 3. 1, 2, 3! Well done, Sith. Now, wait a moment. You're Jason Wilson, aren't you?
I used to be.
Any regrets, my dear? Joining up with this rogue?
Absolutely not, Jedi. Not when I get to meet and destroy obnoxious fools like you.
A woman after my own heart.
Yes, you seem to deserve each other. Now, before you think to fight me, Sith, I suggest you inspect the computer banks in here. I'd say they've seen better days. Still smoking. I wonder who could have destroyed them.
You destroyed the computers, so I couldn't get the information I need.
I did it to make sure no one else sent by Darth Varus could succeed. That is, after you and I stopped Lord Melicost. Now, I'm the only one who knows where to go. Our goals are one, even if our motives vary. I suggest a partnership.
Tell me where Darth Ekage's cell is, and we can part ways.
Sorry, I can't be sure you won't attack me once you know. All I'll tell you is that we're headed for deep prison. The exact location of Darth Eckage's cell remains my secret. In good faith, I'll point you to her assassins. You can make sure they remain locked up while I get access to the deep prison.
For the time being, I won't cut you open.
I'm thankful. You'll see, it makes sense to do it this way. You might get the assassins to back down without a fight. Me? Not so much. Here are the coordinates. Holo me when you're done, and we'll get together and face the Darths. It really will take both of us.
Oh, Jaisa, I love her. She's the best. Best companion. No contest. Yeah, like, I might watch it through a streaming service or something like that. Like, if it's ever at a point where I can freely watch it, maybe. Just to say that, like, I finished it and it's over. Disney can't hurt me anymore. But outside of that, I'm damn sure not going to go see it in theaters. Fuck that. It'll be a cold day in hell when Disney gets my fucking theater ticket price money. I'm honestly like 1,000 times more interested in the Mandalorian show than I am whatever the fuck they're gonna do with that stupid trilogy. And the thing is, like, even if they got a writer in on the new one to where it's not a giant shit show, they've done so much damage with the first two of that trilogy that you would have to spend almost the entire movie basically fixing the ridiculous crap that they've come up with in the first two. So it's like, well, this is a lost cause to me.
Displaying all authorized destinations.
Oh, for sure. Like, Disney doesn't care about any of the franchises that they own. They just care about what its return is. Whether that's Marvel, Star Wars, literally doesn't matter. The only thing Disney cares about is making that dollar. I mean, that's basically been their credo since early Disney days. Not that way. Swear to God, if it's gonna be that I needed to go back the other way, I'm gonna be really angry. That might lead back. I hate Belsov so much. God, I hate this planet. Alright, so we gotta wrap all the way around this bitch. No biggie, no problem. Taking the scenic route. Well played, little prick. I hope the Obi-Wan series does happen. I would love to see Ewan McGregor back. I love that guy as Obi-Wan. And then with The Mandalorian, I can never remember the guy's name. But I love him as an actor. I think he's really good. And the universe around that, like if you're going to do a show about a bounty hunter in Star Wars, it has the potential to be dark and gritty and, you know, something different than all the fluffy bullshit that Disney's put out so far. So I'm definitely really, really hoping that it's going to be, you know, a darker Star Wars story. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, crazy gory and everything, but, like, you could really do a lot with a story that is basically exploring, like, the seedy world of Star Wars focused around, like, bounty hunting and mercenary work and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that is what happens.
A Sith approaches. I sense hostility. Your rescue has been sniffed out, Imperial.
Men, lock and load. We got company.
Stay your triggers, Imperial. I want to know what this one intends.
My authority comes from the highest station. I am the Emperor's wrath.
There is truth in your words. I can feel it, but I sense hostility toward my mistress, Darth Ekage.
Your mistress and her brother, Barriss, openly defy the Emperor. They and everyone aligned with them must perish.
Then I break my alliance with the offenders. My fellow infiltrators and I pledge our support to you and the Emperor. We will slaughter these commandos and then free our remaining brothers.
A wise decision. We welcome your allegiance.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. You're not really going to slaughter us, are you?
No, not really. My fellows, we are not only free of these cells, we have been liberated from the rule of Darth Ekage. We will not interfere when you face Darth Ekage, my lord. You have my word.
You will be summoned. Be ready to serve the Emperor.
We will answer that call. May your strength surge when you face the Mistress.
Jim's here.
Darth Ekage's assassins have been dealt with. Have you managed to accomplish your part?
Well, yes and no. I found a route into the deep prison, but it was a struggle. And unfortunately, the way collapsed behind me. Bad luck, that. You'll have to find a different route to this level.
Tell me where to find you.
Isn't that nice? You want to make sure we can find each other. Sending the coordinates for our rendezvous. From there, it's quick to Darth Ekage's cell. Good luck, Sith. I hope you make it. Can't really do this alone.
That's awesome if they are doing that Obi-Wan series. I'd heard rumors that like... Oop, no, okay. That it was just concepted, right? Like they weren't sure if they were actually going to commit to it or not. So if they confirmed it at that Disney Expo or whatever it was, that is great by me. And I'm super fucking happy to hear it. Do I have the thing for your frontline camp? Yes, I do. Screw this place.
You're not dead.
Yeah, that's great, man. I'm not normally a big fan of like Jedi stuff and Republic or Alliance or Rebellion or any of that crap, but I really love him as Obi-Wan, so I wouldn't mind watching more story content with him.
You're not dead.
Where? I have to say, definitely agree with what Commander Card said earlier today. Like, I can't stand the questing and leveling on this planet, but it's really fucking cool. Like, the environment is really cool. I hate with a passion having to go through here, but it looks really good at least.
You're not dead.
Elevators, the true boss fight in this game. I can't count how many times I've accidentally walked over an elevator ledge to my death.
my lord. You are freed.
Rage. Wrath. Vengeance. I've been dormant too long. I need outlets. Had my brother sent anyone else, I would destroy them for practice.
Go ahead. Kill him.
Malakost, you incompetent. You've been followed. Prove your worth as we deal with this intruder, or I will kill you after all.
Kill him now. He'll only get in your way. Better if we tangle without the distraction.
How right you are, whoever you are. I will tell your master, my brother, the future voice of the Emperor, that you died like a dog.
I'm not going to let you deliver that message.
Now, exactly who are you?
He's with me, Ekage.
Nomenkar's sad little whelp. This just gets better and better. If you're aligned with this Jedi, you are a fool and a traitor.
I am the Emperor's wrath, unleashed by his hand, and the Emperor has marked you and your brother as enemies.
So, the Emperor's hand now works with the Jedi. No wonder my brother defies the Emperor. I just destroyed a lord with a mere flick of my wrist. Don't blink. I'm about to do it again.
We fight together, Sith.
Have my powers waned as I languished here?
Mull that over in death.
Barriss will avenge me.
She was defeated. Done. You shouldn't have killed her like that. We could have locked her away again.
Now there is no chance of her escape. Admit it. This is the best option.
The logic is sound, but it still feels wrong. I hope you'll come to see that to defy your former master, you have to walk a different path. Now, what's to be between us? Do we part as friends or as enemies?
Let my lightsaber answer.
I'm ready for you.
I feel a little conflicted about that one. I mean, like, I'm trying to make honest choices, but realistically, like, you just got named the Emperor's Wrath. Are you really going to let a Jedi go? That would be kind of absurd.
ascend.
Darth Ekage will not be joining her brother.
Yes, with Barris's sister silenced, our enemy grows angry. But he has other endeavors that must fail. The key Dark Council member who opposes Barris's attempt to be named Voice of the Emperor is Darth Vowron. Vowron is spearheading the battle for Corellia, and Barris secretly undermines his efforts. He hopes to orchestrate Vowron's failure, or death.
Barris is willing to risk losing Corellia.
His personal goals override the war.
The pendulum swings with Vowron's weight.
Vowron alone holds the defiant council members together. Barris's attempts to weaken his Corellia campaign must be thwarted. The Empire's Armageddon battalion was to be assigned to Corellia, but Barris redirected it to Hoth, where its strength is being wasted. General Greast commands. He must be convinced to abandon Barris's orders and take Armageddon battalion to Corellia.
I will accomplish it.
I served with General Grease for a time, my lord. As tough as they come, and stubborn.
Resistance cannot be accepted. Armageddon battalion must be reassigned. Do whatever it takes to make it happen.
Great. Back to the deep freeze.
Hoth is a big place, my lord. It could take a long time to find Greast.
Commander Slint is Barris's man there. He'll know where to find Armageddon battalion.
Ah, yes. Excellent thinking, my lord. Of course, Barris is rather tough on underlings. Assuming Slint hasn't been disposed of, he's your best lead.
Time to look up an old friend.
Man, I'm sorry for your loss there, Ragnarok. That's a tough one. I've been in that position before. Not necessarily that I didn't have a PC, but at one point I lived out in like the boonies, and the only internet available was satellite, which obviously is kind of hard to do any kind of gaming on. So, more or less, I felt that pain before.
Win, sir. I don't understand why
We're here to drag the Republic into an unwinnable conflict, to tie up their resources. Every day we keep them here spinning their wheels is another victory for the Empire. Remember that.
You've done nothing wrong, Slint. I'm here to find General Greast and Armageddon Battalion.
Oh, I know where they are. But, Barris expressly told me their assignment is a secret and that he'd kill me if I told anyone.
I'm not included in that order.
I see. Well, I have no reason to doubt you, my lord. General Greast and his men have been ordered to sit tight in a cave system not far from here. Here are the coordinates. Glad I could be of assistance, my lord.
I'm sure Barris won't kill him for that, right? I don't need to feel guilty. No! 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 Oh, nice. I can fast travel out now. We're good. Disregard. Forward bunker speeder. Yep. Beautiful.
Don't kill too many without me.
Your command. You good?
That'll do. Even though his head is so fucking small. Oh, man.
General, the men are getting antsy. We got geared up for Corellia, where the real fighting is. Instead, we're protecting these caves from Wampers.
I understand, Captain, believe me. Try to keep the men in line and battle ready. I have to assume our greater purpose here will be revealed. The order to hole up came from the highest authority.
I'm here to rescind that order, General. You must take Armageddon Battalion to Corellia immediately.
My orders are from Darth Barris himself. On whose authority are you operating?
The war needs you, Greased. Your assignment here is an error the Empire may not recover from.
You put me in a bad position, my lord. Disobeying the Dark Council is equivalent to treason.
General, we've been in a lot of scrapes. Does this feel right to you? What could possibly make this block of ice more important than Corellia?
Know your place, Captain. No matter what our gut says, we're not privy to Darth Barris's ultimate tactics.
Barris is serving himself at the expense of the Empire. Soldiers are dying while you sit on your hands.
Captain.
Yes, General.
Make ready the men. We're moving out for Corellia.
Yes, sir.
There, Sith. Happy now?
Time will tell, Greased. You'll see you did the right thing. Now get moving.
My lord.
It's about time. You're not dead.
looking well for someone I blew up. Your slaves put up a decent fight, too. Darth Barras and I will put them to good use. Barras is the true voice of the Emperor, you know. Soon he'll claim his rightful title.
I now work for the Emperor's hand, and Barras is in direct defiance of the Emperor's will.
Lies will not save you, friend. Barras held back when training you, but he taught me everything. And Darth Vengeance showed me dark side secrets even Barras doesn't know.
Show me what you got, Drag.
I'm ready for you. You think you're doing well. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I have a secret. I can't be killed.
Permit me to test that statement.
You will learn the hard way. Persistent. It's time I stop prolonging this. All right. You must be the luckiest being in the galaxy. But Darth Barras will see that luck run out.
If I had a credit for every time someone I'm about to kill predicted my doom.
Savor that, Master. His flesh will burn off as he suffers the most painful of deaths. Delicious.
The more painful his death, the better.
Your spite gives me shivers. Spectacle's over. We have more victims to hunt down. I'll revive the others, Master.
I love that girl so much. Ah, Jace is literally the best. What more could you ask for, huh? Yeah, I really feel like all the other classes kind of got cheated because, like, I mean, one, I love her as dark side, but the fact that, like, you can split her light side or dark side when you take her in, and she's basically two completely different characters depending on which one you take. Like, none of the other classes have anything that cool with their companions. Nothing that I can remember, at least. Everybody else wishes they were warrior. Because we definitely have the best companion.
Roth, Servant 2 sensed the presence of Barras's apprentice, Drag.
Hidden in life, announced in death.
It seems our enemy knows you live. We have lost the advantage of surprise.
Barras is a master of information. It was only a matter of time before he learned the truth.
Your knowledge of him is deep. Darth Vowron is receiving his reinforcements on Corellia. This and the loss of Drag will incense Barras. he will tighten his grip. Your disruption of Barris's plans continues. There is crucial need for you now on a planet called Voss.
What is to be achieved there?
A decisive blow to the betrayer's bid.
Barris laid the seeds for his ascension on Voss many years ago. We will explain when you arrive.
I'm fine with that. Regardless of their motivations, I'm totally cool with it. It worked out for me because Warrior was my favorite class. I played most of the closed alpha as Inquisitor because I was like, oh yeah, Darth Maul! But then I played the Warrior and I was like, dude, this guy's fucking... This is the one to go. And then I never looked back for like the longest time. I think I went like 2 years, 2.5 years, maining only the Warrior.
Space station.
Darkness that silences await.
Voss is a strange world. Both the Empire and Republic vie for the planet's support in the war. The Voss are leery of outsiders. Access to the planet is restricted. You need permission from a sanctioned official to shuttle down. We've contacted Darth Saravin, the emissary trying to woo the Voss. He believes you're coming to help.
What does he know about me and my mission?
Nothing. Help him if you wish. We do not care. You may encounter Voss who know something of your purpose. They are attuned to the Force, and their most gifted receive visions of the future.
Voss vision interpretation sometimes suffers.
True. Years ago, when the Empire became aware of Voss, the Emperor sent the military to lay siege to the planet. The Visionaries thwarted what they foresaw to be a simple attempt to conquer. But the Emperor's purpose was to claim a Voss Visionary to house the voice of the Emperor.
Then this Visionary is proof that Darth Barris is not what he claims to be.
The Wrath finds the mark.
The true voice went on a pilgrimage to discover the nature of a great dark side presence on Voss. He has not been heard from since.
The voice is quieted.
You must retrace the voice's steps, discover what has befallen him, and free him.
Where do you suggest I begin?
The voice sought a Voss hermit named Madagar-Ru. To request an audience with Madagar-Ru, the voice was to light signals scattered about the land outside the Voss capital, Voss-Ka. This hermit was the last being to see the voice. Find out what he knows.
That's actually something that's really bothered me for quite a while with this game, right? With all the races that they've added, like, so many people wanted Voss as a playable race, and it would have made sense, too, right? Like, they're literally basically the last people you encounter before, you know, the epilogue to all of the class stories. And the whole, like, story arc on this planet is, hey, the Empire and Republic are trying to recruit them to one side or the other. Like, how is that not a no-brainer for a playable race? That always puzzled the shit out of me. I mean, it obviously wouldn't make sense playing through like class stories and stuff as a Voss, but like you can kind of argue that with some of the other races as well. But like it would at least make sense seeing them aligned to like Empire Republic at endgame content, where like this part of the story is already basically in the past.
Please select an available travel route.
I mean, you're for sure though. It wouldn't make sense like going through the early stages of the character storylines as a Voss when like they haven't picked a side yet. I don't know. Maybe they could have done something where like starting a Fallen or Eternal Throne character, like you had an option to do it, or something like that, where you start after the main story. And honestly, like, it's been so long, I don't remember if they eventually pick a side or not, or, like, if anything ever happens with, like, explaining what happens with Voss after you leave here. So, I don't remember what the canon outcome is. I just know I would much rather have Voss as a playable race than, what do you call it, the Nautolan. Like, I could give fuck less about playing Squid Face Hentai Guy. Or Squid Hair, I guess. Not face. Like, at that point, if you're going to add them as a playable race, I'd rather see Wookiees. Although I'm willing to admit, like, I'm also kind of biased against, like, the more goofy-looking alien races, so I obviously am kind of predisposed against the Nautolans. Yeah, right? She just needed some sweet D to convince her that we weren't all that bad. Some good loving. She'd be like, you know what? You can hang out. I'm gonna change my mind. Maybe you guys aren't so bad after all. Honestly, like, I'm pretty sure the reason we couldn't romance her is because she's actually 100% legit, like, mommy daddy issues, fucking full on 100% full tilt crazy as shit. I don't think that girl's romanceable, like, IRL. It does kind of bug me though, like, being able to save her, or not save her, oh. I probably shouldn't. That's kind of spoilerish.
Voss welcomes you, outsider. Why do you seek Madagaru?
He has knowledge I need.
A worthy goal. Madagaru will meet you. The location is revealed.
Yeah, I mean, if you go by the typical modifier of like the crazy ones are the best ones, I can only imagine with Valen. That'd be some like change your life sex right there.
I am Medigaru. I appeared at the signal pyre. I appear here. I recognize you. Another game. A Voss, but housing darkness, like you.
You have very astute senses, Hermit. What else do you think you know about him?
There is much I could tell you. On Voss, everything gained is paid for. You must share a secret. Any secret will do.
On Nar Shaddaa, I was ordered to slay my old master's rival, Lord Rathari. Instead, I made him my minion.
An admission is made. The act is payment. The one you seek forced me to help him unlock the secrets of Voss. I could not defy him. He went to the Dark Heart Chamber in the Nightmare Lands. You must follow.
Some elaboration is required.
The Dark Heart is ancient, forbidden. The secrets of Voss are buried there. The denied truth. Your predecessor wrapped himself in the blessing of oneness. Without it, an outsider cannot even see the gateway to the Dark Heart. Vanna Zo can bestow the blessing in the Shrine of Healing. To find her, seek Fadith Kai and complete the Voss trials.
Sounds like I have my work cut out for me.
The larger the need, the larger the price. Off. Get the blessing at the Shrine of Healing. I will guide you when I can. Respect the Voss way, or the Dark Heart is denied.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Oh man, if they opened the floodgates on Wookiees as a playable race, you'd see him playing every class. They would be fucking everywhere. Which would be pretty fucking hilarious if they redid all the dialogue for like all of the class quests and your character was just like rah, 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 to everything. Oh god, that'd be so funny. I would die laughing. I would re-level a new character just to like see that. Oh God. I didn't think about that aspect of it at all. Fuck, is it down? Yep.
Are you Varnixo? I require the blessing of oneness.
Oh.
Am I interrupting something?
My pain stabilizes these ailing. I heard your purpose. But you are not Voss. The blessing bestows privileges. I hesitate. You cause my insides to scream.
Give me what I want, or I'll make your outsides scream too.
I make myself available. But to be granted the blessing, a sacrifice must be made. To heal, I siphon strength from the able. Will you submit?
I offer my strength to help heal your sick.
Remain still. Your sacrifice heals the ailing. The blessing of oneness is earned.
You may commence.
Oneness bestowed.
I'm leaving.
I must return to healing. Respect Voss.
You have the blessing. It will allow you to see the gateway to the Dark Heart. In order to unlock the gate, you must acquire the Pendant of Bone. Commando Bidek Va owns it. He is encamped in the Gormak lands, warring with the Gormak chiefs. Convince him to give the bone.
Wow, I can't possibly imagine a way that could have been interpreted dirty.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
No, not yet. I'll definitely be doing it though before I start going into Mekeb. Because I want to make sure I don't accidentally start the Fallen or the Eternal Throne crap before getting it done. Because I want that absolutely completed so that the reunification has meaning. Plus, I've got like a bank full of companion gifts to fucking force feed her, so definitely gonna be taking care of that here soon. Right? Boop. Wrong way.
I seek Bidekvar.
Your kind have a sense of entitlement. It is unearned. What business could you have with Bidekvar?
I require his pendant of bone.
His talisman? It's old, but worthless.
Just tell me where Bidekvar is.
Bidekvar wars against Gormak. He won't return until their fiercest chieftains are slain. This campaign takes months. You will have to wait.
I wait for no one. I will wipe out Bidekvar's enemies myself, and then he will meet me.
Delusion. The Gormak chieftains are fierce, well protected. I will show you where, then I will not see you again.
That dude's in a lot of trouble if there's a kill him option later. Might want to start working out his will. Come on. No. Huh. There we go.
outsider returns.
You killed the Gormak chieftains. You want my
Yeah,
talisman.
better run.
Why?
I need it to gain entrance to the center of the Dark Heart.
You're mad. The bone gives me no advantage. To profit from it is good, and I will award it, for a price. You killed enemy chieftains, but the Gormak Warmaster lives. Defeat him, the talisman will be yours.
I could just take it off your corpse.
Then there will never be an alliance between Voss and the Empire.
If everyone's dead, no one will know.
Man, attack!
Voss will avenge. You now possess the blessing of oneness and the pendant of bone. I have guided you. Now I request your help. I need to live in your skin, seize control of you. You will be unchanged and not feel a thing.
What are you going to do?
You cannot know, but I will pay you for your service. Agree to this. I only require your body for a few moments.
I like the idea of you owing me.
The agreement is made. It is done. Thank you.
I guess I'll have to continue on not understanding any of this.
It will remain a mystery until it no longer is. Then I will appear to you again. The blessing shows the door to the Dark Heart chamber. The pendant unlocks it. To access the Dark Heart, see Merbek Gen in the Nightmare Lands. He is one of your kind.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Oh boy, we're getting there. I'm so glad that murdering them was an option. I, had no idea that was a thing. That made me happy to not have to do another fetch quest for that guy. Like, how greedy are you? You sit there and talk about how, oh man, killing the chieftains will be months long. And then I go and do that for you, and you got the fucking balls to ask me to do another thing for you just to get a worthless bone pendant you just said was worthless. I mean, come on. I feel like that's karma. Yeah, I love the planet. It looks really pretty. It's one of the better looking ones in the entire game. At least as far as I can remember. I don't remember much of the expansion stuff. Although Manon is hands down my favorite because of nostalgia purposes, and the soundtrack there is the original, Manon soundtrack. So, what's not to love there? That away, I guess. Yeah. Yep. I'm a big sucker for any kind of original Knights of the Old Republic callbacks. Alright, let's see if I can do this without falling to my death, as I have many times before, trying to shortcut around here. Well, that was totally an unnecessary circle. Good job, Failure. Good job. I've played up through, what do you call it? Eternal Throne. I haven't done any of the ones after that. So, that was a big reason on why I wanted to re-roll, so that, like, everything was, like, a fresh choice, and I could make sure that, like, everything was what I wanted going forward into Iocath and Osis, I believe it's called. Burp. Yeah, I mean, you know, I figured I had like, they didn't say the release date as far as I'm aware of until pretty recently, but I figured I probably would have a little while before the expansion actually dropped, so I figured, okay, well, that gives me some time to, like, redo some of my characters so that I definitely have all the dialogue and story choices that I wanted to, because I think I might have gone through a couple of them and just kind of spacebarred and been like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. So if I'm going to bother with the expansion, I want it to be, like, choices I actually care about.
Trespasser, Selmakor warns. Retreat, relent, death awaits.
I do not scare easily.
Then die easily.
Yep, so I'm going to be taking this character through all the current content available. And then once I finish that off, I'll probably be double checking on what some of the people want to play for the upcoming expansion in terms of raid composition. And then whichever one I end up actually needing to play for the expansion, that'll be the one that I'm probably going to be streaming flashpoints and operations up until the launch of the actual game. Or the expansion, rather.
No closer. This is death embodied. Death itself.
Yeah, the idea was that I wanted to have, like, a complete saga of, like, the entire Warrior storyline, and the expansion stories after it branches, or the stories converge in one place on the YouTube channel. So it's going to be a full story playthrough eventually.
Roth, come to me. I am your Emperor. Darth Barris plays the old games. He maneuvered me here, knowing this body could be bound to this place.
Tell me more of this.
Barris planned my pilgrimage, offered me this body. He knew any Voss who entered this chamber could never leave. Selmacor's dark secrets here are of import. But they will wait. I must be released. Another time I will return for what I require.
Tell me what must be done.
I am released only when this body dies. An oversight I will not repeat. But for now, the entity Selmacor makes suicide impossible. I will lower my defenses and use my wrath to kill this body.
I am yours to command.
I am ready. Strike me down. Forever bound. Selmacor takes this body. Such power.
Welcome back, man. Hey, I appreciate it.
The entity is vanquished. The life in this body is ebbing. You have done well, my wrath. Once I am released, the Hand will know all that has transpired. I cannot be trapped twice. They will continue to guide you in the effort to ruin Darth Barris's bid.
Darth Barris's destruction is all I care about.
Revenge drives and burns with bright intensity. But it is a mortal fuel that leaves the tank bare. Voss holds no further interest for you. Return to your ship. This body is expiring.
Yeah, Twitch is kind of like a, I guess, a side project, more or less. at this point for me. YouTube is definitely the main focus for platform. I definitely don't stream enough to like ever really build much off on YouTube, so, or on Twitch rather.
I come to pay for what I took. Knowledge and a warning. The Dark Heart is Selmacor's prison. I exist to prevent his escape. Through you, I know how to banish Selmacor forever.
Should this mean anything to me?
You felt Selmacor's power. In his domain, he is all-powerful, able to trap even your Emperor. If he is unbound, his domain spreads. Nothing could defy him. You helped. I grant you this secret. Be warned. One of your own plots to betray you.
Tell me which one.
The vision ends. You must be the interpreter. Voss bids you farewell.
Don't worry, Chase. I know it's not you. You'd never betray me.
I have completed my mission on Voss. The voice of the Emperor has been freed.
Yes. We are again aware of the voice. Preparations are being made to secure a new host, but the rituals take time. You have done well, Roth. The Emperor is pleased.
But time never pauses.
Events are progressing faster. With the help of Armageddon Battalion, Darth Vowron has gained a foothold in the battle for Corellia. Everything now hinges on Vowron's survival. Barriss needs him dead to be named the voice of the Emperor.
Send me to Corellia. I'll stop any attempt on Vowron's life.
The Wrath anticipates the hand.
Barriss has marked Darth Vowron for death. Assassins have been sent. Their missions must end in failure. We will learn more and brief you when you arrive on Corellia.
My lord, I'm afraid we cannot go to Corellia at this time. The Empire has enacted a martial law blockade of the entire system.
I'd like to see someone try to get in my way.
The blockade is impenetrable. The Imperial fleet has been equipped with special transponder signal emitters. Any ship without this emitter sticks out like a sore thumb.
I've never heard about such an initiative.
I've been monitoring Barriss's communications, Lieutenant. He only implemented the order recently. Probably to keep us away from Corellia. Without a signal emitter with Corellia space clearance, we will be noticed the minute we enter the system. But I believe I have a solution.
It shouldn't be too difficult to secure an emitter.
As always, you have great clarity of mind, my lord. I intercepted a transmission granting Corellia clearance to a Class A starship not far from here.
Lucky us.
Quite. We can board the vessel and take their signal emitter.
They won't part with it easily. We'll have to go in there guns blazing. A lot of fellow Imperials are going to die.
That doesn't sit well with me either, Lieutenant.
Not with me, but it is a necessary evil. There are ways to minimize the casualties. I know the schematics of Class A starships by heart. I could accompany you on board and lead you directly to the transponder station. Just a suggestion, but it would help expedite things.
Hey, Cal, how's it going, man? Not too bad, just trying to find some stuff to keep me busy, since Shadowkeep's got another month.
You're not dead.
I've kind of reached a point where, like, I just have nothing else to do on my Warlock, so I'm like, well, guess I'll wait it out playing other stuff.
My lord, I could not leave you to this fate without showing the respect of being here to witness it.
What fate, Gwyn? What are you talking about?
It pains me, but this entire scenario is a ruse. There's no martial law and no special signal emitter. Barriss is my true master. He had me lure you here to have you killed.
If you are allied with that fool, you will receive no mercy from me.
I'll happily share his fate if it means standing against you. You've destroyed countless loyal Imperials while sparing many of our enemies. I'm convinced you do not have the Empire's best wishes at heart. At least I know Darth Barriss is trying to win this war.
This kind of intrigue makes my spine tingle. I'd love to kill a traitor.
Jacer, you have no idea how long I've held my breath, hoping you wouldn't use your power on me. Barriss specifically expressed that I should extend his welcoming hand to you. Join us.
Are you kidding me? I may sense nothing but confidence in you, but...
Your powers will be a great benefit when Barriss has turned you to him, Jacer. For now, I can't have you disrupting my calculations. Barriss and I have been planning this for some time. You'll have to face this fight alone, my lord.
You know who I'm working for now, Captain. If you stand with Barriss, you stand against the Emperor himself.
The Emperor is an absentee landlord. Barriss is doing what any real patriot would do after all this time observing you in battle. I have exhaustively noted your strengths and weaknesses. These war droids have been programmed specifically to combat you. I calculate a near 0% chance of their failure.
You always did talk too much.
Sorry it's come to this, my lord.
You're not dead.
All right, Quinny boy, my little precious sweetheart. Time for your comeuppance.
What went wrong? I calculated precisely. You should be dead.
After all our time together, have you not realized that I am unbeatable?
I'm at a loss. I have betrayed you. Conspired with your most hated enemy. I don't expect your mercy.
It's useless to defy me. I will keep you alive, and we will see if you earn my trust again.
My lord, This is unexpected. Darth Barris would never forgive such a failure. If you will permit me to stay in your charge, my dedication to you will never come into question again.
I'll be keeping an eye on you just the same.
Of course, my lord. This interruption has delayed you enough. I'm eager to return to the ship and put this behind us.
The ship is through there. Prepare for departure. I'll join you shortly.
Of course, my lord. One thing, my lord. Do you plan on telling the others what happened?
When it's appropriate, I will inform them.
I appreciate it, my lord. I will see you back at the ship.
Right? Like, how you gonna leave Jaisa, of all people, behind? Fuck that. And, like, I love how Quinn's like, you're not gonna tell anybody, right? Like, Jaisa was right fucking there. Everybody's gonna know already. You think Jaisa's gonna keep her mouth shut? Please.
Greetings, Master. I cleaned the vessel from stem to stern in your absence. You can smell...
You know, I was a slave when I was a little girl. Before I got free. Sort of full circle, I guess.
You work for a Sith, as all in the Empire do, but your collar has been removed.
Right. I do appreciate the difference, believe me. My mother and sister and I were grabbed when I was little. I don't remember much of it. We worked the mines on Ryloth. Then they separated us. I got sold to a Rodian, then a Hutt. Then some sort of weird three-eyed thing.
I'm guessing your masters found you more trouble than you were worth.
Ha ha. Yeah. So I was never gonna get Slave of the Year. Anyway, I guess you know you've moved around too much when a Sith ship starts to feel like home.
This is home. And this is our strange little community.
I guess you're right. Watch out I don't start calling you Pops.
Commentary. My updated galactic history data indicates I missed depressingly little during my unscheduled shutdown. I am disappointed to note the Republic still stands. The sacking of Coruscant was impressive, but the Empire failed to finish liquidating the enemy. That peace treaty was highly inefficient, Master.
This time, there will be no mercy. We will conquer the Republic.
Contemplation. Perhaps I should be grateful the war waited for my reactivation. Fact. The Empire needs a dedicated efficiency expert like myself. There is substantial room for improvement of its annihilation procedures. The Sith spend as much time fighting each other as they do the Jedi. This is simply wasteful.
A united Sith order would destroy everything in its path.
Offer. I can activate my manifesto protocols at any time, Master. I will happily compose a convincing argument you can share with other Sith. Conclusion. I will dedicate a small portion of my processors to developing new efficiency-increasing methods. I will inform you when I have recommendations. Until then, we should resume liquidating the undesirables. They have lived far too long.
I have mixed feelings on the Fallen Empire stuff. I think they made a lot of the like in between elements of the actual story kind of grindy and a pain in the ass to like slog through. But overall I enjoyed the story, especially as like an Empire character. I could see how like Fallen Empire doesn't matter that much if you strictly played Republic tunes. But for like an Empire tune, like we were left hanging off, having no idea what the fuck our faction was doing for like basically the entire fucking game, right? Oh god, I'm so glad that didn't click. So let's rewind time a little bit and take a look back at the history of the Old Republic, right? Before the Old Republic comes out, right? You have Satele Shan, who is basically the poster child of the Republic, along with that commando guy. I can't remember what the hell his damn name is. As well as kind of Nico Carr. For the Empire, we have Shae Vizsla, who's nowhere in the fucking game at the time. We have the Twi'lek girl, who is killed off in the books before the game comes out. FYI, in case you didn't know. And we have Darth Malgus. Game launches. Republic has all of its, core heroes and all this stuff going on. Imperial, our faction leader, essentially, is murdered off in a mid-tier fucking flashpoint. And from that point on, our faction is pretty much like just chaos. We have no grounding. We have no like united front, no united direction. It's just fucking a clusterfuck. So when Fallen Throne or Fallen Empire stuff did start happening, it was really nice for Imperial characters because we finally get to find out where Daddy Emperor was the entire fucking time. And that was like, kind of like some closure, I guess. Like, I needed to know why Daddy didn't love me and where he was and why our whole faction was basically just like the redheaded stepchild of the story, more or less. So for an Imperial tune, I liked it for the story. The actual gameplay was kind of frustrating, and it was something we talked about a little bit earlier in the stream. But there were just a lot of elements in those expansions that were frustrating, playing through them. But yeah, I got like really motivated to play this again because for one, Shadowkeep got delayed until October, right? And this game has a new expansion coming out for like the first time, like a proper expansion in September. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to play some The Old Republic. It's been a while.
Rumination. It appears many of my fellow HK-51 units will remain frozen indefinitely. What an inefficient fate. This gives my processors pause. Was it always the Maker's will that I alone would complete our programmed function to liquidate undesirables?
If I could reactivate you, there's hope for the rest of your production line.
Admission? That is a pleasing theory, Master. Becoming the vanguard of my production line's return would be flattering. Conjecture. The galaxy would be a different place if my transport had not crashed. Many Republic undesirables would be long since liquidated. By my calculations, HK-51 units would have ended the war 5.32 years ago, with the Republic's complete collapse into anarchy.
Our time will come. Better late than never.
Lament. I abhor lateness, Master. The inefficiency irritates my circuits. Manifesto. It is my highest function to see the Republic fall. Its destruction will be a lesson to all who oppose the Sith Empire. Observation. This has been a highly productive interaction. sense of purpose. Thank you, Master.
Yeah, man, let me know if you end up doing that. I think we have like possibly 2 spots open in our raid group too, so if you're interested in doing any of that stuff, doing operations, we probably have room, depending on if you want to do DPS or heal on a Sork. And it's also a lot quicker to like level up now for sure. I mean, I'm guessing you've probably played recently enough if you've done the Fallen Empire stuff.
Master, your indulgence, please? We haven't spoken for some time. Are you upset with me?
I'm not hard to find. If you want to talk, speak up. Tell me anything.
Can I tell you it angers me to be ignored? The nobles on Alderaan treated me like I wasn't there. First because I was just a servant, then because they knew I could see through their pomp and distortions. I wanted to expose it all, bring their political nonsense to a halt.
What was stopping you?
I was naive, stupid, and the lady I served seemed sincere when she advised me not to. Of course, she ended up using me for her own ambitions. Deep down, I hated my life, but I swallowed those feelings.
You've come a long way already. Now, you can let your feelings go.
Yes, I'm finally living, all thanks to you.
That was like a huge quality of life change when they finally made it so that you could pick which role your companions were. Like, I know some people were salty and whiny about that shit, but holy fuck, it made me so happy. Because you know what? Some classes have really fucking annoying healer companions, and if you're leveling and you need to have that companion, then you were basically kind of screwed. Because then you had to have that one out, and that meant dealing with all of their reactions, whether they were good or bad, to whatever questing content you were going through. Holy shit, it is so nice to be able to like play through the whole game now with like the companion you want once you unlock them.
Master, remember the last Imperial port we were docked at? Because I don't. I think I partied a little too hard there. I vaguely recall an Imperial soldier. I think he and I, got to know each other? Either that or I might have killed him. Or both, maybe. It's fuzzy.
I see you're enjoying yourself.
The way I see it, I work hard, so I should play hard. But don't get me wrong, I'm not really interested in nameless, faceless, possibly lifeless grunts. I reserve my interest for much more accomplished men.
You're staring at one right now.
Now look, you've gone and made me blush. You'll see, I'm a quick learner. I won't be so clumsy next time. Until then.
I don't remember if I have to balance this just right to get a certain interaction between 2 ladies of the ship, so we're going to bounce back and forth a little bit here. Bear with me.
Have you ever heard of Nock Drayan? Pirate. Terrified the criminal world for a few decades.
He destroyed the Wrath Cartel and the Vandalhelm Combine in some giant power grab. Same guy?
Yeah, same guy. Weird to think of him that way. Nock Drayan was the most famous killer in the galaxy. But he set me free. I was still slaving it up for Three Eyes when he crossed Nock. Or maybe he just had something Nock wanted. I never did ask.
Did any of the gang survive the encounter?
You mean anyone that wasn't owned as property? No, they did not. I'm still not sure how Nock got his speeders into the camp. One minute they weren't there, and then they were. He was ruthless, but not a thug, you know? Sort of a pirate prince. Freed all the slaves, and told them they could join up, or go their own way.
I'm surprised he allowed a child to make that kind of decision.
He was like that. Never once talked differently to me. Not sure he really understood kids. I was the smallest on the crew, and mining had taught me to fit in tight spaces. Nock's crew showed me how to steal. For a long time, I didn't feel bad about stealing. So much had been taken from me.
Even the small action of taking gave you control of your life. That is everything.
Well, it's a long time ago anyway. Let's get back to work, yeah? What does family mean to you? I mean, does it have to be the people you're actually related to?
When you are close to people, they become family. Sometimes, whether you want them to or not.
Cute. I'm going to take that as a compliment. When I was working for Noctrayan, doing the pirate thief thing, he had a daughter my age, Risha. It wasn't like Nock was super sweet to her or anything. But he'd call her princess, and I wished I was her.
You've only spoken of a mother and sister. What happened to your father?
Dead, enslaved, disappeared. We never really knew. Maybe that's why I wanted to be Risha. Risha was smart and strong. She knew how to do everything around the ship, and I went everywhere with her. Suddenly I had a sister again. For years it was Risha and me against the galaxy and anyone who gave us grief.
Memories of the best times in life are treasures later in life.
Who are you, and what did you do with the Sith I know? Eventually, Nock hatched some secret plan that I couldn't be a part of. One that apparently got them both killed. But for a while there, I really was happy. Enough of that. You know, I never thought much about being a Twi'lek when I was younger. Even on Ryloth, there were lots of other types of people. As far as I could tell, people like me were just the ones who made the best slaves. Wasn't much to be proud of, you know?
Your perspective changed as you got older?
It wasn't getting older. It was meeting Twi'leks that weren't helpless. When I left Noctrayan's gang, I joined up with a group of Twi'lek artifact hunters. They were all young too, full of fire and Twi'lek pride, out trying to recover our heritage.
I could see the appeal of young, excitable Twi'leks.
You should have met them. There was a girl they called Taunt. She was beautiful. Everyone loved her. I made friends in the new gang. But it wasn't until we did our first job together that we were family. There was this rich Duras scumball, Kata Bliss. Obsessed with Twi'lek women, artifacts, clothes, anything. We took him for everything he was worth.
That's quite a haul. I assume your little gang lived well for a while.
Not really. The Twi'lek groups who bought the artifacts weren't exactly rich. But we survived. Anyway, we were flying high. Did a couple more jobs together. Then came Korriban. And I guess you know how that ended up.
No problem, Cal. I'll see you later, man.
You're never gonna guess what I've been doing. No, don't try. I'll tell you. In between jumps, I've been checking holo frequencies, and I found the old gang. They're on Nar Shaddaa. They weren't leaving messages for me in the old spots. I thought they got themselves caught, or dead, or something.
Are you thinking of going back to your old life?
What? Are you worried I'll leave you? Old gang's been on the run since I've been gone. Apparently our mysterious informant for the Korriban job was that scumsucker Kata Bliss. Bliss sure got revenge for the job we pulled on him. Fake mission, fake cover story. I'm thrown in the slave pens, and he hits the gang hard.
So you could say he was our matchmaker?
You are so weird. Once they escaped the mercenaries, Taunt and what's left of the old gang spent their last credits tracking Kata Bliss's movements. That Duros snake has managed to get his hands on the Star of Kalaun. It's a priceless piece of Twi'lek history. I want to get it back.
We'll find this Duros and make him pay for every slight against you and yours.
You're fantastic! Kata Bliss is at the spaceport on Nar Shaddaa, trying to line up a buyer. I'll send a message that we're coming. Make us out to be interested buyers. Oh, and I'll tell the gang to get ready to receive the artifact. Bliss has some famous Kalish bodyguard they call the Virus working for him these days. But that's not gonna worry you, is it?
Thank you for granting me this audience, Master. I'll only take a moment. I have nightmares. I'm wearing the plain robe of the Jedi. When I wake up, I giggle like a small girl.
I'd like to see that.
In your presence, that giggle would be a full-bodied laugh. I've come to realize that my appreciation of you puts me at odds with the precept of the Sith way. It is expected that an apprentice will eventually seek to overthrow her master. You'll never have to worry about that.
I'm glad to hear it.
That's all. Thank you for this time, Master. Master, I'm plagued.
Tell me what's on your mind.
What's on my mind? Let me see. How should I put it? Disenchantment? No, not strong enough. I'm feeling rather betrayed. It's becoming clear that the dark side is as flawed and undependable as everything else. Using my power to reach out into the galaxy, I'm becoming aware of false Sith, lords who are secretly leaning toward the light.
Supply me with names, and we will deal with it.
If I knew, I would have already torn out their eyes myself. It will take time for me to pinpoint who and where they are, but believe me, I will find them. I'm glad this concerns you as much as it does me.
Let me just make sure. Okay, we're dark. We're so good.
Master, I know I've been moody lately, preoccupied about the false Sith I seek. I want you to know my confidence in the Empire is shaky, but my commitment to the dark side is strong. I'm reveling in the power of my new emotions.
I'm all ears. Tell me about these new emotions.
You name it, I feel it. Hatred, elation, fury, lust. I haven't properly thanked you for this amazing gift. I don't want you to think I take you for granted. You should know that I can be, well, anything that you wish me to be.
This will help me decide what I wish you to be.
I like that side of you. I look forward to getting to know you better.
We've only scratched the surface.
If the Jedi only knew what they were missing.
Ah, yes, just the start of the great, great conflict. Alright, let's go bang on Barris's door. And we'll come back to that a little later.
I have landed on Corellia.
The ledge is near.
Roth, you are there to protect Darth Vowron from Barris's threats. Our efforts to locate his secret headquarters are ongoing.
Another digit of the hand will tap the Wrath.
Meanwhile, we are tracking 3 assassins arriving on secret landing fields. It will be difficult to stop them all.
Leave that to me.
Transmitting the coordinates for all 3 landing strips.
Received, my lord.
These killers are but the first. There will be more. Vowron actively defies Barris. If he dies, Barris will be named the voice of the Emperor. Protect Darth Vowron at all costs, and aid in his attempts to undermine our enemy. Goodbye.
My lord, I'm detecting a forced transmission.
I assume you still recognize me. Consider yourself fortunate that I am reaching out like this.
You do know I'm going to kill you, right?
I am beyond your reach and therefore beyond concern. I'm here to tell you that you are being deceived. The organization you work for is not the Emperor's hand.
They want you dead, and I want you dead, so it works for me.
Reckless. Your petty personal vendetta overrides your sense, blinds your eyes. I am the voice of the Emperor, and there is a reason for all we do. In the end, what you think does not matter. So believe what you will, but your handlers have you in over your head, sticking your wet nose in Darth business.
I've gotten under your skin, haven't I?
Your lack of sight is almost laughable. Walk away now, and perhaps our previous animosities can be swept aside.
The nerve. He's gonna forgive you.
The man has lost his mind. No more talk. Barris's assassins must be stopped.
Greetings, Master. You're looking fit and deadly, as always.
We're coming, Daddy Fat Man! This is one of the big reasons why I love the Sith Warriors so much. Like, now that we're at this stage in the story, I can kind of talk about it a little bit more. I remember the first time I played this story, I honestly didn't see the whole Barriss betrayal thing coming. Maybe I was just caught up in the moment of like being a badass Sith warrior and murdering everybody everywhere I went. So when he betrayed me, I was like, that motherfucker. And I was so enraged over it that I literally just laser focused on finishing this class quest or class storyline, because all I wanted was revenge. Like, I hated Barriss so much. Oh, there was nothing I thought about. Like, I just non-stop grinding in this game. Thank God you don't have to do it now, so we can get through this story really, really quickly. But back then, it was like days and days and days of time between his betrayal and getting to the point where like you could start finishing this story up. Oh, nothing drove me crazier than Darth Barriss for like the whole week or whatever it was that I was like trying to finish up that story. And I feel like that's evidence of good writing, when you can motivate somebody to just want nothing more than to finish it, to like see the conclusion and to get your revenge. Like, that's when you did a good job. Yeah, I completely agree. So, I've said this a couple times on like previous streams and videos, like talking about Star Wars: The Old Republic, and why Sith Warrior, in my opinion, is hands down the best story. Like the Malavai Quinn plot twist, didn't see that one coming either. I mean, like, I kind of had a feeling after Voss when they're like, oh, one of your crew is going to betray you, because literally, like, Quinn was the only one that came from Barriss, so it kind of made sense. But up until like that airlock scene, no idea. So they had a lot of different stuff going on in this story, and like just really drove you to want to have that confrontation with Barriss. And I felt like the other classes weren't really up to that level of writing. Sith Inquisitor to me is a close second. However, the betrayal stuff is much more overt in that storyline. And yeah, I was really, really motivated over Thanaton, but it wasn't the same thing as Barriss. Like, Barriss, oh, you hated him. The way he, like, manipulated everybody, the way he, like, pretends to be the voice of the Emperor. Like, back then, especially when the game was new and, like, I was completely naive to, like, all of the overarching stories going on, I was really, really, like, fanatical about it. Like, yeah, the Empire, right? So, to me, like, he's not only fucked you over, but he's also impersonating being the voice of the Emperor. Just so many things that make Darth Barriss just the perfect fucking enemy for a Sith warrior. Whereas a Sith Inquisitor, it was a lot more like internal power struggle, and it was a good story, but it wasn't nearly as good as the warrior. And then the reason I kind of talk crap on the Imperial Agent and the Bounty Hunter, they both have an element that motivates you, similar to what the Sith Warrior is with going after Darth Barriss, but those two storylines end kind of like mid-campaign or mid-class quest, and then the rest of it feels like just busy work after that. And I really feel like BioWare should have flipped the order in which those stories went. Like, if they had the first half as the second half for the Imperial Agent and the Bounty Hunter, it would have been a lot better off, in my opinion.
Sith, identify yourself.
I'm the one who's going to send you to the scrap pile.
You have been classified as a threat to my mission and must be destroyed. Target locked.
Hungry for action. Stop slacking.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, the first time I completed the Sith Warrior class questline, I can't tell you how fucking just, like, pumped I was. And just the sense of satisfaction, like, the writing on this one was so good. I understand there are people who think otherwise, and they're entitled to their opinion, but for me personally, having played, like, every class story, the Warrior was the one that was, like, hands down stood out to me. Oh, I agree. And you know, like, that's what kills me too. Like, you look at the quality of the Disney movies, and then, like, you look at the quality of the cinematics, like the actual cinematics for this game. Those were a better story than the fucking new trilogy out of Disney.
A welcoming committee. Some days you just can't land secretly on a planet. Even on a secret landing strip.
This is going to be your secret graveyard.
Oh, you're funny. I like that. Not a lot of funny in my line of work. I know who you are. You're the apprentice Darth Barriss thought he had killed. Marvelous. I've studied you. Followed your exploits across the galaxy. You're a personal hero of mine.
If you know me, you know what I'll do to you if we fight.
You don't have to tell me. I've kept track of your kills. The way you handled Lord Grathan on Dromund Kaas was genius. Yes, I know his son's behind the mask now. You took out Nomen Carr and Admiral Monk and the War Trust and countless Jedi. Good stuff.
It's nice to be appreciated.
It's an honor to meet you. So sad I have to kill you. I've imagined facing you, and given my knowledge, I have pretty good ideas on taking you down. Well, here, let me show you.
Please, Marcy, let's talk later.
So, how'd that work out for you, Buttercup? That's one of those things that, like, really irritates me about this game. The amount of people who just confidently, like, laugh in the face of a Sith and Jedi throughout, like, all the story quest stuff. It's like, who do you think you are? Like, really? Okay, I guess. Don't let me stop you.
Ralph, I mark your position. The third of the 3 secret landing strips. Your third target arrived earlier than expected. I am Servant 11 of the Hand. You were told to expect my call.
I will hunt down the third assassin. Where is he?
I tracked his landing. I lost visual surveillance. But my primary purpose is a success. I have located Darth Vowron's secret headquarters. Uploading coordinates. He is operating within hostile territory. A massive tower in the heart of Incorporation Island. All Republic controlled. Amazing.
The man is daring. I'll give him that.
Yes. He orchestrates the war against the Republic right under their very noses. His operations must be disguised as Republic. But if I found him, Barris's missing assassin could too. Hold. Yes? I will convey it. 11 out. Servant 2 has spoken to me. He says to be ready for suspicion.
The message is cryptic. Tell me what it means.
Darth Vowron will be hard to convince. You should prepare for battle. My mission is complete. I am recalled. The Hand hopes you find Vowron before the assassin strikes.
select an available travel route. Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Kill me. I hate this fucking shit. I already realized what I did. God damn it. I'm pretty sure that shit's actually behind... That flight point is behind a class story barrier. And I saw the barrier and was like, oh, nope. That goes into someplace I was just at. This is why I really don't like Corellia. Reading the map here is a real fucking pain in the ass. That's cool. No big deal. Right? Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Like, it absolutely looked like it would have been a good movie. I mean, just that cinematic of Senya trying to rescue Valen. Like, that short cinematic alone was more interesting and better story and more action-packed. It just felt fucking Star Wars compared to The Force Awakens and whatever the second one was called. I don't even remember because it's so fucking atrocious. Yeah, in a heartbeat. I would have much rather seen an Old Republic movie based out of this and done by BioWare than I would have wanted to see a new Disney movie.
Sith, are you lost? You're in a Republic-aligned corporate headquarters.
Stand down. We are on the same side.
I don't know what you're talking about. The consortium of corporations has cameras in every corporate lobby, so we are being observed by the Empire's enemies as we speak. A Sith comes in here, he's gonna meet resistance, so, we're gonna have to kill you.
You don't have to die. I know this is Darth Varan's headquarters. I'm a friend. I come in peace. What if I surrender and you can make a show of taking me into custody?
Good plan. Follow my lead, my lord. All right, men. Make this look good. You're outnumbered, Sith. Put your hands up and don't make another move. Glad you came to your senses. Now you're going to our chief of security in the next room. Thanks for helping me avoid a messy situation, my lord. Lord Harris is in charge. He's just down there.
What? The alarms didn't sound? How did you get in here?
Relax. I'm not the enemy.
We know who and what you are. Sir Barris's most deadly apprentice has finally found us. My master has been on to you from the beginning.
I am no longer Darth Barris's apprentice.
Yes, we've all heard about Barris betraying you. No one's buying it. Vauran can smell Barris's ploys 1,000 light years away. He knows the rift between you and your master is a ruse, painstakingly orchestrated to get you close enough to strike. So, drop the act.
Vauran and I seek the same goal. My sole purpose is to destroy Darth Barris.
So stubborn. We'll see your tune change when you're bleeding to death. Die, assassin.
Do you feel good about that, buddy? Was it worth it? Fucking dumb shit.
Where is Darth Vauran?
You'll never find out, scum. You defeated Lord Harish, but you can't overcome the three of us at once.
Stop! Lord Kett, stand down.
My lord, retreat into the shadows. We will stop this assassin.
There could be 10 of you and you would fail. Leave us.
I haven't come to kill you.
Please, don't insult my intelligence. I applaud you. Convey my congratulations to your master for his superior gameplay. The kill is yours. I ask only that I not suffer the indignity of decapitation.
I've been sent by the Emperor's hands to ensure your safety. Barris is not my master. My mission is to bring him down.
Nothing more can be gained by maintaining the deception. Ah, if this is true, the game is renewed.
Darth Vauran, Barris says you gotta die.
Barris strikes! That assassin had me dead to rights. You did not hesitate to defend me. My friend, I am convinced. What's more, I believe, with my help, you can defeat Darth Barris.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Then, I have a little confession to make. It is true that I'm here to lead our important war effort, but there are other reasons I chose Corellia. Significant pillars of Barris's power base are here, and together we can tear them down.
You clearly have great power, but the Emperor needs you alive. It won't take Barris long to dispatch more assassins. You will relocate to my ship where my crew can protect you.
Far be it from me to defy you. My protection here has taken a recent hit. But before I go, let me guide you. Most of the Dark Council knows Barris is not the Emperor's true voice, but Barris's 2 top agents forced them to support his bid. One agent safeguards secrets that he uses as leverage. The other leads Jedi Masters in campaigns against Sith who defy him. Now, if they were to disappear...
My old master will be left high and dry.
Ah, exactly. His support on the Council will evaporate. Barris's first undercover agent is posing as Colonel Senks of the Corellian Resistance. His stronghold is a labyrinth of secret passages. Unless you scramble his security codes before laying siege, he'll be able to flee through a dozen different escape tunnels.
What about Barris's other agent?
My operative is uncovering the identity and location of his Jedi infiltrator. I expect results soon. For now, Senks. These pulse disruptors will kill all electronic code emissions, effectively locking Senks's secret passages. In truth, he's a fantastic resource. It will be a shame to lose an agent of his caliber.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Valron. Let's catch up to him first.
It's always wise to see the next step when dealing with Darth Barris. My apprentices and I will report to your ship now. The minute I can point you to the second of Barris's agents, I will. For now, Colonel Senks.
My lord, I have Darth Valron here for you.
My friend, I am in the hands of your crew now. They are an interesting assortment.
My people are capable, don't worry.
I hope their talents are not required. If Senks doesn't hand over the files he safeguards once you've neutralized him, I advise destroying his database to eliminate it all. Once done, contact me. But leave the compound first. It's Barris's facility and sure to be bugged. Until then.
Yeah, it's in no small way disappointing to see what Disney's done with and to Star Wars. Like, I've kind of reached a point where I just pretend new Disney era just doesn't exist because it's so bad I just can't imagine the Force Awakens trilogy being canon. Like, to me, it never happened. Everything's right in the galaxy.
Stand back. She's dangerous.
I'm not afraid of rodents.
We're gonna have fun with you, rat.
On the upside, it does look like we should probably finish the warrior quest line before 5 o'clock. So, good game. So that'll make this a little bit under 10 hours. Not bad. I really hope this wraps the way I think it does. Come on, update. Yep, good deal. Since I'm on my last imp and pub classes, I've been doing requests to see, is this a mistake? I'm not totally sure. I don't remember if there's enough now. So, like, I'm assuming you're not a sub, right? Because I think you were given some shade for subbing, right, earlier. So if you're talking about, like, leveling wise, I think at minimum as a non-sub, if you're using the boosts, which I think you still get. I think you still get these even if you're not a sub. Shit. Wait, is the generator not here? I didn't have to kill these idiots? I think you can get by doing just the class quest and the planetary arc, which usually overlap pretty close in terms of like where the objectives are located. So if you're talking about for leveling purposes, if it's a mistake, I think that usually works. You might get a couple that are kind of close though. Alright. Oh, there it is. God damn it. I was about to start getting grumpy. I was like, what the fuck? Where is it? Hey Mike, how's it going, man? Phew. Oh no, I got you, man. I think it's pretty fucking LOL. Especially if they end up delaying like microtech and everything else as well, because the servers are basically imploding currently. That just makes it even better. I mean, I feel bad for the people that, like, enjoy Star Citizen and honestly thought that, like, 2019 was going to be a good year. Especially if they were like, oh, fucking critics, blah, blah, blah. Because they're going to feel really awkward, silly pretty quick here. Shit, of course they got to be all split up. I mean, it's always nice being vindicated, but, you know, it also sucks. Like, I would have rather had a good game than be right. But I was pretty confident on which way that was going to fall. And 2020 is going to be worse. I promise. Like, with Squadron 42 stuff coming, it's going to be a train wreck. Just wait.
That code is right. Why aren't my escape passages opening?
You can't count on technology to save your skin.
Maybe all security is an illusion. When the alarm sounded, I knew there was trouble coming. Don't strike! I'm a secret Imperial agent working directly for Darth Barris.
That's worse than being Republic.
So, you're one of the rogue Sith I helped Darth Barris keep in line? You might oppose him, but surely you wouldn't jeopardize the war? I'm essential in the fight for Corellia. I steer Republic-aligned resistance forces into battles they can't win. Shut me down, and we lose this war.
Cooperate, and you may survive this encounter. You collect secrets for Darth Barris. That must end. Give up the information you harbor for him.
There's no future in denying Barris.
That was your last mistake.
No!
Yep. Yeah, I saw that this morning. That makes me pretty happy. It gives me time to do some other stuff before I have to like really focus on it.
Nothing suspicious and no further attempts on Darth Varal.
Captain Quinn is an excellent officer. I'm in good hands here. Barris's false Jedi is still at large. He leads Jedi against Sith who defied Darth Barris's will. My operative, Shadow, is searching for him. Unfortunately, Shadow is pinned down by enemy artillery. He has our information, but had to go radio silent to avoid capture.
I'll get the information directly.
Shadow was cut off on the other side of Axial Park beyond Coronet Zoo. The park is a frontline battlefield where the heaviest fighting is taking place. We have a safe house in that sector. Shadow will be waiting there.
I'll carve a path through the fighting and rendezvous with your man.
If you're interested, there is also an opportunity to help the war. The bombings that blocked Shadow are hampering our ground forces in Axial Park. If you could destroy the enemy artillery banks along the way, it would be most helpful. Either way, Shadow will tell you all you need to confront Barris's Jedi spy. We'll talk again when the deed is done.
I don't think they have a good reason to shut down a game that's still feeding them money. Like, it's not like a success to players necessarily, but so far it's still been a financial success to EA. I'm sure if this game starts going negative, then it will get axed quick as fuck. But until that point, I don't foresee EA shutting it down. And yeah, as far as Star Citizen's funding goes, 2020 is gonna be a really fun year, guys. I'm telling you. Just wait. Not to get all Derek Smart 90 days and shit, but 2020 is going to be a very fun year. Yeah, I definitely agree with that card, right? Like, they were definitely making good money with the Old Republic, but for whatever reason, they didn't care enough to reinvest it into the game. They were like, oh, well, we'll just milk this till it dries out. And that was pretty much it. And that's kind of unfortunate because they probably would have maintained a lot of the player base and maybe brought more people back if they'd reinvested it back into this.
Stop! Identify yourself or die!
Relax, Shadow. Darth Vowron sent me.
What? Speak up! My ears are still ringing from artillery fire!
Relax and rely on your eyes. Obviously, I am on your side.
Yes. Yes, I see, of course. I'm sorry, my lord. The ringing in my ears has unnerved me. I have a lead on Darth Barris's other spy. A team of Jedi had secretly landed on Corellia. I intercepted a transmission from one of them to Barris, conveying readiness to lead the other Jedi into a death trap.
Can you provide me with the Jedi team's location?
That I can. The Jedi are gearing up in a Republic staging bunker. Enemy special forces deploy there, so it'll be a high-risk invasion.
Your opinion is inconsequential.
I apologize if that information was unwanted. Darth Vowron encourages my assessments. When you're done, you can contact me from outside the bunker and I'll have Armageddon Battalion secure the area. I'll report back to Vowron now. More power to you, my lord.
Oh yeah, like, it's so funny to think about, you know, like, looking back, how EA and BioWare were like, well, you know, we have a financially successful game, let's not try to reinvigorate it or turn it around and bring back the player base. Let's just milk that until we can make these other games that, oh shit, they're failing horribly. Oh balls. I think that's kind of ironic and I guess, you know, a little bit deserved karma. She is indeed a failed actress. Still struggling to make it big. Kind of the reason she's with Chris because Daddy Chris is going to be a Hollywood big shot again someday. Just wait, baby. I promise. Or not. She's in charge of marketing. And to her credit, like, as much as I despise her as a person, she's doing a fucking great job of marketing. So, can't really knock her too much, unfortunately. Unfortunately, though, one of the side effects of her being there, and granted being good as a marketing representative, is she's evidently just a complete bitch to be around and has caused no small amount of problems within the studio. As well as the community management side, from what I've heard. She's in a large part responsible for a lot of the whole, like, shut down the critics, ban people who are dissenters movement of the early years. If nothing else, it's a great case study for why nepotism in a company is a bad thing. She's just like a huge bitch. Talks down to people, doesn't like any female employees that take the spotlight off of her. Especially if they're taking the backer spotlight off of her, right? Because, like, she loves that, like, people give a fuck about her and the project.
Your invasion ends here, Sith. You are severely outnumbered.
Darth Barris's spy. Identify yourself, so you don't die with these Jedi.
Are you suggesting that one of us is an Imperial?
A pathetic trick. He's in over his head and makes a desperate play to destabilize us.
Be reasonable, Sith. You can't take us all.
I am called the Emperor's Wrath.
I know this Sith. Gentlemen, this is Darth Barris's former apprentice, who has survived his old master's best efforts to destroy him. You are becoming a legend among us, my friend. I am thankful you've given me a chance to save myself.
Master Injai, you?
All these years, right under your nose. I was to lead you to your deaths today. Instead, I'll watch my new friend destroy you.
You're the one I'm here to destroy.
You are a barbarian.
Steady, Master Jus. This Sith saved us from a suicide mission.
Glad I could help.
You are a great asset to us. Be well, friend.
Shadow here, dispatching Armageddon Battalion to secure the bunker you cleared. But there's been an attack on Darth Vowron and your crew. They said to patch you through when you called. Doing so now.
Apologies, my lord. The attack was sudden. Unknown assailant, very powerful. On the run now. Taking Vowron to a safe house in the Imperial Legislature. He wants you to meet us there.
I want him off the streets, Lieutenant. Get to safety as fast as you can.
We've put some distance between us and the attacker. Now I'm beelining it. Almost to the safe house. Signing off now.
Everything I've heard from, like, former employees is that she does treat people like, basically like their PAs, right? Let's see here.
medical pads are currently open for business.
You know, it's unfortunate that so many of the animations are kind of fucked now. I don't know what the deal is. Like, if it's because, like, the computers now run this game faster than they're anticipating, or what the deal is. Because, like, I never used to see so many animations, like, off-rigged back in the day. But now, like, there are a lot of them that are, like, I don't know if it's just random that they play off wrong or what the deal is, but I definitely feel like I notice a lot more animations that are off, like, their mark than I ever used to before. Ooh, man. That'll be a spicy vid.
Ah, you made it! This is heating up, isn't it? Barris has taken off the sparring gloves. This assassin was the most lethal to date.
Don't leave anything out. I want to know how it went down.
The attack was sudden and vicious. There was no panic, no confusion. To a man, your people stared into the face of death and did not flinch. Captain Quinn must be commended. He took on the assailant with no mortal concern.
I'm making up for a past indiscretion. My commitment to my lord is unassailable now.
Let's move on. What's left to do?
Barris's agents are neutralized. You have brought us to the end game, my friend. It's time for us both to go on the offensive.
Tell me what you have in mind.
In a secret lair on this planet, Barris has bound and indentured an ancient Sith spirit. He feeds off this spirit's power, stealing all her visions of the future. Everything he has built has come from her insights.
Why haven't you acted on this before now?
You don't think I've tried? It is the true reason I am warring here. Barris's defenses have repelled my every attempt. Only you have the power to break into his lair, and only I know the ritual that unlocks the spirit's bonds. Deliver me to her, and we will strike the ultimate blow and cripple Barris from within.
Then I am one step closer to finally confronting Barris.
We achieve this, and I will walk you into the Dark Council chamber myself. Lead the way, and please be sure that assassin isn't waiting. I'll come when you signal.
Nope, no Star Citizen. I've made enough money off of them for this month, you know. The Porsche is paid for this month. My mortgage is straight, so I figured I'd let Star Citizen have a little break. it's gonna probably be another year, I think, before like anything starts getting really, really reeled in. They try for like a minimum viable product, official like soft launch. That'd be my guess. Yeah, right, Thematic? I think 2020 is going to be a really bad year for the overall project in CIG. And we're going to see if Chris like gets up the balls to do it, which maybe he won't. But we'll see a really, really bad Squadron 42 launch. Or, sorry, not launch. Beta. Because, you know, you can just keep hiding behind labels forever. And that way your Star Citizen Defense Force will keep, you know, deflecting all the blame for you. But it's still going to get just savaged by reviews. Which is going to push more people out. Make more people wake up and be like, wow, they've supposedly been working on this for 9 years now. Maybe they're not all that. And of course, as that happens, the money's going to be drying up a little bit more, which they're already basically juggling to make shit work. You cripple the financing anymore, and the seams are going to start pulling apart. So 2020 is going to be a really, really fun year for Star Citizen. Like, I feel bad. I would have rather had a good game, but at the same time, I'm going to sit back and just let people soak in the vindication. Like, all the people who tried to offer feedback, tried to be critical, tried to make efforts to steer the project in a better direction, they deserve their gloat, period, and they're going to get it. The fanatical fandom basically doomed this game. Damn it. Oh, I tried. We're talking about Star Citizen, Black Jesus. I mean, there's a lot of that throughout, like, a lot of the project. Like, they act like so many of the, like, simplest things that they should be doing are just insurmountable tasks, would take tons of dev work. Like, I liked when they added hover mode, right? And a lot of the criticism was like, oh, you know, it's made landing a lot worse, and why can't we get, like, a landing camera and all this other stuff? And who was it? I think it was Eric Kieran Davis, or whatever the fuck his name is. He's like, well, when you have a procedural planet, it's really hard to come up with a system to show the terrain under you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like sitting there playing Elite, watching that ATV, like landing on a planet and my gear down on a procedural planet. And it literally shows me all of the terrain underneath my ship for landing. And I'm like, yeah, tell me about it. What a monumental task. Nobody could figure that one out. Oops. I guess FDev did that first too. It kills me how, like, they've literally convinced everybody in the community that any technical undertaking they're doing is, like, just such a huge task. Nobody else could do it, so they're pioneering, and that's why it's taking so long, because, hey, nobody else could figure out how to do this stuff. And, like, that's literally not the case for, like, just about everything.
There she is, the entity. Such pure, dark side energy. Is she not utterly beautiful?
All I see is a means to Barris's end.
Come closer. You are here to aid Barris. Knows I cannot resist. He desecrated my resting place, where I waited for my love, your Emperor. I am bound. Every extraction pains. If you fail, he will punish me for welcoming you.
Don't fear, entity. The trial is over. I know the incantation. Now it is a simple matter.
No, you do not understand. We are not alone.
At last, I've caught up to you again. I told you, I cannot be killed.
Don't you tire of failure, or are you a glutton for punishment?
Pain sustains me. I ate of suffering as you watched me burn. I drank of anguish as Barris rebuilt me. My eyes are no longer flesh. I see in a new way now. And the sight of you sickens and delights me. In minutes, the great Darth Vowron will disintegrate. Then the entity will forever be in Barris's control.
Truth. The death field is powered by the machinery of drugs.
That's all I needed to hear.
Vengeance is mine!
The death field dies with Drog.
Such a finish! Never felt so much pain. I fully expected to die. But I am grateful to have witnessed your destruction of that monstrosity.
I'm sure it was quite a show.
I'm sure Barris didn't think so. Entity, is he aware of what's transpired here?
Through me, the Defiler sees all of this.
Wonderful. He must be twisting with fury. Now, we set up the ritual. Final gate between you and the beyond is lifted.
Free. Now I am forgotten again. And grateful. Remember me to the Defiler.
My friend, you have been a revelation. It is time for you to confront Darth Barras.
I've been waiting for this for too long.
As have I. Even now, Barras is near indestructible, but I know of no other ways to weaken him. Tell the Hand, the Dark Council awaits, and I will be there to usher you in.
It's climax time.
It is done. The time to confront Darth Barras is now.
His leverage gone. Vauron preserved. Barris's bid to be named the voice of the Emperor is crippled. What remains of Darth Barras is yours, Roth. He has gone to Korriban. Do as you must.
I'm going to make him pay for every indignity I have endured.
Fury must remain shy of blind. Barris's power is deep, hidden.
Darth Vauron returns to Korriban as well. Barras dare not strike at him within sight of the Dark Council.
The hinges are gone from the door.
Vauron will authorize your clearance to land and usher you into the Dark Council chamber.
Vauron is worthy of my loyalty.
The Dark Council doesn't take kindly to intrusions, and Barras still has support there. Vauron will back you. Then you must express the Emperor's will.
Unleash the Emperor's wrath.
You're here! The anticipation fills my veins with fire. I feel 100 years younger. I can't wait to see Darth Barris's face when I introduce you to the Dark Council.
Get your holocam ready. Preserve it for posterity.
Ha! If only we could sell tickets! Meet me in the antechamber of the Dark Council. No one will dare to obstruct you on your way there.
Alright. The moment I've been waiting for through all of this playthrough. Where are we at? 8 hours, 40 minutes, plus I think last stream was 6 or something like that. All worth it for this.
Darth Vowran, Lord Rathari.
Lord Rathari found me and expressed his wish to be here. A passionate young man.
I told you I'd have your back when you faced Barras. I want to hear him scream.
Your wish is about to come true.
Rathari's presence will show the rest of the Dark Council that you have Sith support. Barras has called a special session of the Council to make his claim as the Emperor's voice official. I'm fashionably late. Your former master and the most powerful Darths in the galaxy await. The play is yours.
I've never felt more alive.
Lead the way.
And it better be Darth Vowran coming through those doors.
I'm Darth Vowran's personal guide and bodyguard.
Interesting.
This isn't the time for one of your games, Vowran.
I am the Emperor's wrath, chosen by the Supreme Master himself. I know his will, and Barras is not the voice.
Listen to truth, my fellows. You are the victims of a ruthless and deceitful power grab.
Vowran, for whatever reason, greed, jealousy, you've refused to accept reality. This is a desperate attempt. Hear me, Dark Council. This child is not our Emperor's wrath. He is Vowran's illusion. The Emperor will inform me what is to be done with Vowran. For now, assist me in destroying this rabble.
Don't hide behind the Council, coward.
Fine. Let us swat this gnat and move on.
No. Barras claims to be the voice. This lord claims to be the wrath. I will not provoke the Emperor. The one who lives speaks truth.
Fine. The Master will grant the slave's last wish. The Emperor calls for your death. Attack me if you dare.
I was never, nor shall I ever be, your slave.
Had enough, child? Can you feel your grip on life slipping? Why persist in this futile gesture of vengeance? Let go. Embrace your death.
Forget the bravado, Barras. No one's buying it.
Just being sporting. I would think you'd appreciate the chance to catch your breath. Your champion is failing, Vowran, and you'll be next.
Is that coming from you or from the Emperor, Barras? It's hard to tell the difference.
Don't mock me, fop! Your patron just ensured your suffering will be epic, youngster. Now, die!
You're depleted, Barras. You hover a breath away from destruction.
No! My powers abandon me!
Drink in the faces of your fellows. See your disgrace reflected in their awed eyes.
Call upon the Dark Council to kill this fool! Now! The Emperor commands it! Darth Maul, strike on the Emperor's behalf, or suffer his disfavor!
I believe I'll take my chances.
Ravage! Has your sense left you as well? Defend me! Defend the voice!
I will not stand in the path of the Emperor's wrath.
You think you've won? You think you can silence the Emperor's true voice? Deliver the death blow then! From beyond darkness, I shall strike at you! Someday, vengeance will be mine!
I wash the galaxy clean of you.
I cannot die!
At last, the end of Barras. The air clears and my lungs breathe deeply again. You have proven that you are truly touched by the Emperor. The Dark Council knows that the Emperor's wrath has free reign.
You are acknowledged, Wrath. Your actions will not be challenged as long as they do not contradict our own.
You are answerable only to our ultimate master.
If any of you act in opposition to the Emperor's design, I will tear you down.
As you decree, Ross. Let the enemies of the Empire tremble. The Emperor's wrath shall consume them all.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Darth Maul is hands down probably the best major character in the game, at least on the Imperial side. I really, really liked Malgus, but, he unfortunately was wasted by really terrible writing and foresight. Sort of. But Darth Maul is definitely the best on the Dark Council. And oh, how I fucking hate that Sith warriors get the title Darth now instead of Emperor's Wrath. God, that shit makes me mad. Ah, god damn it. It didn't count. Fuck. Alright.
have something to tell me?
I'm just informing you that I will be disembarking for a short while. I've finally tracked down the false Sith I'm sensing. It's time for me to bathe in their impure blood.
Sever a few limbs for me, will you?
You add fire to my rage, Master. I will return once my bloodlust has been quenched. The false Sith are dead. I slaughtered them. I slaughtered them all. But not before getting confessions from each and making them beg. I've never felt such satisfaction.
Let it feed you. There are few greater experiences than destroying traitors.
I will be on the lookout for every one of those experiences. For now, I'll continue to use my power to search for traitorous Sith, then systematically eradicate them all. The Empire will be pure when I am through. I vow it.
Oh shit, that sucks revenge. It's not hurricane season, right? I have trouble keeping track of that. Since being inland, it really doesn't affect me much.
I'll be waiting. How's it going, my lord? All better.
Apajam Kamgam, Amkanemnang, Ampanemnang Memor Ilok, Rakakelu Amkamnemnu, Namgan Bak Umnok Kijak.
What did you call me?
No, not possible.
Laboram Amga, Mamni Nikal, Nagnaya Mamni Kamgam.
Dangerous for you. I'm gonna tear you both apart and swap your limbs.
I hear.
Ibekap Kamka, Kakyam, Glak Nimo Amyakalak.
Come on, show me how you kill Sith.
Gladly.
I'm going to haunt
Payani Lama. Kirikam Komi Manek, Namuka Hal Hal Krama, Niknoga Nelalu Memnulak.
Catabliss. You have exploited my people, stolen our artifacts, and committed numerous crimes against Twi'leks the galaxy over. Return the Star of Kala-Un. Promise to reform, and we may show mercy.
Inikmaraka, Nayanaram, Kam Kalu Amkamanik.
I'll grab the Star of Kala-Un. We can meet the old gang here on Nashada. They'll make sure the star ends up in a museum. In Twi'lek hands.
Well, look who the act dog dragged in.
Taunt! Guys!
And this must be the handsome Sith you've been seeing the galaxy with. Impressive.
I've already got all the beautiful Twi'lek women I need, thanks.
Oh? You're... I see. Well, good luck cracking that safe.
Am I missing something?
Just jokes, love. Don't sweat it. Shall we talk business?
The Star of Kala Un is in the case. Authentic and undamaged.
Chiktahopa! Got that right. Most important single blow for Twi'lek pride. All you, vet.
You've done something great for your people here.
Cha'amo into Otmangisa. Mitisa tabarena?
Here. It's every credit we could scrape together. And don't worry, we should be able to sweet-talk the museum into getting us some of that back.
Oh no, I know you guys. You won't even be eating. You have to buy equipment, bribe fees. We don't need your credits, do we?
You are doing good work here. Reinvest your credits in your struggle.
Really not what I pictured from a Sith. Must be Vet's influence.
Kunto Koroja.
No. I found a place. I'm gonna stay put for a while. But I'll keep in touch.
You've at least got time for a meal, right? Let us show Sith a good time?
Nobody celebrates like Sith celebrate.
Hiknagumba. Stukasun kanji tabutaya.
I missed you guys. I'll say hello whenever I can.
Be well, love. We'll miss you.
Watch your back out there, kid.
You wanted to talk?
Nothing crazy. Just thinking about what happened back on Nar Shaddaa with the old gang. When I saw Taunt flirting with you, I don't know, it was weird.
Don't worry. No other Twi'lek in the galaxy can turn my head like you do.
I don't get it. Really? But I'm nothing special. I'm just a normal girl. You know what? Don't answer that. Let's just go back to what we were doing.
Now to stoke the flames of infighting.
Master, as time passes, the thrill of killing the light side Sith is ebbing. I'm in search of a new thrill. Perhaps one slightly more personal in nature? Master, I want you. Why don't we find someplace quiet?
I like a woman who's direct. Follow me.
Everything looks a little different when you're relaxed, you know? The sky is brighter, the stars shinier. Still, I'm not blind. I know you have a thing going with the Twi'lek. I think you're gonna have to end that. You ought to tell her you're through with her, don't you think?
Never thought you'd be afraid of a little competition.
I welcome the challenger. Just testing to see if I could push her buttons. I really don't see what you see in her, but it's your life and your reputation.
You know, stand-in family is all well and good, but seeing the old gang again, it just made me miss my mom and sister. Which is sort of weird. My memories are so old. I remember having the memories more than I remember the actual events. Does that make any sense?
Sometimes it helps to just talk about it.
I guess. Someday I'll have to do something more than talk, I suppose. Right now, I just think, what would Tiva be like today? The last time I saw my sister, she was 10, 12. Okay, enough of that. Moving along.
You've got a serious look in your eye.
First time for everything. So, Jaisa, your apprentice? Just your apprentice?
Watch how you answer that.
Great! The Queen of Freaky is here too. So, you weren't... I'm so dumb.
Why? I'm very open-minded about sharing.
Ew. So ew.
You had to know forcing me to choose would mean taking Jaisa.
Yeah, but I had to give you the chance to be a man instead. Look, we'll just pretend whatever it was never happened.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. Why, you expect me to be all mopey? It's too nice outside. Let's play 2 truths and a lie. I tell you 3 things about me, and you tell me which isn't true.
Maybe you haven't been paying attention. I win all contests.
Okay, here goes. I've been in jail 16 times. I've got 3 sisters. I've worked as a hired assassin. Which one is a lie?
You only have one sister.
Yes, Tiva. Good job. I'll have to try something a bit more obscure next time. Okay, enough games. I wouldn't want someone to start thinking the Sith were getting fun. Sometimes I think it's just better to be born male. At least if you're a slave. I keep thinking of Tiva, my sister. She wasn't strong enough to work in the mines, but she got more beautiful every year. Mother tried to hide it with mud and filthy clothes.
There's only so much you can do to disguise a young beauty.
Yeah, Mother was dedicated, though. Broke Tiva's nose once when a buyer was coming. Anyway, I've got some credits put aside, and I want to hire a tracker to find Tiva and Mother. I just need to use the Imperial data files on board. Get some leads for the tracker to start with. That okay?
Of course, Vet. Whatever will help.
You're the best! Okay, next free moment I have, I'll start running some searches.
You wanted to talk?
I did it! Maybe you didn't think I could, but I did. A Kubaz tracker named Krata found my sister Tiva. Found where she worked, even the name of her boss. She's on Nar Shaddaa. Can you believe that? Krata wouldn't tell me anymore until I paid him, but he found her.
No time like the present?
You are the best. We need to meet Krata the Kubaz in a cantina on Nar Shaddaa. I'll settle the bill with him, get the specifics, and then see my sister.
It's so amusing to think I was once training to be a Jedi. You're opening me up to my true potential. I feel such power surging through me.
I'm impressed with how well you're absorbing all my various influences.
Ready for more whenever you are. Dear, there will be no stopping us. Master, I've become aware of an amazing development. The other night I couldn't sleep. I sensed something and ventured out, tracking the sensation. I came upon a badly injured Sith who reeked of the light side. He was suffering and on the verge of death.
Are you murdering people in your sleep now, Jason?
Even I couldn't have done this, asleep or awake. He spoke of a Sith and his agents whose sole purpose is to hunt down traitors to the dark side. Whoever this Sith is, he filled this man with such fear and pain. All I can think is, where do we sign up?
We could coordinate efforts with this Sith.
Exactly my thinking. We can share information and pool resources and clean up the Empire all the more thoroughly. By using my power on the dying man, I got an impression of the Sith who did the damage. I'm reaching out with my senses to try to catch his scent. Some kind of trail I can follow to locate him.
You have my blessing. Leave no stone unturned.
I will be thorough, Master.
Oh, there's no reason to apologize. With Jason, that's very much the implication.
Master, I have exciting news. A trail of corpses, all slain the same as the Lightside Sith I found, has led me to the perpetrator. His name is Lord Sentence. He's been secretly hand-chosen by the Dark Council to eradicate any and all Sith who are not pure. He operates with impunity. No one is above his judgment. It makes my mouth water just thinking about such power.
Your abilities would be very helpful to his task.
That's what I was thinking. He's already accused and destroyed so many traitors. It's a mystery to me how he has been so prolific without my special power. But I've reached out to him, and he has granted me an audience.
Keep your wits, Jason. Power can corrupt, and this man has been handed great authority.
If you're jealous, don't be. I'll be back in my quarters every night. Or in yours. This is my destiny. The purpose of my power, I know it. Now, I'm meeting him shortly. Leave a light on for me.
I see you've returned from meeting Lord Sentence. How was it?
Interesting, to say the least. Within moments, I realized he was killing any Sith he pleased, all in the name of hunting traitors. Very few of his victims were valid targets, and he was very excited that my special power would unequivocally validate his work. Said that we could literally reorganize the entire power structure of the Empire. To entice me, he suggested we start by pointing the finger at you.
A very opportunistic man. Were it not directed at me, I would approve.
Well, his opportunities have dried up a bit. The man wanted me to abuse my gifts, and betray the one person in the galaxy I respect and owe my life to. It took everything I had, but it was the most satisfying kill of my young life.
Tell me about the fight.
He was ferocious. Honestly, there was a point where I thought I was done for. But my power is beginning to help me innately. I intuited a feint, and ignoring it, was able to counter his death blow and seize an opening. A fatal thrust through the neck. I decided I don't like lightsabers. They cauterize as they cut. I would have enjoyed the blood.
Remind me never to anger you.
You elicit other emotions, dear. Besides, if you make me mad, I have a new way to vent. The Dark Council's emissary, a man named Kaliku, was there too. He's the one holding Lord Sentence's leash on this assignment. He offered me Sentence's mandate. As I sensed light-leaning Sith, I'd report them to him. And when possible, I'd be sent to eradicate.
Your dream come true, and a deserved distinction, Jason.
I will make you proud. I promise. And don't think I'll forget that it's you who has made this possible. My devotion will never flutter. Thank you. Master, everything else aside, the visceral experience of facing Lord Sendens continues to tantalize me. I relive it nightly and awaken buzzing. When I feel such pleasure, all I can think of is sharing it with you. When I feel pain, I ache to be consoled by you. I know what this is. It's love.
I love you too, Jacer.
I feel weak and strong all at once. The chaos of it electrifies me. My heart is yours now. Know that. But I want this to be different. Special. As you already know, my reflex is to rush to instant gratification, but let's milk this feeling, this want. Let it build before we act on it.
All the better to wait until we ache with longing.
The ache in me spikes when you talk like that. I think we're going to like this little experiment.
So I'm fairly sure that you can't actually get Jace to flip out unless you choose Vet over Jace, and that is literally the last thing I'm going to do with this character. So unfortunately, I think that ends my probing of the two of them. And since we've completed the Sith Warrior storyline, I think here's where I'm going to call it for the night. It's 5 in the morning. I'm a little bit starving, so I'm probably going to go eat and do some menial tasks around the house and then crash for the night. But fear not, we'll be back tomorrow with either finishing off the new assassin, or we can keep going on the overall story for the game through completion. I'm not sure which. I think what we'll do tomorrow is start it up and see if people would rather see that finished or pushing on into the expansions. We'll just kind of take it from there and play whichever, since I'm not particularly picky on which one we do. So with that said, thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. Those of you who catch this later on YouTube, I'm going to try to probably start up tomorrow, probably around 6 p.m. Eastern again. That way it gives me time to sleep in during the day, wake up, make dinner, and get situated and ready for another 9-hour and 13-minute stream. So I will see you guys tomorrow, probably right around 6 p.m. It might be a little bit later, just depending on how soon the girlfriend gets out the door on the way to work. But yep, I will definitely see you guys tomorrow for some more Star Wars: The Old Republic. So thank you for watching, and I will see you guys